Brother, please watch this video. Li Chi, who was gradually calming down, took over the mobile phone. When he heard the discussion, his face suddenly changed, his lips tightened, and his facial muscles twitched suddenly. Click sound. The phone was smashed to pieces in an instant, and there were waves all over his body, and thick breaths came out of his nostrils. The anger that had just subsided came back again. I never expected that I would be tricked by a guy who was nothing from the beginning to the end, and that I would continue to work hard in his trap. At first I thought that the person was just being stupid for profit, or because he was worried that he would be deceived. I kept talking for a long time and wanted to take advantage of him when he was close to his goal. I couldn't accept such an insult. How could he still hang out on the street after it was spread out? Brother, I will lead my brothers to kill him now. The muscular man roared at the top of his lungs. How could he with such a grumpy mood endure such resentment? The muscles in his arms jumped. Tell the brothers to join me at night. Li Chi arranged in a deep voice. His mind was so angry that he could not care about other things. The only thing he wanted to do was to kill that kid. This is his first big move since he came to this city. He originally planned to leave the destructive power of this wave to the Thai group, but now it seems that Ren Zitao will take the initiative to send it to his door. The muscular man nodded solemnly to understand what his elder brother wanted to express, and took small steps to make final preparations. 9 o'clock in the evening. Black unlicensed cars poured out of the hotel parking lot in the city center one after another and drove on the main traffic road. Their destination was precisely a villa manor more than 10 kilometers away. Brother Fong, I heard that guy said that illegal organizations are hiding in the Haoyu Hotel. In that case, Ren Zitao probably wouldn't lie. Ergu reported the report truthfully, but he did not expect that the other party would be so bold and act recklessly right under his nose. The most dangerous places are often the safest. Zhang Bu murmured expressionlessly, not seeming to be surprised by where he was hiding. After all, he would have to find a comfortable place to stay here for several months. Our purpose is to add fuel to the fire. The illegal organization already knows that Ren Zitao betrayed him and is planning to change his base. Taylor frowned slightly and said with a solemn expression, always feeling that he was trying to scare the snake away. Brother Fong, do you need me to go to the hotel to check the situation? If they haven't left yet, just kill them all. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, they have more important things to deal with now. Let's just wait quietly. Zhang Bufong waved his hand nonchalantly, leisurely picked up the goblet next to him and drank it down in one gulp, as if it was nothing to do with him. There's something wrong with your brain. Taylor cursed when he saw that kid's appearance. How could he be so leisurely and elegant here and have fun? I wish I could give that kid a slap in the face. It's the best time to wipe out the illegal organization. If I delay it any longer, I will miss the opportunity. I think we should contact the security department now to catch them all. Do you think Zitao, who is so scheming, would reveal the opponent's base so easily? When Zhang Bufong heard the woman's curses and black lines on her head, he rolled his eyes angrily and explained that he seriously suspected that her head was full of water. My ears are blocked. I just said that I was anxious to speak the truth under threat. When Taylor saw the guy's appearance, he was blazing with anger, and he yelled back in anger. It could be said that he was completely helpless towards him. I understand. Brother Fong means that Ren Zitao deliberately revealed the address to make us fight. Ergu suddenly woke up and said, finally realizing what was going on, I have to say that the good-for-nothing boy is really cunning. Smart people can understand. Who are you calling stupid? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Taylor. Her face turned red, and she was holding a broom. She looked very cruel and cruel. After the explanation just now, she had a rough understanding. Well, Zhang Bufong froze there for a moment, speechless and choked. How could such an operation be performed? At this time, his brain reaction was quite fast. Brother Fong, what should we do next? Ergo broke the deadlock and asked, anyway, the ultimate goal of the illegal organization is Chairman Tai, and it will be revealed no matter where it is hidden. What made him wonder was what Brother Fong meant when he said that the other party was busy tonight. Could it be that he missed some details? When the car reaches the mountain, there will be a road and the boat will go straight to the bridge. If you have anything to do, we will talk about it tomorrow. Go back and wash up and sleep. Zhang Bufong opened his mouth and yawned, waving his hands casually. then lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, and within 30 seconds he started snoring. Ergu also looked embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He simply said goodbye and walked out the door, only to ask Brother Fong about his specific plan tomorrow. Taylor snorted coldly and glanced at the heartless man on the sofa with disgust. He was too lazy to waste time with him and turned back upstairs. Is there nothing going on with the group recently? There won't be any problems as long as I'm here. You can rest as soon as possible while you're old. Ren Zitao waved his hand impatiently, and the old chairman of the Rensure group shook his head helplessly and did not ask too much. Although his son was a playboy, he was very talented in business attainments. I feel relieved to leave it to him to take care of it. My only worry is about his domineering character. After all, there are people outside who are afraid that one day they will encounter a more powerful character and suffer a loss. I've been feeling a strong sense of foreboding lately. Due to physical problems, I can't go to the group to ask too many questions, but I guessed from the group of bodyguards in the backyard that he had gotten into trouble recently, so I took this precaution. 12 o'clock in the night. A group of black figures in the night sky broke the early morning tranquility. Li Qi led his men down to the entrance of Renzitao Manor. That boy really knows how to enjoy it. The muscular man cursed when he saw the scene in front of him. It was no longer a villa, it looked like a castle in a fairy tale. It takes 5 minutes to drive from the entrance of the manor to the central villa. There are all kinds of entertainment facilities in the golf course, swimming pool, cameras are everywhere, and security guards with vicious dogs can be seen every 100 meters or so. No matter what, we will wash this place with blood today. Li Qi's red eyes looked particularly dazzling in the night. If he provoked himself, he would end up dead without a burial. Independent manor? Let it become a big tomb today. Before, I was worried about disturbing the surrounding people and attracting security. It seems that those random thoughts are unnecessary. Yes. The muscular man clenched his fists and twisted his neck, making a cracking sound, while the men behind him were rubbing shoulders. You are here to take orders. After Li Qi commanded in a deep voice, his calf muscles burst out and shot up, like a wild monkey traveling through the forest, leaving nothing but a fleeting shadow. Don't doze there. Director Rin told you in the afternoon that you must be careful when you are on duty at night. There may be intruders. Think carefully with your fists and brains. Which idiot with a brain stuck in his head would come to this place to find trouble? You must be tired of living. 2 uncles in security uniforms in the monitoring room muttered. Who doesn't know that this is the residence of the Rin group and it's heavily guarded? It's hard to be nervous for such a long time. They didn't know that there was a ghostly shadow walking back and forth a few minutes ago, and while the two were discussing, they heard the sound of the door opening behind them. Who are you? The guard uncle saw the unfamiliar face and hurried over to press the alarm. How could Li Qi give them a chance to shine a bright light, and then completely lose the breath of life, and then turn off all the cameras in the manor? After hearing the order, the men outside the door rushed in like wild horses. The so-called bodyguards under the 7 specially trained thugs had no ability to resist at all and could only watch their companions die. Li Qi knew their combat capabilities and didn't pay much attention to them. Instead, he drove straight into the central villa of the manor, with muscular men escorting them behind him. What puzzled him was that there was no light in the 3-story villa. Even if there was no surveillance, he should have gotten news of the manor's restlessness. Worried that he would take the opportunity to slip away, he kicked the door open. The large living room was incredibly quiet. When he pressed the switch of the crystal chandelier above his head, he felt a chill on his neck. You are really brave. Li Qi heard the cold voice coming from behind him and slowly raised his hand, worried that the reckless man would be completely finished if he did it. Ren Zitao's expression was extremely ferocious. He never expected that the old fox would dare to bring someone to kill him. Fortunately, his cell phone could monitor every move in the manor. Now he is still a little strange. Shouldn't it be the Thai group who is fighting with him? How could he suddenly kill here? He accurately remembers that the old fox was not so angry that he lost control in the morning. Otherwise, how could he come out intact? What was the reason that led him to do whatever it took to fix himself? Logically speaking, he should have been very considerate of the security guards and the woman's killer bodyguards. Aren't you afraid of losing everything in such a rash attack? Piles and piles of problems have surfaced, but it is obvious that this is not the time to think about them. Just solve the trouble as soon as it is delivered to your door. If he guessed correctly, the manor was already a river of blood. He knew how terrifying the old fox's men were, so he had no fear that his own bodyguard group had the numerical advantage. Go to hell. Look who this is. At the critical moment, Ren Zitao heard a roar not far away. The muscular man was searching from the top floor, so he captured the old man. The previously prosperous old chairman was now in a state of embarrassment. Wearing pajamas, he was lifted out as if he was being carried away. You cough, cough, cough. The old chairman's face was pale and bloodless, and he was coughing violently without forgetting to curse. He didn't expect this man to make such a big mistake. He pretended to be fine when asked a few hours ago. Now his head was buzzing, obviously because he was angry, not light. Give you the last chance to trade. The muscular man scolded in a hoarse voice and threw the old man aside. Seeing how frail and sickly he looked, he didn't dare to exert any force, for fear of scaring the other man to death. Fortunately, I caught this old guy as a hostage, otherwise my eldest brother would really be in danger. Even with terrifying strength and a dagger on his neck, it would be difficult to escape. After all, if you don't dare to take risks easily, your life is at stake. Trade. A disdainful sneer erupted from Ren Zitao's nostrils, and his right hand holding the dagger tightly became sweaty. What are you thinking about, you unfilial son? Let him go as soon as possible. The old chairman growled weakly, knowing that it would be difficult to save his life if he didn't let go of the situation at hand. Old guy, you also know that your disease will not get better if you continue to delay it. In this case, you should get rid of it as soon as possible. I will take care of the Renshire group. Ren Zitao raised the corners of his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing his absolute cruelty. He obviously didn't take the old man's kidnapping to heart and was already carried away by the absolute benefits. You bastard. I saw the old chairman holding his stuffy chest tightly, twitching all over, sucking in the fresh air and stammering curses. I usually knew that he did all kinds of evil, but I never expected that he didn't even keep his basic conscience in mind. I wanted to strangle that person to death, but it was a pity that it was too late. Everyone, including Li Qi, was stunned. It seemed that this kid was even more despicable and shameless than he imagined. Now he could only rely on self-help to solve the problem. His biceps swelled quietly without anyone noticing. You heartless and unfilial son, aren't you afraid of thunder and lightning from heaven? The muscular man's face was confused. After reacting, he opened his mouth and cursed. He did not consider this unexpected situation. His biological father did not pose any threat to that man. Kill or behead him as you please. Your boss must die here today. If you provoke me, you can't expect a good end. Ren Zitao's hoarse voice came out from between his teeth, and his face became extremely distorted. Now he didn't recognize any of his relatives, so no threats would have any effect. If you have something to say, just say it. If you need anything, just ask. The muscular man suppressed the anger in his chest and said in a calm tone. Even a fool could see that the kid in front of him was completely crazy. Threats with force would only intensify the opponent's crazy behavior. The old fox's fate. He responded without any hesitation and said that he was exuding evil aura. As the saying goes, the best way to catch the thief is to catch the king first. As long as he is killed, the people will be distracted, and it will be easy to deal with him when the time comes. Help, help. Suddenly, the old chairman's face slumped in pain, and he cast a pleading look. After struggling like this for 2 minutes, he lay on the ground, unable to hear normal breathing. Ren Zitao remained indifferent from the beginning to the end. He knew that the old fox would fight back immediately without the threat of a dagger. By then, he would have lost both his wife and his army. Let's end things today. From now on, we will compete fairly for the chairman of Taisher Group. Take this old guy to the hospital quickly, and maybe he can be rescued. Go to hell. The muscular man's face changed suddenly when he heard his interrupted roar, and he watched helplessly as the kid took action. At the last moment, Li Qi's figure became illusory, and he was ready to strike. He struck back with his right hand at an incredible speed. Ren Zitao did not expect that he would resist, so he directly knocked away the arm holding the dagger, and finally the dagger fell to the ground not far away. On the ground, a gleam of light burst out from the eyes of the muscular man. He seized the opportunity and pounced on him, kicking him away. Snort. He spat loudly and finally caught the kid. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed over fiercely, ready to teach the kid a lesson and let him know what it means to have a big fist with a sandbag. In desperation, Rin Zitao immediately rolled and ran towards the door. If he continued to stay here defenseless, he would be completely ruined. Hurry up and chase. Li Qi commanded in a deep voice that the boy who made such a big fuss must be arrested, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. With the evidence in hand, he reported to the security guards that he would be wanted by the whole city. Just like a rat crossing the street, he could only hide back and forth. It can be said that the plan to arrest the woman ended in failure. They increased their speed to the extreme and ran out of the villa. Looking around the empty area, no one could be found. The muscular man frowned, knowing what would happen if he was not caught. The villa is located in the center of the manor. You can't go far in such a short time, so you must search every corner around it. Li Qi gave instructions in a low voice with a gloomy face, and then started a carpet search without wasting any time. Located in a park a few hundred meters away, the team of 7 people with terrifying strength rushed towards them like tigers descending the mountain, leaving no trace of armor behind. The screams resounded in the air. The surroundings were so desolate that no one could hear them. The blood on the lawn was particularly eye-catching. No matter how fierce the old fox's men were, after all, there were so many people on the other side, there would still be countless casualties. It can be said that they were evenly matched. However, it is only a matter of time before those 7 monsters support the victory. It can be said that everyone will be stunned. Brother, this place is so big, and the person he is so familiar with is like finding a needle in a haystack. He might have already left here. Rumble. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden loud engine noise, and when he turned around, he saw a red Ferrari approaching at a speed of 200 yards per hour, hitting him head-on. FCK. The muscular man's eyes were as wide as 2 goose eggs. If he collided with him, his whole body would be broken into pieces, and he would be dead in an instant. Fortunately, there was a wide place to hide around him. His tight calf muscles burst out, and he was ejected suddenly, easily dodging the speeding sports car. Brother, that kid won't want to run away. The muscular man suddenly realized and exclaimed, if he can continue walking alive now, it is a victory. By then, he and the boss will be unable to eat and walk around. Li Qi looked at the car's shadow going away and raised his eyebrows, frowning tightly. If he really wanted to run away, he really couldn't stop him. Squeak. Just when the two of them were desperate, the harsh sound of brakes suddenly echoed in their ears not far away. Due to the inertia, the Ferrari made a handsome drift, leaving 2 black tire marks on the road. Rin Zitao clenched the steering wheel and looked at the old fox figure with red eyes. Now all his subordinates are dead. All plans have been disrupted by him. His only belief is to knock him away and kill him. As for the matter of escaping and seeking false accusations from the security guards, he had forgotten all about it. He was so angry that he had lost his ability to think rationally. He looked ahead and kept banging the accelerator. When Li Qi heard the sound of the engine, the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He could probably guess what the kid was thinking at this time, and his previous worries disappeared without a trace. Fool. The muscular man clasped his hands in front of him and muttered, relaxing his whole body. As long as he didn't run, everything would be easy. Do you really think he would be safe if he stayed in the car? Die to me. Rin Zitao roared with a ferocious expression. He stepped on the accelerator, and the exhaust pipe of the car erupted into bursts of blue flames. The muscular man looked at the speeding Ferrari and let out a chuckle. In an instant, there was a dagger in his hand. He was quite confident in his own strength. He could still kill the kid, even if there was a windshield blocking him. Catch alive. Li Qi said quietly, seeing the old chairman of the Rensure group ascending to heaven. He couldn't help but become interested in their huge wealth. What? Hearing the elder brother's orders, he stood there in a daze. What's the point of keeping him? That kid was also very cunning. He was afraid that raising a tiger would affect his future plans, so it would be better to kill him directly. He gritted his teeth and put away the dagger at the last moment, just like a bullfight, keeping Rin Zitao spinning in circles. Oh. Rin Zitao was so angry that he threw his head up and roared, venting all his grievances on the steering wheel. Unfortunately, no matter what, he could not change the situation in front of him. Through the rearview mirror, I saw a dozen strong men in black walking slowly with blood all over their bodies. From a distance, I realized that they were the subordinates of the old fox. It was obvious that I was completely defeated. At this time, he gradually realized that he would end up here if he continued to use up the energy. He turned the steering wheel fiercely and stepped on the accelerator. You still want to run now? It's too late. The muscular man laughed evilly, and in the next second he threw out the sharp dagger, stabbing the tire accurately. In an instant, it flattened, and the speed of the car plummeted, taking the opportunity to dispose of the other 3 tires. The Ferrari engine made a roaring sound, and thick smoke came out from the center of the car. Even if the accelerator was depressed, it would not move. It could be said that it was a useless car now. Keep pretending? The muscular man snorted coldly, which could be regarded as a fierce vent, and then surrounded Ren Zitao, the main driver, in the center. When the subordinates saw the eldest brother, they all looked at him and approached aggressively, preparing to pull the boy out forcefully. I am the chairman of Rinshire Group. How dare you? You're bullshit now. Maybe the old man just has a chance to live, but it's a pity that you, a heartless guy, cut off your last path. Before he could finish speaking, he hit him with a heavy punch. If the old chairman hadn't passed away yet, he might have been able to save the situation, but it was a pity that he had lost his family. Ren Zitao, with a bruised nose and swollen face, was kneeling there pitifully. After just a few twists and turns, his eyes were hollow, and he was in a state of depression. He was probably doubting his life. Take him away. Li Qi felt a twinge of pain in his heart when he saw that there were only a dozen thugs left. It was his final comfort that the 7 thugs had not lost anything. Brother, why did we take that kid away? If the security team finds out, we are asking for trouble. The muscular man asked in confusion. He really couldn't understand the reason why his elder brother did this. It would be better to just solve it and be done with it. Ren's group is the leading enterprise in this city. Now that the chairman is dead, that guy is in our hands. All the property belongs to us. Li Qi raised his eyebrows and responded in a low voice, with a smile of success appearing in the corner of his eyes. He did not expect such an unexpected gain. This huge amount is enough for them to live happily for half a lifetime. In addition, Taylor can be said to have become rich overnight by generating profits. Even though there were countless casualties among his subordinates, the Thai group was able to deal with the killer, and the others were just brats, so there was no need to worry too much. Brother, that kid will definitely not cooperate. The muscular man worriedly said, It is indeed a great thing, but it is not easy to eat such a big pie. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, but Ren Zitao will surely capture his wealth. Li Qi waved his hand casually, and a new plan came to his mind. The Rinshire group was bound to win. According to reliable information, the manor in the suburbs was bloodbathed last night, with numerous casualties inside. It is understood that it is the residence of the chairman and his son of the Rinshire group. The old chairman's body has been found. There is no news about the young master so far. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the whole city became lively. The explosive news spread throughout the streets and alleys, and people jumped out to join in the fun. Rinshire Group is a well-known leading enterprise, and problems with its top managers instantly make headlines on major platforms. The luxurious manor was surrounded by major media. The security team immediately blocked it and cleaned up the messy scene as quickly as possible. The provincial paparazzi spread rumors wantonly to affect the mood of the people. Many managers came here. After all, problems in the leading group may greatly affect the city's finance, which is much more troublesome than imagined. As the leader of the Thai group, of course the old man had to come forward. He was surprised in his heart that everything happened so suddenly, and had a premonition that it was caused by that kid secretly causing trouble. City Center Security Bureau. Captain Chun, all 50 cameras in the manor were cut off at 1:10 in the morning. The other party must have had a premeditated plan. Nothing else was found at the scene except daggers, which means both sides used cold weapons during the melee. One of them is the bodyguard group of the Ren group, and the other has not been investigated yet. From the total number of people, it can be seen that their strength is terrifying. Chun-Lin nodded secretly after hearing the report. She was not surprised at all when faced with such an unbelievable thing, as if she had expected it. I had long heard that boy say that he had been very uneasy in the past few days. The other group of men in black were from illegal organizations, and he did not choose to tell others for fear of affecting Zhang Bufang's plan. She rushed towards the scene of the incident calmly. After all, she had to come forward to solve the problem because of her identity, so she could gain a more detailed insight into the situation. Urga's first reaction after receiving the news was the same, with his mouth wide open and his face full of disbelief. He clearly remembered that Brother Fong said last night that the illegal organization was very busy and that it was unexpected to make such a big noise, so he hurried out and left. Five-star hotel in city center. Li Qi, who had been up all night, was a little tired. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts, and he was lying on the boss's chair with a worried look on his face. Brother, things are getting worse and worse. Even the superior leaders are alerted. The security forces are sure to search every residence in the city. What should we do? The muscular man was as restless as an ant on a hot pot. He had just hid the kid and was about to take a nap when he heard all kinds of headlines. How could he sleep in a leisurely and elegant manner? If any imperfect handling leaves any traces in the manor, and the security team discovers it and launches an all-round investigation on them, the situation will be in danger. The city is so big, even if it is really searched, it will be from the outside to the inside. By the time we have some time, the chairman of Taisher Group will have evacuated long ago. Li Qi murmured with Zhonghua in his mouth and explained that it was not yet time to reach the point of desperation. The most important thing at the moment was to stay calm. Panic would only make things more chaotic. Brother, when are you going to take action? There is a serious shortage of men under your command. Everyone is keeping an eye on the surroundings. If this continues, the brothers will be tired and prone to making mistakes. The muscular man reminded him. Hearing his eldest brother complain about his anxiety, he gradually calmed down. Looking back on what happened at the manor last night, he didn't expect anything to be missed. In the case of an incident where there is no evidence, the security team is also confused and cannot take immediate action. By the time something is discovered, they will have already fled, so there is no need to worry yet. Maybe this is one of the few good opportunities, and the security party will focus all their attention on it, and they can do things unscrupulously on their own side. Let everyone take a good rest for 2 days to recuperate, and we will take final action to end the final battle probably the day after tomorrow. Li Qi ordered in a low voice. Now is the time when the limelight is at its peak, so he should wait until this period of time passes before taking action. There will be all kinds of explosive headlines to block him. As for the Rinshire Group, there is no need to worry. After all, it is rumored that the young chairman is just missing. All business must be normal. I believe that the security team will intervene to prevent riots. When the time is right, he threatens Ren Zitao to transfer all his property to his own account, and he escapes before the security party can react. More than a dozen people were divided into 5 teams, and I kept an eye on that kid every day. If he found an opportunity to slip away, he would be completely finished. The muscular man nodded solemnly when he heard his elder brother's serious scolding. He must not let his guard down at the critical moment, otherwise he would pay the price with his life. I can understand Big Brother's plan. The current state is to rest and recuperate, and always pay attention to the outside situation. In 2 days, it will be a blockbuster. Oh, I'll go. The sweet dream was suddenly awakened by severe pain. When he opened his eyes, he saw Taylor's fierce look, which he couldn't accept for a while. It's still early, I'll sleep a little longer. The sound of snoring came from the head. When Taylor saw Zhang Bufang's virtue, his face suddenly dropped. He picked up the cactus next to him and smashed it over without politeness. Are you crazy? Zhang Bufang roared, fired his bow and roared angrily. His whole back was red from being stabbed. This woman is really vicious. If you make any more noise, I'll cut off your tongue. Seeing Taylor gritting his teeth, a chill rose up his back, and finally he shut his mouth obediently, forcing people to lower their heads under the eaves. Brother Fong, something big happened. Urga Chun rushed over nonstop, yelling as soon as he entered the door, which was seriously inconsistent with the killer's steady image. Isn't it just that Ren Zitao is missing? Zhang Bufang waved his hands indifferently and yawned. He stood up and stretched comfortably. He didn't feel any emotion after hearing such breaking news. Brother Fong, how do you know? Urgu opened his mouth wide and said in surprise. Even Taylor was stunned there. The snoring was louder than thunder. He must have just woken up. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that a sly fortune teller had already guessed it. What's the current situation? The old chairman of the Rinshire Group is dead, Ren Zitao is missing, and all his bodyguards are dead. I know why he did what he did before. He wanted to use the conflict between us and the illegal organization to consume the strength of both parties. Then he will bring the bodyguard group. Come out and clean up the mess. It seems that the battle was very fierce yesterday. I should have known better to join in the fun. When Zhang Bufang heard Ergu's report, he sighed and said, if he had appeared at the scene yesterday, it would have been a very exciting situation. He looked carefree and didn't care about it at all. It was obvious that they focused on very different things. Taylor and Taylor were confused about things before suddenly realizing it, and their expressions were serious and solemn. A few days ago, I asked you to prepare to annex the Rinshur group. How is the plan? Everything that needs to be done has been done. Hearing that question, he rolled his eyes angrily. It couldn't be that simple to annex a group, let alone one that was more powerful than himself. When I heard him say this, he didn't pay too much attention to it from beginning to end. He just said a few perfunctory words, thinking that those were all fantasy and it was impossible to accomplish. Then why are you waiting for such a good opportunity? Act quickly, Zhang Bufang urged unhappily. Are you still in the mood to torture yourself? I believe that after the annexation, the strength of Taishur Group will reach new breakthroughs. What about the house? Although the old chairman is dead, Rin Zitao is usually in charge. He seems to be incapable of doing good things, but he actually has a talent for business. So as long as Rin Zitao is here, the Rin Group will not be in any crisis. If you act rashly, the other party will catch the opportunity and beat you up. Taylor responded unceremoniously, telling him all the pros and cons in a lengthy argument, simply saying that he wanted him to understand and stop thinking that everything was simple. Zhang Bufang did not make any response, but dialed Qin Lin's phone with an expressionless face. After a few rings, someone answered. The old chairman was diagnosed by the forensic doctor as having an acute heart attack and died. The scene of Rin Zitao's disappearance showed that he was kidnapped. However, we announced that he had been found to avoid causing unrest. Dududu. Hello. I won't even say thank you. When Qin Lin heard the voice coming from the phone's microphone, she opened her mouth and cursed. She had gone through all the trouble and risk to tip him off, and this was her attitude. Sister Chun, who did you call just now? Haid and Chun he came over and asked with expectant faces. Brother Fong was the only one who could make the captain of the security team so moved. Is it Brother Fong? Let's go? Stay where it's cool. Looking at the smiling faces of the two boys in front of him, he glared and cursed in annoyance. He still needed to be careful at the last minute, lest they say anything in vain and all their previous efforts would be wasted. I know that there are many groups, large and small, that are eyeing this piece of fat sheep. Their taboo is when the missing Rin Zitao will come back. In the past, there were always people who couldn't bear to shadow the Rin group. By then, the wolf will get more meat than the share. Not much. Although we are the leading enterprises in this city, there is no need to be so afraid. Without leadership, no matter how large a group is, it will be in disarray. I dare to tell you now that Rin Zitao will not come back. Let's take action now. Zhang Bufang hung up the phone and reasoned calmly. Why he didn't grasp the gossip carefully, because he could use the security party to know the gossip. She had long guessed that Rin Zitao had been taken away by an illegal organization, and she was worried that she would not believe it and contacted Qin Lin specifically. This was the purpose of the call just now. After Zhang Bufang spoke in one breath, he stared at Taylor. All his concerns were clearly explained. When will he wait if he doesn't move now? After hearing this, Taylor chose to remain silent, his brows knitted together and his face solemn, and he began to seriously consider the matter in his mind and outline the grand plan. It is indeed a good opportunity to hear what that kid said. In a few days, other groups will definitely emerge. With the leader, others will swarm in. By then, they will not get much benefit. They can only watch this. The fat sheep were divided up. The Rinshur group has other shareholders, and they must be prepared to take precautions, including taking this matter very seriously, and the leaders will definitely intervene. There will definitely be various difficulties in taking action, and there is no turning back when drawing the bow. Even if there is an accident, we have to hold on. It is very likely that the Taishur group will be implicated. Taylor raised his eyebrows and analyzed in a deep voice. He had just learned that the boy was not joking about annexing the Rin group, so he began to seriously consider the degree of danger. Risk and reward are often directly proportional. Zhang Bufang responded quietly, sitting leisurely on the sofa drinking tea and chatting. Could it be that Rinshire Group shares fell from the sky? Taylor gritted her teeth, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. She understood the situation in advance before all the group bosses. How could she be willing to take a piece of the pie? Taisher Group currently ranks second in the city's ranking, but the financial resources of the other groups behind it are not that different. I believe that it will eat up this fat sheep in an instant, and its various resources will be greatly reduced. Chairman, Brother Fong is right. This is a society of the jungle, where the brave will starve to death and the timid will starve to death. The more time passes, the more difficult it becomes. Take advantage of it when it is not expected. Urgu reminded him in a serious tone as well. Although he didn't understand business intrigues that much, he still understood the basic principles of social survival. It is not impossible to annex the Rinshire Group. First, we need to hold enough shares to be able to speak with weight. Even though the Taisher Group's assets now exceed tens of billions, it cannot all be used to do such risky things. After all, it still needs operations. How much does it cost? Zhang Bufang heard what he meant and interrupted to ask. He understood the so-called financial difficulties. The value of Rinshire Group's shares as a leading enterprise must be more terrifying than imagined. I don't know the exact number, but I don't think I can get it without 1 billion. Taylor murmured. How could such a huge sum be produced at once? Raising funds was just the beginning of the plan. All kinds of difficult problems would come as planned, and it was inevitable that he would give up. I have about tens of millions in my hands now. I can take it out at any time if necessary. Urgu approached him with a wink, and his expression was sincere. He still had some savings after being in the killer organization for such a long time. It's okay, let me figure it out myself. Who knows whether these banknotes will be wasted? It is impossible to use other people's money for no reason. We can only face it bravely, and the result can only be luck. The password is 6 zeros. Zhang Bufang handed over a pure black gold-plated bank card without saying much, and did not bother to reveal the withdrawal password. The money in it is enough for you. If you can't spend it all and return it, it will be all my property. He had been generous and domineering just now, and when he saw Taylor taking it indifferently, his facial expression suddenly changed, his nose burst into tears, and he said miserably, and his whole heart was bleeding. Go away. How much money can you have? Taylor rolled his eyes angrily and cursed. Thank God for his idle behavior and his savings of more than 4 digits. When he saw the gold-plated black bank card, he was stunned. His mocking smile froze completely, as if he had seen something incredible. Taylor, who is well-informed, is very aware of how precious this bank card is. There are only 10 cards in the world, which shows how outrageous their status is. As the chairman of the Fortune 500, she is not qualified to do it, and she is increasingly confused. Understand that the young people in front of you are unreliable. I picked up the bank card on Chinlu Yazi. Is there any problem? Zhang Bufang blinked his eyes and pretended to be confused. He clearly remembered the origin of this black card. It was forced upon him by the old man above the Black Eagle organization. I knew you didn't have that ability. Taylor snorted and mocked. The tattered surface really looked like something picked up. After all, the owner who symbolized absolute identity would definitely keep it properly. Who would know that the truth is that Zhang Bufang randomly stuffed it into his trouser pocket and often tossed it around in the washing machine. In the impression, he threw it away many times and was always sent to it respectfully. Taylor's eyes burst out with 2 gleams of light, and his face showed an expression of determination to win. He would try no matter what, always remembering that efforts are directly proportional to gains. Brother Fong, what do I need to do next? Do I need to talk about the personal bodyguard mission? I see. Urga nodded and hurriedly followed. He must not take it lightly at the last moment. Thai group. What? Sister Taylor, it's too risky to do that. Don't be blinded by the benefits. It's probably Rin Zitao's conspiracy. Guantong's mouth opened wide with disbelief on his face. This decision was too childish. If you don't pay attention, you will lose a lot. Sister Taylor, regardless of our funds, or... Don't worry, I know what's going on. Taylor patted Xiaodong's shoulder heavily and comforted her, understanding that she had such a big reaction. If he didn't understand it so thoroughly, he would definitely not do this. Okay then, what is Sister Taylor's plan? Guantong hesitated to speak, but finally sighed helplessly. He could see that the other party had the belief that he must do what he wanted to do. No matter how he tried to persuade him now, it would have no effect at all. First, help me check how much money is in this bank card. Black card, Xiaodong exclaimed, knowing clearly what it meant. She had seen so many big names following Sister Taylor, but this was still the first time she saw him. Taylor immediately entered the situation. He first needed to understand how many shares each shareholder of Rincher Group held, and must find a suitable breakthrough point. 5 minutes later, Sister Taylor, after checking, there are billions of RMB in it. Whose bank card is this? Guantong was not too surprised by the numbers inside. The identity of the owner of the black card was mysterious and terrifying, but he was curious about how it fell into the hands of Sister Taylor. The important thing was that he also knew the password. What? While at work, Taylor suddenly raised his head when he heard the amount and exclaimed in surprise, "These billions are working capital that can be withdrawn at any time." It turns out that the owner of this bank card is Zhang Bafong, who is young and does nothing all day long. How did he get so much money? Sister Taylor, who does this black card belong to? A friend, act quickly. Taylor waved her hands casually and explained vaguely that the real situation of the boy could not be revealed until now. Everything was planned step by step, and the billions of working capital were her crazy capital. Guantong nodded in a daze, not having much time to dig into the details. The annexation of the Rincher Group was a top priority, and there must be no oversight. The main reason for success is to catch the enemy unawares. The best opportunity is to take action when everyone is still confused just after the incident happened. Therefore, the entire plan was carried out in secret. There was no airtight wall under the sky. Except for the employees of the finance department who could be used, other employees knew nothing about it, let alone the major shareholders. I believe that these guys who were just waiting to die would never allow this. Guantong took a huge sum of money and began to acquire Rincher Group shares on a small scale, and no one was aware of their actions. Brother, the boy is awake, but his mental state is a little depressed. The muscular man stepped forward and reported the truth. Perhaps it was because he was so frustrated that Ren Zitao was in a coma for 9 hours before slowly waking up. Li Qi nodded calmly, got up and walked slowly with a cigarette in the corner of his mouth. He was worried that Ren Zitao would escape and huddled in a fully enclosed toilet with handcuffs, and his men were watching the door at all times. Master Ren, let's have something to eat. He threw the lunchbox on the ground casually and said with a sinister smile. Now that he thinks back to what this kid did, he gets angry. Otherwise, the woman would have gotten it a long time ago, and why would he have done so many things? You won't be able to dance for long. When Ren Zitao saw that familiar figure, he suddenly raised his head and laughed, his face extremely ferocious. His eyes filled with a fierce and angry look, and his teeth were gritting loudly. In my heart, I hate the old fox to the extreme. Such a perfect plan was completely disrupted like this, and it also caused me to lose the Rin Group. I couldn't even think about getting over it after putting myself in such an embarrassing situation. You're tired of living, aren't you? When the muscular man saw that he dared to be so arrogant and cursed, he grabbed his collar and violently kicked him up, killing him in a matter of minutes. You have the ability to kill me. Do you really think you succeeded? Wake up. Before he finished speaking angrily, he felt the burning pain on the right side of his face. As he sat there, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Even so, he did not give in at all. The angry young master Ren Zitao no longer had the words greed for life and fear of death in his mind. He now had a clear goal, which was to lure the old fox into trouble before he died. In his heart, the old fox was in a half-dead state. After that fierce battle, even if his entire bodyguard group was wiped out, I'm sure the other side would also have suffered a lot of losses. Master Ren, please be patient. Your reasons have delayed me a lot. Although the number of men under my command has decreased sharply, the ones left behind are all elite soldiers. If there is no one named Zhang, it will not be difficult to capture an unarmed woman. Li Qi clasped his hands in front of his body and said with a smile, his whole body exuding a squeamish aura, it would be easier to just kill this kid, and he would torture him severely. What do you want? Just to show off to me? A disdainful sneer erupted from Ren Zitao's nostrils, and he tried his best to prevent the old fox from succeeding. He was indeed confused about the real reason why he was arrested. Ren's group is the leading enterprise in this city. Now that your father dies, wouldn't it mean that he is left with property? Haven't you ever heard of greedy snakes swallowing elephants? Be careful if you eat too much, and you will be starved to death. You don't need to worry about this, Master Ren. I just need all the cash that the finance department can come up with. I'm not interested in the so-called shares. I can just wait for you to go out and get it done in a few days. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Li Qi's mouth, and he ordered quietly, without any discussion in his tone, obviously not giving him any extra choice. The chairman of Taisher Group ran away after he got it, and the priceless shares were nothing more than scrap metal to him. The condition is to let me go when the time comes. It's just a matter of some money. As long as I return to the group, everything will be solved. Ren Zitao's eyes kept moving up and down, and a hint of cunning flashed past him. He pretended to think for a few minutes, and then murmured a response. His expression of embarrassment and anger disappeared in an instant. Then I hope we can have a happy cooperation. Li Qi extended his right hand enthusiastically and said with a smile, but it's a pity that Ren Zitao didn't give him face, so he spread his hands and didn't care at all. Stay here for me. If you let me discover any tricks, you will bear the consequences. The muscular man pointed at his nose and threatened angrily. Ren Zitao buried his head in eating his lunch and ignored it. Now that he thought about his new plan, he had to conserve his energy. He was dressed in tatters and wore an international brand name, and with a gray face, no one would have thought that he was the famous prince. The difference from an hour ago was that he was radiating light again. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a good gentleman to take revenge. It doesn't matter how long he endures for a few days in order to get his money back with profits. He will definitely seize this opportunity to finally turn the tide of the war. You want to make more money by killing my bodyguards. What are you dreaming about? When you leave the place where you are imprisoned, report the crime to the security team as soon as possible. As for Taylor's secret, it will only last a long time, and you must let out this bad breath now. Brother, I always feel that that boy is not so kind. Is he planning something else? We should be more cautious. The muscular man walked up to him with small steps and whispered in a low voice. He had learned from previous mistakes that the boy was very cunning, especially when his emotions were so different just now. He suspected that he was planning something else. Now that he is nothing, what kind of storm can he cause? Li Qi waved his hand indifferently. He was under surveillance 24 hours a day. Without communication tools, he could not contact the outside world. He waited for a lot of money to be in his pocket before killing him. But, if you have time, take a look at your surroundings and report anything strange at any time. Seeing his worried look, he patted his shoulder and comforted him with sincerity. As the saying goes, if you are bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the well rope for 10 years. Because that guy lost a lot of his men, if Zhang declares failure in this plan, maybe the goddess of luck will come and everything will go smoothly. In desperation, the strong man walked out the door and patrolled around the hotel. It seemed that all the patrolling personnel had disappeared and seemed to be busy with the affairs of the Ren group. Zhang Bufang, who was staying alone in the villa, put on his disguise, went out, and drove his humble Volkswagen toward the manor of Ren's father and son, where the incident occurred. From afar, I saw a bunch of neatly dressed middle-aged people discussing something. Even Chen Lin, the captain of the security team, didn't have a chance to interrupt. It seemed that they were all handled by upper-level leaders. After all, the 500-strong Ren group has been implicated in the finance of the entire province, so it has attracted the attention of various people. The purpose of coming here today is them. Chen Lin, who was a little distracted, suddenly noticed the blonde woman sneaking around in her car. Worried that she was related to the conspiracy of the Ren group, she took out the transmitter and crept closer to her. Raise your hands. Otherwise, you're welcome. Chen Lin scolded in a low voice with a hoarse voice. Although she had wavy blonde hair, she looked like a big man from her sturdy back and waist. Feeling more and more suspicious and strange, I held the Desert Eagle with the trigger tightly in my hand and aimed at the back of the opponent's head with the cold and dark wooden mouth. If he dared to make any weird move, he would be sent to the sky. I order you to turn around now. Seeing the unresponsive opponent, he continued to growl, and his muscles tensed up, ready to deal with unexpected events at any time. Sister, we are old acquaintances. Put down the transmitter first. If the wooden warehouse catches fire, you will be completely dead. Zhang Bufang responded with a pinched voice. Is this stupid woman's brain caught in the door? If things get serious, she will be exposed, so she doesn't dare to look back easily. Stop messing around here. If you don't raise your hands, we will launch. After working for so many years, I have seen all kinds of cunning gangsters. This strange guy in front of me is just making a fool of himself and kills him in an instant when he is not paying attention. Sister, you have to talk like this so that you can't listen. Bang sound. The sound of a huge wooden warehouse echoed in the air. Zhang Bufang's eyes widened with a dull look on his face. He was lucky that he reacted quickly enough, otherwise he would have become a dead man now. He watched helplessly as the single head of the bow scraped across his scalp and the back of his head popped out. Breaks of cold sweat. When did this woman become so aggressive? She almost reported it to the Lord of Hell, but when she noticed a strange movement not far away, she hid in a flash. Sister Chun, what happened? Heidi and the others heard the sound of the wooden barn and hurried over with small steps. They looked around and didn't find any trouble. It's nothing more than a fire in the wooden warehouse. I woke up feeling very unwell this morning and may have a fever. You guys are here to protect me, and I'll go back to rest for a while. Chun-Lin's face was pale, and she pretended to be weak and waved her hands. Because the identities of people from the province were not that simple and needed layers of protection to prevent sneak attacks. But it was of little use for her to stay here. Leave this place to us, and you can go back as soon as possible. The confused two people watched the butt of the car disappear from a distance, and the transmitter misfired? Would Sister Chin make such a stupid mistake? She turned around and left without much thought. You must have done it on purpose. People with makeup are neither human nor ghosts. If it is at night, you must scare them to the ground. Chen-Lin, who was in the driver's seat, opened her mouth and cursed. She looked completely different from her weak appearance just now. She had no choice but to do this in order to hide the guy. How can I, an old man, know how to put on makeup? I just told you that my own people were firing randomly and almost died. Zhang Bufang rolled his eyes angrily and pulled off the fake hood. His whole face looked as if it had been coated with flour, which was indeed scary. Uffed. I couldn't help laughing when I saw that makeup, and a long-lost smile filled my mouth. Although we kept in touch, we hadn't seen each other for a long time. What's the point of traveling thousands of miles to come here to find me? Of course I miss you. Go away, you idiot. If you don't talk about business, believe it or not, come back to Yimakang. Chen-Lin's face suddenly turned red after hearing this. This was the first time she met such a shy security team captain. I just want to ask you where those chattering old guys came from. Zhang Bufang stopped playing around and lit a cigarette and murmured. They are all sent by their superiors to study the affairs of the Rin group. Their backgrounds are very scary. Don't do whatever you want. I'm just looking for excitement when I'm free. I just want to know something. As the saying goes, you'll learn as you go. Don't even think about trying to trick them. Chen-Lin was completely helpless when she saw that careless guy. She repeatedly warned him that she was afraid that he would make him angry. Besides, the leaders of various departments had not done anything despicable and shameless, so she finally chose to introduce them one by one. Zhang Bufang, who leisurely crossed his legs, edited the name of the most powerful person into a text message and sent it to an unknown phone number. Meeting room on the top floor of Rinshire Group. We are all shareholders of the group. We already know the news of the death of the old chairman. The most important thing now is to find a leader to replace him to prevent the group from suffering any losses. The middle-aged man sitting in a prominent position at the front raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly with a smirk on his face that he was the former personal butler of the old chairman. Who are you? Besides, Dong Rin is taking care of everything up and down, and you just disappeared briefly to seek power and usurp the throne. Rin Zitao's personal secretary responded unceremoniously. He didn't even react to the suddenness of the matter. He had just opened his eyes and received such explosive information. He knew nothing about the real situation inside. Please pay attention to your words. I also want to announce something for the sake of the group. Before the old chairman died of illness last night, he handed over all his shares to me. The butler smiled evilly and threw the share transfer document with white text on the black paper on the table and sat down in the original chairman's position without any courtesy. As a butler, he must be nearby around the clock. In fact, he could see everything that happened last night as it was hidden in the corner. In the end, the old fox and the muscular man went to chase Rin Zitao, and he was the only one left in the villa. In fact, he could have used medicine to save the old chairman who had a heart attack. As he had already planned it, he took out the share transfer document and forced the other party to press his fingerprints. The old chairman who did not take medicine died completely. The plan that he had planned for many years was finally realized. From the moment I learned that the old chairman was ill, I had evil thoughts in my heart. I couldn't resist the temptation of the Rinshire group and began to look for opportunities. I never expected that the God-given opportunity could be easily obtained without having to take action on my own. How is that possible? It seems that he had a premeditated plan. Noisy discussions echoed in the air in the conference room. Everyone knew that the estate of the Rin family and his son had been massacred, so how could they have the leisure and elegance to sign the share transfer document, which must be fishy? Fart. You, a butler, want to take advantage of the situation and take charge of the Rinshire group? What are you dreaming about? Stop foreign trade cooperation during this period and wait until Director Rin comes to make a decision. Rin Zitao's personal secretary narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, his identity is well known and his words still carry a certain weight. I believe that the old fox kidnapped Rendong and went to find him in the afternoon to escape, hoping to rescue him at all costs. You are a sincere dog, but it's a pity that the young chairman won't be here for a while. Why are you so arrogant when the master is not here? A disdainful chuckle erupted from the housekeeper's nostrils. He saw with his own eyes how he could be put back after being captured, and the fox's tail was completely exposed. You are looking for death. Rin Zitao's personal secretary died after taking pictures of the crime. His face turned red. He never expected that he would be in charge of the overall situation. What is annoying is that he did not have any thugs under his command. What's going on? You still want to take action? If I remember correctly, all the so-called Master Rin's bodyguards were killed last night. Ha ha ha. The butler was very arrogant and raised his head and laughed loudly. He waved his hand casually, and the strong man behind him handed him a cigar. It can be said that he rose up overnight. Major shareholders can confirm the authenticity of the share transfer document. If the old chairman hadn't left in a hurry, he would have announced it. The butler puffed out thick smoke indifferently, waved his hands casually, and exclaimed with fake emotion, without any sadness on his face. According to the law, the heirs are immediate relatives. Xinyu will never be able to recover. Let's wait for the security party to deal with it. Young man, you are too naive. The whole city has heard about Rin Zitao and Rin Zitao. The old chairman is worried that the group will be corrupted and transferred to me. Is there any problem? With the contract in hand, what do you need to worry about? You can go ahead and do it, but you have to remind me that it won't end well if you piss me off. The housekeeper's previous gentleness was wiped away, and a bright light burst out from his pupils, and he threatened in a cold voice. If he wants to truly control the Ren group, he must get rid of this scourge, so to speak, reorganize it. The veins on the neck of the personal secretary were bulging, and his hands were clenched tightly, and his whole body was shaking. He was obviously very angry. No matter how much money or force he had, he couldn't overcome it now. It could be said that the broken teeth would have to be swallowed hard. Several other shareholders discussed in low voices, obviously very unhappy with him. Do you still want to rise to the top? You know what kind of character Rendong is. Even though Rin Zitao is a little bit arrogant, the management of the group is obvious to all. The Rinshire group will never perish in the hands of the young master, and will even develop better and better. I believe the old chairman has the same idea. Although I didn't have any shares before, I now own the most, so I speak with absolute authority. Now start buying shares at high prices. As long as we cooperate, we will be friends. I also value love and justice and will never treat my brothers badly. The butler stretched comfortably and murmured, if you want to have absolute say, you need more shares. Do you really think everyone is stupid? The personal secretary snorted, to be so upright and win people's hearts. It seems that this old guy is suitable to be a henchman. So what if he holds great power? In this case, we can only use coercive measures. I saw the corner of his mouth raised with a sinister smile, and he waved his hands casually. A large number of strong men poured into the conference room, preparing to use force to force them to sign the contract. Anyway, all the security guards' attention was elsewhere, and no one paid attention to the Rinshire group. This was his capital of arrogance, and he summoned many thugs for such a long time. It is not difficult to run a group in his mind. First, make shareholders his puppets, and secondly, win over employees, believing that higher wages will make them willing to work hard. This is also to prevent Rin Zitao from suddenly coming back. There is nothing to fear if he holds an absolutely large number of shares, and he will directly crush the little brat in the end. What are you going to do? Everyone was stunned there and didn't realize what was going on. They didn't expect that the other party would be so aggressive. The contract is ready. Just sign it and get out. I just gave you the opportunity to get money. You can't blame me if you don't take advantage of it. The butler said in an evil voice, with his hands folded in front of him, as if he was very satisfied with his plan. The Rin group will soon be in his pocket. Click sound. Oh, it's quite lively. Taylor opened the door and saw an interested face in the situation in front of her. She didn't expect that the Rin group would be fighting within the group, but it did no harm to her at all, and even helped her in disguise. Now, the Rinshire group can be said to be a no-no-no zone, so there is no need to be sneaky and straighten up to make acquisitions. What are you doing here? The personal secretary frowned and said solemnly, because Rindong has always had evil thoughts about the Taishir group, and now he feels guilty about tit-for-tat face-to-face. Even the housekeeper is full of questions. What does she mean by coming here? In the impression, the chairman has no close connection with Taishir group. I remember that cooperation with your group ended long ago. Can't you come and take care of me? After all, Rin Zitao is still my savior. Taylor responded eccentrically, showing off the fierceness of a strong businesswoman and taking control of the situation in an instant. I just want to get a piece of the pie, so why are you pretending to be so noble? Save your energy and use it for business. The housekeeper scolded in a low voice, guessing what the woman was thinking. She was indeed a famous strong woman, and she could react faster than anyone else. He was so anxious because he was worried that if he continued to delay, he would be attacked by wolves. At that time, he would be outnumbered and would have no choice but to give up the Rin group. I want to annex the Rinshire group, Taylor said softly, his tone revealing firm determination. He came here this time and did not want to go back empty-handed. Haha, are you invited by the monkey to make fun of us? There are still disputes among our internal staff, so it's your turn to manage it. The housekeeper laughed loudly, but he could only say that she was too naive, as if she had snatched the valuable Rin group with her empty hands just by opening her mouth. I am also a shareholder of Rinshire Group. Taylor threw out a contract, and with strong financial strength, it was much easier to acquire. It was not a small sum to hoard all the miscellaneous shares in a few hours. Because of the impact of the breaking news in the morning, the acquisition of shares was very smooth. After all, no one knows what the next step will be, so it is indeed a good choice to take action as soon as possible. It turns out to be you. The butler's face suddenly changed, his eyes widened. He glared at the other person, gritted his teeth, and roared. He went to buy everyone's small amount of shares early in the morning, and was surprised to find that all of them had been bought. He thought it was a shareholder, but unexpectedly, he had eaten them all by himself. Are you crazy? How can Taishir Group still operate after spending so much money to buy shares? Get out of here if you don't let me destroy it backhand. What nonsense am I talking about the acquisition of the Rinshire Group now? Just set a price. Forget that you don't have the right at all. Then sell your shares to me, and I will arrange a good position for you when the time comes. Taylor's mood did not fluctuate at all after hearing the other party's cruel words. Instead, he continued the acquisition plan. If the capital chain was broken, Tai Group would be really in danger, but it was a pity that he did not use a penny of the group's money. Why are you so arrogant? The housekeeper's face turned red with anger, and his perfect plan was interrupted by the woman who suddenly came to kill him. If he dared to rush over confidently, he must have taken precautions, and besides, he didn't have the ability to really threaten the other party. According to your wishes, whoever holds the most shares will have the absolute right to speak. Now that we are evenly matched, I can certainly compete for the Rinshire Group. Taylor showed no fear from the beginning to the end when she came alone. She was able to overcome difficulties with ease, and her momentum in the face of all the veteran shareholders continued to grow. In an instant, the conference room seemed to be her world. The housekeeper had never been exposed to business before and had no idea what the routines were. Therefore, the situation changed in an instant, and he was speechless. He did not know how to respond next. If you have nothing to say, just sign. Taylor smiled evilly and took out the contract he carried with him. He originally thought that the Ren group would have a few powerful characters, but he didn't expect that they would all be gangsters, and a butler would stir up trouble. Don't worry. The personal secretary next to him suddenly stood up and yelled, and saw him signing the housekeeper contract and pressing his fingerprints. It's a lie that he is Ren Zitao's confidant for so long. He knows the distribution situation of Ren Group very well. The old chairman holds about 25%, and dozens of senior leaders hold 35%. The remaining 40% is all in the hands of Rendong. Now the total shares of the conference room owners are about 60%, most of which are in the hands of the steward and Taylor, and the rest are in the hands of other shareholders. Now he holds more shares than anyone here. The personal secretary spread his hands and said quietly with an expressionless face. The butler's face was filled with joy when he saw that things had turned around, proving once again that the goddess of luck fell on him. Hurry up and go home and take a shower. As for handing over the shares in your hands as soon as possible, otherwise you will face pressure from the city's leading companies. The butler leisurely picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He was obviously in a good mood. It seemed that the guy knew what was going on. Taylor saw their every move with a smile on his face, without even frowning, as if he still had some special moves that he hadn't used yet. The personal secretary must have his own reasons for doing this. He firmly believes that Dongren can come back. If all the shares fall into the hands of that woman, the group will probably be shattered soon. Any fool can see that the butler is a man who loves money. Even though he is very young and a newbie in the business world, in his mind, he is invincible if he has the shares. In the eyes of outsiders, the old guy was mentally retarded. It was a good idea to store the shares with him. Once Dongren came back, he could easily get them back with a little trickery, so he chose to do this. Tisk, TSK, the idea is very good, but he is just an adu who can't help him. Taylor looked at his personal secretary and shook his head helplessly and said with sincerity, if it were Ren Zitao who was a cunning fox, he would have no chance of winning. But now the situation is very different. Papa. After gently clapping their palms, the silent shareholders stood up as if they were suddenly possessed and took the initiative to sign the contract and hand it over. If Chairman Tai needs anything, just ask him. Several people said in unison. The butler and personal secretary opened their mouths and were completely confused. They couldn't understand what was happening now. According to your wishes, I am the boss of the Ren Group now. Taylor sneered. He had already bought them all with money, and the shareholders secretly called to notify them of this meeting. There are more than enough RMB in that black card. To put it simply, if you have money and willfulness, you can achieve success by being fully prepared. You've all been kicked in the head by a donkey. Why are your elbows still turned outwards? I'll pay double the price that woman offers. The housekeeper roared at the top of his lungs, spittle flying all over the air. His face turned purple from holding back. How could he be willing to admit defeat after so long preparations? Everyone will get out of here when Dongren comes back. The personal secretary also cursed when he opened his mouth, as if he hated iron for not being able to become steel. He seriously suspected that their heads were full of lumps. Now that you are in the meeting room of Rensher Group, who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Tear up all the contracts. The housekeeper became angry and ordered him to go down. Why should a defenseless woman do this? Today, let him know what a big punch of a sandbag looks like. After hearing the order, the strong man walked forward aggressively. No matter how powerful the chairman of the group was, the woman was approaching quickly without any precautions. Oh! The strong man who had just taken a few steps let out a heart-rending scream. His majestic appearance disappeared in an instant, and he knelt there with his legs and a ferocious face. He lowered his head and saw two sharp daggers pierced into the calf muscles, and blood flowed out like a faucet turned on. A bunch of boys. Get them all. The housekeeper didn't see clearly what was going on. He waved his hand, and all the strong men rushed forward. Ergu, who was hiding in the dark, rushed out. The gang of boys in front of them were easily eliminated in a few quick strokes. The little tricks they had were all used for acrobatics. In less than 2 minutes, the arrogant man fell to the ground and groaned in pain. The personal secretary had already heard about the killer's power and escaped early. Only the dull-looking butler and the submissive shareholder were left in the conference room. I want to sue you. Stop talking nonsense and sign quickly. Ergu shook the dagger in his hand and threatened. I saw the old guy doing this at first. Now I'm going to give him a trick to treat him in the same way. Taylor did not stop him. Only by holding 60% of the shares could he be absolutely certain of Ren Zitao's return. His business talent was more terrifying than imagined. You want to take the shares in my hand for the next life. Even if you are sure to kill me, you won't sign. The butler gritted his teeth and said that he was ready to die. The shares he held were everything to him, and it would be better to die if he didn't even grasp this. Then I will cut off your fingers today. Ergu's eyes burst out with murderous intent, and his hoarse voice made people tremble. We wanted to see how long he could hold on. Taylor waved his hand to stop him. If he would rather die than surrender, he would be confiscated. Now we have 32% of the shares in our hands, which can be said to be directly proportional to the RMB paid. We will talk about the rest later. Jingle bell. When the housekeeper saw the content of the text message on the phone screen, his mouth was slightly open and his expression was dull and empty, as if a bolt from the blue fell from the sky. Then they saw him obediently signing the contract and lying like mud in the corner of the conference room. Taylor and Go looked at each other, obviously not understanding what was going on. Taylor pressed the switch on the LCD TV next to him, and sure enough, provincial leaders held a press conference to announce the matter. The murderer who assassinated the old chairman of the Rensure Group is still being traced, but the operation of the group is related to the city's finance, so it was decided to be under the jurisdiction of the Taisher Group first. After Ren Zitao disappears and returns, all rights will belong to him. Immediately afterwards, Guantong spoke on behalf of the Taisher Group. From the confused look in his eyes, he could tell that he had just learned about it. Taylor was confused and knocked unconscious by the pie falling from the sky. He never expected that his superiors would make a decision. It should be assumed that the internal director of the group would act as agent, but he actually denied this approach because he could not find a suitable reason. Is it possible to understand the infighting within the Rensure Group? The point is that the black and white letters on the 60% shares that he obtained by mistake are recognized by the law, and it is only a matter of time before he can take back Ren Zitao's shares with his own strength, which is equivalent to successfully annexing the Rensure Now Group. On the surface, it was said that Ren Zitao was repaying everything after his return. This was probably to appease the restless masses. They already knew the final outcome when they said this. Which god can influence the decision of a person of that status? It is obviously biased towards the Tai group. Often others cannot find any objection. Zhang Bufang suddenly comes to mind. Maybe only that weirdo can handle it. I'm very depressed. How did that kid do it? You can't be so bold as to use force to coerce a person of such status. Nowadays, the Rensure Group is famously and justly controlled, including 60% of the shares in its hands. It can be said that the city's leading enterprises have been owned by her. The next step is to merge the two into one. Building the Taisher Group into a top 100 enterprise is equivalent to a qualitative leap. Chairman, Ren Zitao's personal secretary escaped. Ergo looked around and leaned in to report in a low voice. He clearly felt that the boy was very cunning and was worried about a new conspiracy. He doesn't have any shares in his possession now. It can be said to be his last desperate struggle. Let's go back and see what's going on. Taylor waved her hands casually and didn't take it to heart. Maybe others didn't know that she was very aware of Ren Zitao's current situation. Even if you come back intact with 40% of the shares, you won't be able to turn the tide of the war. It will just be completely divided by other groups. With the official announcement from superiors, even if the Rensure Group opens its doors, no one would dare to think wrongly. After all, it is not just the business circle bosses who will be offended by committing crimes at this time. Simply put, there will be no burial place. Taylor and the others drove the Porsche Cayenne all the way back to the group, and all the employees above and below showed expressions of surprise and pride, especially those shareholders who showed no dissatisfaction with smiles. The overall strength of the Rensure Group doubled after the annexation, and the price of shares on the market soared to the extreme in an instant. As a result, the benefits of employees also increased. Sister Taylor. Guantong came to greet him early. His face was full of joy, and he was more curious and confused. Everything happened so suddenly. He was waiting for the news, but was hit by a pie in the sky. What's going on? Taylor couldn't wait to ask. Let's see who is so capable and can do such incredible things. I don't know much about the specific situation. I knew that your visit to the Rinshire group was dangerous, so I just stayed in the office and waited for orders. The phone in the office rang about half an hour ago, and then I got the news. I went to speak to the representative in a daze, and no matter how I asked the other party, they said it was decided after discussion. Guantong told the truth without hiding anything. He still hasn't realized what the situation is and is completely confused. They have very sensitive identities, so how can they say too much? Taylor explained quietly that it seemed that accurate information could only be obtained from that kid, and now was not the time to consider this. If you have just acquired the shares and take advantage of the situation, you should send your trusted employees to take control of various departments of the Rinshire group as soon as possible. First, to prevent it from being in a loss-making state without anyone managing it, and secondly, to prepare for complete annexation. Xiaodong, please pay more attention to Taisher Group recently to prevent unscrupulous people from taking advantage of it at this time. Taylor warned with a solemn look on his face. Worried about any unexpected situations, he decided to go out to supervise the situation in person and never let the duck that got his mouth fly away. Sister Taylor, don't worry and go about other things. We will report any situation in time. Guantong nodded solemnly with a look of determination in his eyes, knowing that the current situation did require caution. By the way, Sister Taylor, after hearing about this, several major shareholders rushed to the group and said they would hold a meeting to commend her. You really know how to choose the right time. Taylor snorted coldly after hearing the report. He could tell with his, but that they had little ambitions in their hearts. They really went to great lengths to achieve their goals. They were partners who accompanied their grandfather to conquer the world at that time. But after the Taisher group was established, they began to be lazy, relying on the group's dividends every year to make ends meet. I never removed the cavities because of my old relationship, but as time went by I found that they got worse, and I had to find a way to solve them. The purpose of their trip is clearer than anyone else. As a shareholder of Taisher Group, they can easily understand the latest news. They just want to get some shares of Rinshire Group to increase their annual dividends. Pa 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 pa. As soon as the door was opened, warm applause echoed in the air. Looking around, one could see the kind smiles of all the shareholders, and they were pretending to be quite decent. Taylor is really outperforming others. He is far ahead of us old guys. He can actually control 60% of the shares of Rinshire Group, the city's leading enterprise. I dare to ask who of his peers can do that. Yes, Lao Qing is truly blessed to have a granddaughter like you. I seem to see Taisher Group dominating the business world. It can be said that Taylor has contributed a lot. Under her leadership, it will definitely prosper. Several old shareholders praised me without hesitation, with smiles on their cheeks. Their fate is closely related to the group. Taisher Group would not exist without you. The current situation is achieved through the joint efforts of everyone. Shareholders, if you have anything to say, I have other things to do. When Taylor heard their words, his mood did not change at all. He bent slightly and responded. With such a respectful look, he instantly broke away from the intimate politeness and looked businesslike. Tyler, we are so old that we no longer have the energy to work. It's a pity that we still have to support our family. Otherwise, if we give everyone some shares, after all, there will be hard work without credit. The shareholders sitting nearby said with a smile, there was no embarrassment in asking for such an above-board request. Everything seemed to be taken for granted. I didn't pay a penny to the finance department when I acquired the shares of Rinshire Group, so the shares don't belong to me. Secondly, your annual dividends are much higher than those of other companies, which is enough for you to squander. Finally, I advise greedy snakes to swallow elephants. Taylor's face turned cold and expressionless, and he said in a deep voice, and then turned around and left without any mercy. The old shareholders who were left with dull expressions were sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor while doing nothing. What are they dreaming about? You may feel resentful to yourself, but you are never afraid. You always want to find an opportunity to pull out all these cavities so that they will no longer affect your normal work. The next whole day will be spent in the Rinshire Group, taking advantage of the opportunity to deal with all the troubles left by the previous departments. It can be said to be a complete overhaul. After the Taisher Group employees were placed inside, although the Rinshire Group signboard was hung on the big office building, the inside was completely different from before. Taylor just got rid of the bugs with evil intentions and kept the other dedicated employees to save time on recruitment. In fact, it was enough to fire the top managers of each department. After working nonstop for 10 hours, I finally finished dealing with the aftermath and rushed towards my grandpa's villa around 4 o'clock in the evening. After all, the Taisher group has undergone such big changes and needs to be reported in detail. No matter how qualified it is far from enough. Some things are not considered thoroughly enough. In the past few days, I have been busy with the illegal organization hidden in the dark. It has indeed been a long time since I went home. I felt particularly happy when I saw the long-lost small courtyard. If it weren't for the fact that it was too far away from the group, I wouldn't have stayed in that villa. Grandfather. Taylor noticed that she was sitting there sipping tea and calling her a familiar figure from behind. She smiled and leaned over to massage her shoulders. Only when she faced her loved ones did her strong female aura fade away, and suddenly she felt something was wrong. It's so comfortable for me. I didn't expect you to do this. Zhang Bufang relaxed his whole body and couldn't help but close his eyes and start enjoying it. This sudden massage made him feel very happy. Why is it you? OSHD. The burning pain in his back brought him back to reality. He turned around and saw the ferocious Taylor. He trembled and hurriedly retreated. As expected, the woman turned against her faster than she could change her clothes. Can you be reasonable? I didn't force you or anything. Even Grandpa yelled willingly. Zhang Bufang spread his hands and blinked his eyes, looking very innocent. Before he finished speaking, he noticed the murderous intent coming towards him and ran away without saying a word. Today either you die or I die. Taylor gritted his teeth and roared, making a creaking sound. He picked up the broom and threw it at him fiercely. At that time, I always felt that the figure on the back was somewhat familiar, and I didn't take a closer look. Now I feel completely regretful that I let him take such a huge advantage. Mr. Tai, who came back from making tea, smiled and shook his head when he saw the lively scene. It must be said that these two people really seemed like happy enemies, casually waving their hands to stop the fight. You girl, you don't have any gratitude at all. How much help did Xiaozhang do? Grandfather. Taylor was extremely dissatisfied and said coquettishly, why don't you settle the score after eating and drinking every day? Seeing the guy's arrogance, he wanted to strangle him to death. Old man, is this your best tea? Zhang Bufang ignored the woman and took a sip of tea. She raised her eyebrows and asked questions. The taste was obviously not as good as last time. You know what the heck? This tea has a price, but no market. It's absolutely top quality. The highlight is its aftertaste. Mr. Tai rolled his eyes in annoyance and opened his mouth to curse. The conversation between the two people twice their age was like the playfulness of young people. Grandpa, have you heard about the group? Taylor interjected and asked, knowing exactly what the two of them were chatting about, and if they didn't interrupt for a while, they wouldn't be able to stop at all. The above announcement was made because Xiao Zhang was causing trouble. I really thought it was pie in the sky. It's really him. Even if you had some guesses, you might still be a little surprised when you find out the facts. How can a guy who just idles around and pretends not to do anything serious has such extraordinary abilities? It's all trivial to me. Zhang Bufang coughed softly and pretended to be deep and risked being discovered to find Chen Lin about this reason. He found out the name of the top leader responsible for the incident, and then he only needed to make a phone call to get it done easily. The Black Shadow Killer organization is a behemoth in the world. It is easy to deal with such a small matter with a dignified head. It can be said that there is no need to kill a chicken with a butcher's knife. How did you do that? The secret must not be leaked. Seeing his bearish behavior, Taylor unceremoniously picked up the spoon next to him and threw it towards his face. What the hell was he pretending to be? This was the thing he couldn't stand the most. Don't say anything and go ahead. Zhang Bufang nodded and sat there sipping tea peacefully, giving himself a chance to go down the steps. Grandpa, I just heard that guy planned to control 60% of the shares of the Rensure Group this morning. Do you think there is anything we need to pay attention to next? What do you have to fear when you hold great power? If that kid leaks out again, he will be eaten without mercy or he will be divided among others. We must rectify the Ren Group as quickly as possible without giving the other side any chance to turn the tide of the war. Secondly, beware of hidden arrows. Nowadays, the top groups in this city are eyeing Renzitao's shares. With the official announcement, We will never dare to have any bad thoughts about the current Rinshur group, so there is no need to worry too much. You have already done a very good job. Great. Mr. Tai swept away his playful smile just now, frowned slightly, and looked seriously at the current situation. He found that there was indeed no threat to the Tai group. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. Just wait, and someone will take the initiative to deliver it to your door. Zhang Bufong, who leisurely crossed his legs, waved his hands casually and murmured, looking like an immortal who could predict the future. What do you mean? Even Mr. Tai showed doubts. It stands to reason that after Rin Zitao reveals his identity, he will not be willing to give up the group and will definitely make a final struggle. It's a secret. The old man angrily threw another spoon at him and tried the same trick again. Taylor also seized the opportunity and kicked him twice. At 11 o'clock in the night, the traffic volume on the main thoroughfare in the city center decreased significantly, and a black BMW drove towards the five-star hotel in the city center. Sitting in the driver's seat is a young man in a suit and tie. His purpose is to rescue Rin Zitao, and he chose this time period to have his own ideas. I am very familiar with the grudge between Rin Dong and Old Fox. The only thing I don't know about is what happened at the manor that night. After all, the other party is wanted in the whole city and needs to be more careful. Who gave him the rights? I'm still alive. When Rin Zitao heard the muscular man complain about his facial muscles twitching, his face suddenly darkened, his eyes exuded murderous intent, and his hoarse voice echoed in the air. Let me out. Dare the little Tai group run wild in front of me. They will let her know what despair is. The fists of the two sandbags were clenched tightly, and the veins on the arms were bulging. He actually used this despicable trick, and the anger in his chest hit his forehead. The Rinshur group belongs to someone else. Why are you so angry here? Who dares to refute the official information? The muscular man ignored the angry boy and poured cold water on him without hesitation. He was worried about whether he could still get out the money. As long as I go out and they eat everything, they will spit it out. Rin Zitao's face turned red and he roared angrily. The genius in the business world is not in vain. There is still a chance before the situation is stable. How can a bear like you have the right to argue with the huge Taisher group? Save your energy, sign this contract, and get out of here. The muscular man threw out the share transfer contract. Now, even if God descends to earth with his 40% shares, he cannot save the situation. He might as well take the opportunity to sell it and make some money. The current market price of Rinshur Group's shares is so low that they can only be sold for a few bucks. I believe I will have boxes of red banknotes by then. Shut up. What capital do you have to bargain with? A disdainful sneer erupted from the strong man's nostrils. Even a fool could see that this kid wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to slip away. How could he be given the opportunity to take out the transmitter he carried and put it on the opponent's head? As long as he presses the trigger lightly, his brains will shoot out. This is a typical coercion and inducement that does not give him any other way out. I can give you whatever you want. Die. The muscular man gritted his teeth and growled. He had been extremely unhappy with this boy for a long time and finally killed him with his own hands today. Rin Zitao felt the coldness on his forehead. Mu Kenku shivered all over, and bursts of cold sweat broke out on his back. He couldn't think of any way to deal with it. Stop! Bang sound. The deafening sound of the wooden warehouse echoed in the air. At the last moment, the muscular man heard a familiar voice and suddenly changed the position of the wooden warehouse entrance, causing a huge dent to appear on the wall behind him. What's wrong, brother? There's no use keeping this kid alive. Li Qi heard his anxious voice and waved his hands casually without paying any attention to him, and took Rin Zitao out like a dead dog. When the muscular man saw a familiar figure outside the door, he suddenly realized that he was the boy's loyal confidant, whom he had met several times before. Why did Big Brother help him put him away at this critical moment? After all, there was no follow-up investigation. It would be very difficult if the security guards sent undercover agents. Rendong, come and save me. Rin Zitao saw hope rekindled in his personal secretary's eyes and said excitedly, as if he was seeing a savior falling from the sky. What conditions does Boss Lee need to let him go? Let you go, second uncle. Get out of here. Who the hell dares to come to negotiate terms? The muscular man opened his mouth to curse. His biceps were particularly developed, and he pointed at his nose and threatened in a deep voice. Actually, His staying here is of no use to me. As long as you can tell me the conditions that make me happy, I can take him away. Li Qi held a cigarette in his mouth and said in an evil voice. The smile on his cheeks exuded a murderous aura. Anyway, he had nothing to do, but let's see what tricks he could pull off. The Rinshire group has initiated internal strife. All the shares in my group have been taken away. I have no money left. All I need to do is let Director Rin show his face. The personal secretary frowned slightly and said, "How dare you talk nonsense at this time? If you are found out, you will die immediately. I just suffered humiliation and was blackmailed for 1,000,000 yuan just for the meeting now, and now I have really paid for everything. Then why are you going to get out of here? I can get a lot of money by selling my shares directly. It's convenient and simple." The muscular man snorted coldly and folded his hands in front of his body. The transmitter in his right hand was not installed, so he could pull the trigger at any time. 500 million. Rin Zitao's face turned red and his hoarse voice came out from between his teeth. The veins on the back of his hands were bulging, which showed his mental state at this time. Even the secretary sitting next to him looked dull when he heard this figure. Even if all the shares were sold, they probably wouldn't be worth that much money. After all, the current Rinshire group is incomparable to the past. In the eyes of outsiders, it is struggling and its stock price has dropped to the lowest level. The most important thing is that today's official news announced that it has completely stopped the idea of competing for shares. However, in the face of life, all property seems illusory. Even if you sell your real estate and luxury cars, you still have to raise it. Li Qi also showed interest. He was indeed quite excited about the price. It was indeed a good deal. You are looking like a kid and you are worth 500 million? You think we are 3-year-olds. 20-odd villas, various luxury cars, and shares add up to more than 500 million. Rin Zitao murmured in response. As the saying goes, a camel is so skinny that it is bigger than Chun. I will also tell Boss Li new news. In fact, Zhang Bufang has never left. Tell me the truth. The man with restless muscles suddenly burst out, grabbed the opponent's neck and lifted it up. His face became extremely ferocious. The monster's name was like a nightmare. If it was true, all plans would be shattered. Yes, it's my guess. Let him speak. Li Qi waved his hand and gave instructions in a low voice. The personal secretary sat there and gasped for fresh air. Although that woman is the chairman of the Taisher group, she is not that capable. No matter the amount of money to acquire the shares or the declaration from her superiors that she cannot do it, the only thing she can think of is that kid. The secretary cleared her throat and murmured an explanation, thinking of distracting the old fox, but she didn't expect that there would be such a big fuss. Don't disturb people's minds with your nonsense here. Simply put, it's just guessing. It's possible that someone is controlling everything on the phone from somewhere else. The muscular man retorted back unceremoniously. After talking for a long time, he thought he had found some evidence. Rin Zitao also breathed a sigh of relief. He was in a more terrifying mood than anyone else. I want to see the money tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Li Qi said in a deep voice. He had his own plan in mind. If you are willing to take out the money, time is enough. No problem. Rin Zitao nodded solemnly and turned to leave. An evil smile flashed across the corner of his eyes, and the two of them walked out of the room together. The muscular man noticed his elder brother's eyes and nodded secretly on the phone as if he was arranging something. Li Qi had already put the receiver on his back silently just now. Since Rin Zitao's cell phone had been disposed of, he did not find the disc hidden behind his back this time and returned to the car without noticing. Dr. Rin, where are we going to get 500 million? Even selling shares in real estate will take time. The personal secretary sitting in the co-pilot said worriedly, his brows knitted together. It was simply impossible. Give him 500 million? The corners of Rin Zitao's mouth raised slightly, and a disdainful sneer erupted from his nostrils. He squeezed me so hard and still wants to get some benefits. From now on, he will get back his money with the profits. This was the reason why he cooperated with the old fox in the first place. All the responses he gave just now were all excuses to escape. Later, he would go directly to the unit to report the crime. I believe that no matter what time he appeared, all the security personnel would come out. At that time, my own safety will also be absolutely guaranteed. Then I will truthfully report everything and hunt down the old fox. I am still too young to blackmail. As for the secrets about Taylor, Japan will find out sooner or later. With its own strength, it is not a big problem for the East to come back. What does Rendong mean? Even if you give the old fox 500 million, he will still die. If you pay him at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, he will know the despair of being surrounded by special forces later. Anger welled up in Ren Zitao's eyes. Today he will get his capital back with profits. If he offends me, he will pay the price. But Rendong, we can't defeat them. Before he finished speaking, 2 wooden cabin sounds rang in his ears, and then the black Baochin crashed into the railing next to him and stopped moving. Ren Zitao was lying in the driver's seat with bleeding holes between his eyebrows, and his eyes were staring straight ahead. It could be said that he could not rest in peace. He never expected that he would die so easily, including his personal secretary. In fact, there were 2 Kakara hands following behind the car. Li Qi monitored the entire process and concluded that the boy didn't know how to commend him and actually went to the work unit to report the crime and directly ordered him to be killed. From beginning to end, it was originally a trap set for Ren Zitao. Of course, he sensed that Ren Zitao was evil, so the receiver gave him the last chance to sincerely raise money for himself and not do anything. The stipulated 9 o'clock in the morning would still be pushed back. It's a pity that the boy was so shameless. Since the only result is death, the prince of the Ren group did die very suddenly. A typical person who steals the chicken but loses the rice. He thinks he is very clever and has a perfect plan. In fact, he offends both Chun Tong and Chun Tong, and he will be let down by death. He leaves the young master to not enjoy himself, but to find excitement. This is the price to pay. Brother, when shall we take action? The muscular man could no longer hold himself back while rubbing shoulders. Although losing that boy brought benefits, it also eliminated hidden dangers. Anyway, that woman has already swallowed up the Ren group, and it will be easy to find an opportunity to take away some property. In the end, they did not lose anything. We were too hasty and ignored many fatal details. And now we are too hasty and will end up dead like that kid. Li Qi looked solemn and scolded in a low voice. He had just recalled many things in his mind. Fortunately, Secretary Ren Zitao reminded him, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Although it was just a guess, he suddenly realized that he had been thinking about how to catch the chairman of Taisher Group every day recently. In addition, Ren Zitao kept finding trouble one after another and neglected many small things. These can often reveal secrets and make new plans. Brother, that kid is just talking nonsense. You must not be deceived. If you wait for the monster to really come back, something big will happen. The muscular man reminded anxiously that it was obviously just nonsense, so there was no need to worry about it. Such a good opportunity should be taken directly. You must be cautious in everything you do. One step without care will pay a price that you cannot bear. Li Qi murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with light, obviously coming up with another conspiracy, and then took out his mobile phone to contact the headquarters of the Blue Bird organization. The muscular man was furious when he saw his eldest brother leaving. He looked like he wanted to speak, but felt resentful. He knew that nothing he said now would have any effect. In the end, he could only choose to obey orders. Today at 6 o'clock in the morning, a car accident occurred a few hundred meters away from the 5-star hotel in the city center. The driver's seat is the young master of the Ren group, who disappeared yesterday. Next to him is his personal secretary. Both of them were shot to death by the wooden warehouse. Is it related to the bloodbath at the manor the night before? Every platform was once again bombarded with headlines. The news was indeed explosive. 2 days in a row, a father and his son from a leading company died one after another. Taylor, who had just woken up, sat up when he saw the news on his phone and hurriedly contacted Xiaodong without saying anything. What she focused on was that guy's 40% share. Now that he has ascended to heaven, anyone who moves quickly can get the shares. Xiaodong, buy back the shares at any cost. After waiting for the call to be connected, I hurriedly gave instructions, wishing that it would flash into the group now. In this case, the relevant departments will sell it through online bidding. Sister Taylor, after I got the news, I hurriedly turned on my computer to participate in the bidding. Unfortunately, I didn't catch up in the end, and everything was divided up within 30 seconds of the start of the bidding. Guantong Rushihui reported that it was indeed his own negligence that should be paid attention to at all times. Other groups probably sent relevant employees to keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. I don't blame you, Xiaodong. Let's wait until we get back to the group. Taylor, who had messy hair, comforted her softly. You could hear her guilt. This result was expected, and she didn't regret it too much. After all, the whole city's large and small groups are eyeing them, and they were not prepared in advance, so it is normal for this situation to occur. Brother Fong, Ergu, who arrived early, was not as brave as Taylor, so he heard the snoring echoing in the air and called softly. Go aside. Zhang Bufang cursed extremely impatiently. Yesterday, the old man was shameless and forced himself to drink several kilograms of liquor, even though he was also unconscious. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a burning pain in his back, and he jumped up like a bow. In an instant, his sleepiness disappeared, and when he turned around, he saw the two dogs with innocent faces and the culprit cactus lying next to them. What are you looking at? Look at you. Ouch. Taylor heard that the boy dared to respond arrogantly. Without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. The debt of his drunk grandfather last night had not yet been settled. Brother Fong, Ren Zitao, died last night. He and his personal secretary both had blood holes between their eyebrows. It was probably done by an illegal organization. Erga stepped forward and stopped the report in time. Even though he knew that something was going to happen to Ren Zitao, he never expected that everything would be so sudden. After all, he was a dignified prince. Tisk, TSK, I was thinking of treating him to a meal, but it seems there is no chance. After all, he has helped us so much inside and out. Zhang Bufang said with a sigh. No other surprise could be seen from the carefree expression on his face. Can you be more serious? Since this is the case, we can hold a memorial service or close our eyes and chant for 5 minutes. Roll. Taylor was too lazy to pay attention to this insane guy, scolded him, and turned around to leave. The group still had things to deal with. It's time for the illegal organizations hiding in the dark to surface. Protect that woman and be careful about sneak attacks. Zhang Bufang warned in a low voice that although he did not appear in public, he understood everything very thoroughly. If Ren Zitao hadn't interfered with it, everything would have been over long ago. Now is the final time to make a decision. Taylor Chin rushed back to Taisher Group without stopping and received the good news that 40% of the shares were equally divided among 5 people, so the threat to him was greatly reduced or even ignored. Xiaodong, how is the deal with the Rin Group? Sister Taylor, I understand all the properties and related cooperation contracts clearly. Now they are completely integrated into one in name, waiting for you to hold a press conference for the final announcement. Guantong reported the report respectfully, feeling filled with emotion. The wealthy Rinsher Group finally announced its bankruptcy in this way. Dong dong dong. Chairman, there are 5 group leaders downstairs asking to see you. Taylor nodded and stood up to leave, wondering what the purpose of coming here was after having just finished competing for the remaining 40% of the Rinsher Group's shares. After the meeting, I invited them to the conference room in a polite manner, just to take this opportunity to see if I could acquire the shares they held. Chairman Tai is like this. A few of us have agreed that the reason for coming this time is to transfer the shares of Rinsher Group that were auctioned in the morning to you for free. The bosses of the 5 groups looked at each other and sent out representatives to say, because the Rinsher Group was about to be annexed, the share prices instantly dropped to cabbage prices. Maybe one person still has some weight, but it is of no use in the current situation. Besides, no one is willing to go against the current Taisher Group. All enterprises are like ants in front of it. A few old foxes were not stupid. After some discussion, they came to the conclusion that it would be better to just go with the flow and give it away, which would leave a good impression and become half business friends. Besides, the money to buy the shares was only a small change to them. How embarrassing is this? It's better for you to offer a price. After all, you have to work hard to get the shares. Taylor responded seriously, saying she doesn't like to take advantage. As the saying goes, others are soft-spoken and short-handed. These old tricksters in front of me are all the chairmen of the local group with good economic strength. How could they not have any brains after struggling in the business circle for such a long time? Worried about some conspiracy, he recalled Zhang Bufang's words in his mind, and sure enough, he deduced it correctly. Chairman Tai is really polite. We don't have any other thoughts. If you don't believe it, this is the contract. As the representative, the man in a suit and tie said with a sincere expression. There was nothing strange about his face. Even if he had 10 courages, he would not dare to act wild in front of such a behemoth as the Thai group. Guan Tong, who was beside him, took the contract with a wink and looked at the contents carefully. If he was not careful, he would fall into a trap. Since the bosses are so sincere, I would rather be respectful than obey your orders. I owe you a personal favor. If you need anything, just say it. I'll do whatever I can to help. Taylor noticed that Xiaotong beside him nodded and responded with a smile. It would be a slap in the face for him to refuse the kindness even to this point. It finally dawned on me what the situation was. To put it simply, it was just a trick. After annexing the Rinshire group, it would be ranked among the best in the country. No matter what, the other party was indeed helpful to me, so I still had to say basic polite words. Don't you dare? It's up to us to help you. If you have anything to do, just ask. Although I said this, I was already happy in my heart. The purpose of this trip was achieved. Even if it was polite and seemed familiar, it was quite good. After talking and laughing for 5 minutes, a group of middle-aged people stood up and left. The longer they stayed, the greater the side effects would be. Sister Taylor, are they really that kind? Guan Tong saw the other party's back disappearing in his eyes and murmured, I have never encountered this situation before. Recently, weird things have happened one after another, and I am worried about falling into a trap. Xiaodong, you have to know that this is a society of the jungle and the strong. Today's Thai group is very different from before. It can be said that it has reached the sky in one step. Taylor explained casually, focusing on the contract, and was relieved when he finally checked and found that there were no problems. City Center Security Bureau. Chun Lin frowned and sat in the office. Because the Rinshire group was so well known, word spread on the streets, and her superiors kept putting pressure on them to find the murderer as quickly as possible. In fact, we have known for a long time that the illegal organization is hiding in a 5-star hotel a few kilometers away. We have been afraid of alerting others and have not tolerated it until now we listened to that boy's orders. As time went by, I was worried about what kind of trouble it would cause, and I couldn't wait to worry about it. After careful consideration, I finally chose to hold back. After the Rinshire group is dealt with, I believe they will attack Taylor if they can't hold on for too long and find the right time to catch them all. Sister Chin, what should we do? We can't just sit and wait for news. Hyde said anxiously that he saw from the internet that many people were questioning and insulting the security guards' ability to do their jobs. The most irritating thing was that they were unable to refute. It would be great if Brother Fong was here. Such a small matter can be easily solved. Brother Fong, who dares to be such a standout? The two of them were bragging about Zhang Bufong. What wonderful expressions would they have if they knew that the plan was planned by Brother Fong? Let's go take a look around the manor again. Chun Lin waved her hand and ordered in a low voice. The surveillance cameras within a few hundred meters of the area had all investigated and found no results. This suggestion was just to let the public know that they were already working hard to solve the case. If I had nothing to do at work, I might as well go out for a walk and drive the pure black Grand Cherokee towards the distance. A figure appeared on the roof of the office building opposite the security bureau and took a picture of the trip with a camera. Then the figure flashed and disappeared into thin air. What's wrong with Sister Chun? Hyde noticed that she was not feeling well and asked. Chun Lin didn't respond. She frowned and gradually moved away. She always felt like someone was following her. When she looked through the rearview mirror, she didn't notice anything. As the captain of the security team, I have been trained in counter-detection techniques before. Is it too nervous that my right eyelid keeps beating? 30 minutes later, we arrived at the Rinshire and Sun Manor. The surroundings had been sealed. Perhaps the atmosphere was too violent and it felt eerie. Hyde and Chun He got out of the car to investigate the suspicious situation, while Chun Lin sat alone in the passenger seat and lay there ready to take a nap. Feeling the murderous aura coming from far and near, he suddenly opened his eyes. Strangely, he didn't find any danger, and the murderous aura also disappeared. A black shadow suddenly passed through the rearview mirror. Dare was 100% sure that he had seen it correctly. He looked solemnly and took out the transmitter he carried with him. Who is it? Come out if you can. Chun Lin roared in a hoarse voice, holding the transmitter tightly and staring at the wind and grass around her, and would launch if there was any abnormality. However, there was no movement for half a minute, and substantial murderous intent surged from behind again. Without hesitation, he turned around and pulled the trigger. The deafening sound of the wooden warehouse echoed in the air, but he still emptied the wooden warehouse and saw no one. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the grass swaying diagonally behind him, and then he fired the single-headed bow without any protection. He had a strong premonition that the opponent was from an illegal organization, and he knew nothing about their strength, so he still needed to be cautious. "I know who you are." After Chen-Lin emptied the wooden warehouse again, she did not press the trigger in a hurry. She was worried that there would be danger if the single end of the bow was used up. The black shadow was still shuttled in the woods not far away. Sister Chun. After hearing the sound of the wooden warehouse, Haid and Chun, he rushed over quickly and shouted at the top of their lungs from a distance, at least to act as a deterrent. What also puzzled her was that the presence of the two guys completely disappeared after they arrived. She guessed that the other guys didn't come out until she finished shooting the bow. Logically speaking, why would they escape if they were so powerful? Sister Chun, what happened just now? How could there be a wooden warehouse sound? You are not injured, right? Hyde and the others asked anxiously that there were no passers-by in this wilderness. The only way to explain it was that they were attacked. There is a dark shadow hiding in the woods, but I haven't hit Liang Makang, and I still haven't seen its true appearance. Chen-Lin explained in a deep voice, narrowing her eyes slightly and scanning the surrounding area to see if she could catch any clues. What? Who is so bold? Get out of here if you dare. I will crush him to death in minutes. Hyde yelled angrily, the biceps on his arms bursting out. He wanted to see who was tired of living and came to die. Sister Chun, is there anything unclean? After yelling for a long time, I didn't get any response, and I was still walking through the dark woods. Thinking of the scenes in horror movies, it was indeed very weird, and I couldn't help but shiver all over because of the cold air rising up my back. FCKU, second uncle. Chinny rolled his eyes angrily and said angrily, the people's security guards are afraid of things that don't exist. Then he took out the transmitter and walked into the woods without hesitation. If he dared to attack so openly, he would be caught. Hyde gritted his teeth and followed. No matter what monsters he had, the barn collapsed. The two of them searched for a living creature in the woods for a long time, but found nothing. Sister Chun, did you see it wrong? Panting, Hyde asked, it can be said that the carpet search has not missed any corner. So how is it possible that no living person can find it? It's possible to run away. Chun-Wen frowned slightly and speculated that Sister Chun would not make such low-level mistakes after receiving professional training. Chun-Lin looked around again, turned around, left, and returned to the car. She continued to waste time without knowing why, but there weren't many accidents. It took such a long time to get out. Is it possible that this is just a trick to attack in the east? Even so, there is no need to worry. If Taylor is really captured rashly, he can easily capture him with his strength. Sister Chun, I feel that it is the killer who killed the Rin family and his son. They just wanted to warn us not to continue exploring. Have you watched too many TV dramas about solving crimes? It's obvious that you want to do something evil, but you have some scruples. Fart. I guess how could something go wrong? Shut up. Chen-Lin heard the chirping and scolded in a cold voice. Haid and Chun, he shut up obediently. The safest way is to send manpower to search. Just after searching the tree trunk, he watched the Grand Cherokee go away with his eyes, and saw his eyebrows slightly raised and a faint smile appearing at the corners of his eyes, the dagger in his hand shining brightly. If he finds a good opportunity, he will take action immediately, and his body will flash like a ghost, walking back and forth in the woods and disappearing completely. Sister Taylor, is there any news about Brother Fong recently? Why are you asking? I haven't contacted you since I left. Taylor couldn't help but picture him lying on the sofa enjoying himself as he gritted his teeth and responded, looking very hateful. Okay then, I'll go home if nothing else happens. A feeling of loneliness appeared on Guantong's face, and Brother Fong seemed to have disappeared from the world, worried about something unexpected happening. Of course, she could sense the inexplicable feeling rising in Xiaodong's heart, but maybe she didn't know the reason. Shaking her head, she picked up the car keys on the table and walked out the door. A press conference had been held in the afternoon. Holding 100% of the shares of Rinshare Group, she easily merged and sold the large office building and made a considerable amount of money. From the outside, Taisher Group has not changed much, but the number of internal employees has increased significantly, and the overall power has soared, and the group's shares will be merged into one. When I arrived at the entrance of the group, I saw a familiar figure. Without exception, the old shareholders stood in front of me as if they had something to say. Zhang Bufang raised the corners of his mouth and waved his hands casually, saying perfunctorily, and stretched out comfortably. It was time to move his stiff body. As a big man, don't you have any truth? Taylor stared straight at the glaring voice and shouted in a deep voice, "Do you really think she is a 3-year-old child? There is no leisure and elegant play at the critical moment. Eat quickly, the food won't taste good if it's cold." He didn't pay any attention to her question. Before he finished speaking, he took small steps to the dining table, sat down, and started to devour the food. Taylor sneered inwardly. Yesterday, he explained the specific situation to his grandfather. This time, his grandfather was very supportive of his approach. It really should be a wake-up call for them. "Dear shareholders, what's the matter with you coming all the way here? I've already said that if the shares of Rinshur Group are in the hands of others, don't even think about it. Don't show any mercy to the past. As Taisher Group rises again, their dividends will definitely increase every year. We must find ways to rectify this moth. Taylor, what happened yesterday was our fault. From now on, we will often make suggestions for the group. Even so, the shares will not be divided equally among you." Taylor interrupted unceremoniously. He had not been seen for several months, and suddenly being so active was suspicious. Today the old chairman came to talk to us. We all deeply realized our mistakes. We will listen to you whether it is the calculation of dividends or the release of tasks. The old shareholder who was stubborn before now looks submissive and obedient, and the change is not the slightest bit. Let's discuss it in detail when we go to work tomorrow. Taylor responded quietly. It turned out that it was Grandpa who was out of business, and he didn't choose to trust him immediately. He didn't believe that Lazy and the others could really come to the group on time. It wouldn't be a big deal if they returned to the original situation and paid more dividends. Then he turned around and drove away in the Bouchin mini car towards the distance, not taking such a small thing to heart. Guantong was also heading home at this time. The big red beetle was driving leisurely on the traffic thoroughfare. She didn't notice that a black unlicensed car was following not far away from the car. When she entered the high-end residential area, she still didn't let go. Xiaodong, who was unaware, went straight back home. She was just sitting on the sofa when she heard the knock on the door again. On the way, Taylor called his grandfather to confirm the situation of the shareholders. He heard that he meant to give them a last chance, and if they continued to be lazy, they would be eliminated. When I returned to the villa and opened the door, the aroma hit my face. I saw from a distance the delicious cooking dishes on the table. I couldn't help but swallow dryly. "The food will be cold if we don't come back. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" When Zhang Bufang heard Taylor's voice full of black lines, other people would have slapped him away. "A dog bites Lu Dongbin but doesn't know a good heart. I'll give you back the black card. I don't have to use your money, at most a few hundred million. As a human being, you should be grateful that all the shares of the Rinshur Group have been transferred to you." Taylor casually threw the priceless black card over, including the black and white words on the paper that he had worked so hard to get without any secret. Originally, the acquisition of shares went very smoothly. Then I deposited the RMB for the sale of the office building into the black card, so it was much less than the initial budget. All those shares falling into her own hands would definitely arouse jealousy. She would be satisfied with the rise in power of the Thai group, so she might as well hand over the hot shares to that kid. I just don't want to pay back the money, so I have to find so many excuses. Zhang Bufang put away the black card and muttered in a low voice that he had no interest in this thing at all. "What did you say?" Taylor heard a muffled voice yelling that the value of those shares was comparable to all the money on his broken card. "What I mean is that I don't understand these things. You should be in charge. It would be embarrassing if I lost it." Zhang Bufang cleared his throat and explained in a sudden voice that the contracts were being tossed around in his hands like waste paper. "As you wish." Tyler didn't want to take a chance on that insane thing. A miser like him should be surprised. "Okay, I'll sell it to you for 500 yuan. Brother Fong, are you kidding me? You need to keep it safe by yourself." Ergu waved his hands in a hurry. Fong Gadu was extremely helpless. "Is there such an operation? Get out of here, second uncle." Taylor opened his mouth to curse when he saw the boy's virtue, and took the contract back, fearing that he would lose it if he had a trick on his head. "Ergu, you should stay here to eat, and I will go out with you to do some errands later." Zhang Bufang raised the corner of his mouth and resorted to aggressive tactics to return the shares. He understood the importance to Taisher Group and believed that it would be fully effective in her hands. "Good." Ergu nodded respectfully and replied, "There must be something important to show up now after hiding for so long. If I guess correctly, it was for a bad organization hiding in the dark. What's wrong with going out so late?" Taylor swept away his dissatisfaction and asked. After all, he knew the current situation. He meant that he would no longer pretend to go out, indicating that he would officially start the final finishing work. "I've been going crazy here lately, so I'm going to have some fun and relax in the evening." Ergu felt the chairman's anger and spread his hands and blinked innocently. Even if he wanted to tell him, he really didn't know the truth of the matter. Taylor gritted his teeth without saying a word and returned to the dining table in an angry manner, with murderous intent echoing in the air. Apparently, he had not forgotten that incident, and he had to ask what the situation was. City Center Security Bureau. Chun-Lin packed up her things and sat back in the Grand Cherokee alone and drove out the door. It was still about 20 minutes away from her residence. The nightlife in the metropolis has just begun, and the traffic flow on the main thoroughfare in the center of the city has not decreased. Suddenly, my brows furrowed, and the familiar feeling of being followed came to my mind again. Watch the surroundings through the reflector. There are so many pedestrians coming and going nearby. I believe that the other party will not dare to act openly and easily. Don't move. Makura doesn't have eyes. Chun-Lin, who was looking ahead cautiously, could not help but shiver when she felt the cold mukenku pressing against the back of her head. She never expected that the other person would be hiding in the back seat of the car, and she did not take a closer look at that time. "Who are you?" he asked in a hoarse voice without much emotion on his face. He drove the Cherokee smoothly. A slight panic could lead to a car accident. On such traffic arteries, there is a high chance of serial rear-end collisions. Stop talking nonsense and find a place with few people to stop. Holding the transmitter tightly, the man in black scolded in a low voice. He was worried that this woman might do something strange, and she had to find a place to knock her unconscious and take her away to prevent her from luring a tiger into the mountains. "I know that you are inextricably linked to the death of the father and son of the Rin Group. Now that you admit the crime, you will be treated lightly." Chun-Lin tried her best to divert her attention. She clearly realized that the opponent was terrifying and had to find a way to find help. However, the man in black stared at her tightly and did not give her any chance, so she could only choose the best time to escape according to circumstances. "What's going on, Mr. Security Guard?" The man in black mocked in a sinister manner, showing no fear of the so-called captain of the security team. With his finger on the trigger, she would rise directly to the sky with just a slight pressure. Tracking for a whole day can be regarded as a perfect opportunity to find a perfect opportunity, and the mission will never fail due to any negligence. As time passed and she passed the central thoroughfare with heavy traffic, Chun-Lin saw a bright light bursting out of her pupils at the intersection a few hundred meters away, and a new plan came to her mind. The car began to speed up invisibly with the tip of its toes. When it reached the intersection, it suddenly stepped on the brakes. Due to the inertia, the Grand Cherokee was in a drifting state, and the man in black was unable to stabilize his body at such a large speed. When the speed reaches the minimum, he does not hesitate to open the car door and jump out. He dares to be so arrogant because the other party does not dare to really kill him. If the man in black wanted to assassinate him, he would have carried out the assassination long ago. It took him so long to kidnap him, so escaping with his own skills probably wouldn't be a big problem. After Chun-Lin's feet hit the ground, a smile appeared on her face. As long as she was given a chance to run away, she would have the confidence to turn around and kill him. Just when I was feeling very proud, I felt a piercing pain in the back of my neck. My eyes were bulging with stars. My whole body was weak and limp, motionless. "Fight me." A disdainful sneer erupted from the man in black's nostrils. The moment she jumped out of the car, a black shadow flashed in the air and followed her easily. Then, in full view of everyone, he picked him up and disappeared into the night, leaving no clues as to where he was kidnapped. The only thing at the scene was a black Grand Cherokee. If you don't explain why today, you won't even think about going out. Old man, why are you here at this point? Zhang Bufang greeted him with a smile. Taylor turned around in confusion and did not see his grandfather. When he turned around again, he also slipped out of the window. You never want to come back again. Taylor's face turned red and he roared angrily. Being teased like this by him, his heart was burning with anger. He asked questions because he was worried about something unexpected happening. Brother Fong, what are we going to do? Ergu is also full of question marks. With Brother Fong's popularity, he can be easily recognized when walking on the street without any disguise. It's time to have a chat with the sneaky criminal organization. Zhang Bufang laughed evilly, and when the fruits of his hard work were reaped, he went to give them a big surprise. In fact, he had been keeping an eye on the surveillance near the star-rated hotel, so he was sure that the other party had not left. Now that Ren Zitao is not causing trouble, I'm worried that that group of people will go directly to the villa to arrest the chairman unscrupulously. Is it dangerous to leave her alone at home? Just a few hours ago, Chun-Lin called me and told me that something strange happened this afternoon and that illegal organizations were following her. Meaning that they want to win more securely? Erga guessed that after all, he must have an absolute plan to attack the security party so arrogantly, and he couldn't understand what the other party was thinking. Maybe it's not that simple. Zhangbu responded with a solemn expression, always feeling that things were not that simple, and an unknown premonition welled up in his heart. Therefore, this is why he came to investigate the situation personally. No one could predict what kind of accident would happen, and of course he would not take Taylor out to take risks. 30 minutes later. Hello, do you two gentlemen need housing? The hotel front desk asked with a professional smile on his face. As the most prestigious hotel in the city, it must have good service. We are plainclothes security guards. Now we suspect that there are thugs here. Let's check if there are anyone who has lived here for a long time. I have been staying in the presidential suite on the top floor for about 2 months, including cleaning workers who are not allowed to come near. The inexperienced receptionist was completely intimidated and explained all the suspicious situations, including it, which seemed strange. Zhang Bufang and the two of them rushed to the top floor as quickly as possible. They didn't know why the corridor was exceptionally quiet. An old fox like that would definitely install a camera. It stands to reason that he had been discovered. Brother Fong, all the rooms are empty. Ergu, who was the forward, frowned and reported. I just heard from the front desk that guests in the presidential suite called for cleaning this morning, and there was no checkout record. How could it be empty with nothing? This is 100% fishy. Zhang Bufang narrowed his eyes slightly, looked around, and found nothing unusual, and then walked slowly towards the presidential suite directly in front. Ergu was not idle either and hurriedly went to the front desk of the hotel to make a final comparison. Even if a large number of his subordinates died during the fight with Ren Tao, he vaguely remembered that there were still 7 or 8 masters. Is it possible that they could disappear from the world? Maybe the housekeeper just cleaned it up in the morning and everything was neatly placed there, but you can still find some clues left behind. In particular, the various discarded monitoring equipment in the cubicle can further illustrate that they originally stayed here. What caused their sudden departure? Brother Fong, all the surveillance video data were destroyed at once, but a lot of information was left behind when I opened the room. Ergu told anxiously that it seemed that things were more complicated than imagined, and what conspiracy was brewing among those people. There's no need to think too much about the check-in information. The rooms are all opened by my subordinates. Zhangbu responded expressionlessly, his face becoming more and more gloomy. He originally thought that he had complete control, but now it seems to be such a naive idea. Could it be that they hurriedly moved their base because they were worried about being discovered after killing Ren Zitao? If that's really the case, I can leave according to the process. It's obviously a temporary decision. Should they have discovered us? Ergu worriedly said that all his plans had come to nothing, and he had once again lost control of his whereabouts. Zhang Bufang's face was dark, and he didn't pay any attention to it, and was completely immersed in thinking. From the previous turmoil between Ren Zitao and the illegal organization, it can be seen that there was no other worry at that time. What was the reason for them to make such a big move? I don't remember where the loopholes were discovered, and I would never have thought that the current situation was caused by a word from Ren Zitao's personal secretary. Brother Fong, what should we do next? Standing back and waiting is the safest way. No matter what, their target is Taylor, so they can only respond to changes by staying the same. I didn't expect that the situation would reverse so quickly and I would fall into a passive situation again. The most important thing now is to figure out the reason why the illegal organization evacuated. I really found that it would be very difficult to deal with my small actions. Brother Fong, let's go back quickly. Shut up. Ergu was completely confused when he heard the sudden abuse. He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong, so he had to keep his mouth shut tightly. Dee. If you listen carefully, you will find an electronic sound echoing in the air. When you look up, you will find a disc about the size of a palm pressed tightly against the wall with a flashing red light. Get down quickly. Zhang Bufang's expression suddenly changed. He yelled at the top of his lungs, and without any time to explain, he suddenly pushed the two sluggish dogs to the ground. Bang! After the loud noise, the room was covered with dust, and the furniture and appliances were in a mess. Although this small explosive weapon was not as powerful as C4, it should not be underestimated that it could easily destroy the body. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Fong, are you okay? The two dogs kept coughing and called out anxiously. If it hadn't been knocked down in the end and now turned into pieces of meat, they would never have expected that there would be such a trap. Get out of here first. Zhang Bufang, who also had a gray face, wiped his face carelessly and whispered instructions, then jumped out of the window and hurried away. Now it is certain that the illegal organization has discovered that he has not left. It was just the other party's routine. After all, he has nothing to do with the guards. If he stays there, he will not be able to explain it no matter how much he talks. How could a famous five-star hotel let them go so easily? If they continued to stay, there would only be endless troubles. The truth would be revealed when the old fox is finally caught. Brother Fong, what's going on? Ergu panted and asked why he was fine a few minutes ago when there was a sudden big explosion and he ran away like crazy. Follow me to the Municipal Security Bureau. Zhang Bufang whispered the order, sat back in the Qian without any pause, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and sped away. Who is so arrogant? Lying in the dormitory of the police academy, Hade saw the bright light at the door and cursed loudly. Without saying a word, he put on big pants and went to teach him a lesson. Because of the Renzitao incident, they have been living here recently. Unexpectedly, a group of ignorant people came to cause trouble. Brother Zhang Fong. The two of them screamed when they saw the familiar figure with a dull complexion and kept rubbing their eyes as if they were dreaming. Now is not the time to be pretentious. Do you know where Chen Lin is? Zhang Bufang had no time to chat and said anxiously. He clearly remembered the contents of the phone call from the woman a few hours ago, worried about what accident might happen. Brother Fong, Sister Chen has gone home a long time ago. What happened? Chen He came to Qianhui to report. Even a fool could sense that something big had happened. His playful appearance disappeared in an instant, and his expression became extremely serious. Take me to her house. Hyde and the two nodded without any objection. The atmosphere in the car was depressing and silent. The main reason was that the murderous aura emitted from Zhang Bufang was too strong. Isn't that Sister Chen's car? Ergo pointed at the black Grand Cherokee not far away and exclaimed, why was it parked here inexplicably? Soon I found a yellow-haired man sneaking around. Just when he was about to get into the car, he was pulled down and a dagger was put directly on his neck. Where is the owner of this car? Ergu tightened his lips and growled, and with a little force on his arms, blood would spurt out from his arteries, and he would pass away in less than a minute. Brother, I really don't know. When I came here, I saw the car door open and just wanted to drive away secretly. The yellow-haired ruffian had never experienced such a friendly approach to death. His legs could not stop shaking, and after a while, the smell of urine filled the air. Get out of here quickly. Hyde pinched his nose and cursed, then kicked him in the face without mercy. Looking at his cowardice, he knew that he had nothing to do with the murderer. Zhang Bufang knew from the messy interior of the car that there had been a fierce fight not long ago, and even Chun Lin's security guard badge fell at the base of the wall next to her. It seemed that she was too late. Which one has eaten the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard? Hade clutched the sandbag in Garlic Head and said angrily, Sister Chun is the captain of the famous security team. Who dares to be so arrogant? Brother Fong. When Ergu saw Brother Fong getting up and leaving, he hurriedly followed. Chen He and the others hurried back to the car after calling for instructions. Sure enough, when they arrived at Guantong's apartment, there was still no one there. There was an obvious struggle scene in the living room, and the two of them disappeared at the same time. Watching the illegal organization disappear, Zhang Bufang could think of who was behind the scenes with his buttocks. Zhang Bufang lit a cigarette and looked out the window without saying a word. He was so full of rage that Ergu and the others dared not approach him. Brother Fong, we can definitely find a way to rescue him. Haid leaned over and said with a smile. After all, he didn't know anything in front of him and couldn't find a breakthrough. It was like he tried his best to hit the cotton. Zhang Bu showed no expression, paid no attention, and fell into deep thought. He always felt that something was wrong. He clearly remembered that the illegal organization could not produce many thugs, even if they were full. How is it possible to attack with two-pronged measures at the same time? Maybe there are other organizations that I have not discovered. Things are getting more and more difficult. Brother Fong, we can't focus all our attention on that old fox. They should be in a hurry to move their base and have no time to kidnap the two of them. Ergu frowned slightly and said doubtfully in a deep voice, thinking that there were still undiscovered organizations, and the most important thing at hand was to reorganize his thinking. Yes, Brother Fong, maybe this is a trick deliberately used by the other party to make a fuss in the east and attack the west. The chairman of Taisher Group has no one to protect him. If something unexpected happens, he will lose both his wife and his army. Haid, Chun He and the others then came up and worried that staying here would not solve the problem. They had to calm down first. Zhang Bufang nodded lightly and turned to leave. He knew nothing about the situation of kidnapping Guantong and the others. Instead, he hoped that the gangster would call and make a deal. What's more, Chun Lin is the captain of the security team. She has been on the battlefield for a long time and will definitely leave clues. I believe she will get clues from them. The Porsche Cayenne sped along the central thoroughfare and returned to the villa as quickly as possible. When I saw the lights, I breathed a sigh of relief. If something happens to Taylor, it can be said that it is completely over. The illegal organization will definitely take her away. No matter what the reason for kidnapping them, the ultimate target is still Taylor, so there is still a chance to turn the tide. What happened? When Taylor saw the boy's figure, he was about to punch and kick him, but suddenly he realized that everyone was not in such high spirits. Chun Lin Guantong was kidnapped and hidden in a 5-star hotel in the city center. The illegal organization has escaped. Ergu was aware of Brother Fong's condition, so he approached him with a wink and hurriedly explained. Haid and the others were full of questions and couldn't figure out what was going on, as if they knew the thugs very well. What? When Taylor heard this, her brows instantly furrowed, and her cheeks were filled with deep worry. Logically speaking, they had absolute control, so why did this happen? It means that we directed and acted ourselves from beginning to end, and we were discovered a long time ago. Taylor's mouth was wide open and his face was dull, obviously unable to accept this reality. It can be described as the higher he flew, the worse he fell. That's not true. I guess the illegal organization learned the truth last night. As for Guantong and the others, they suspect that other organizations did it. Ergu responded quietly, while Zhang Bufang sat down on the sofa next to him and lit a cigarette, as if thinking about some plan. Then what should we do next? Taylor's eyes couldn't help but turn red, and he felt very guilty because he was the one who caused them trouble. Such an unexpected incident completely confused them. Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the young man not far away. Perhaps only he could figure out how to deal with it. Brother Fong, can you tell us what's going on? We might be able to help. Chenhe asked curiously. The two of them were kept in the dark from beginning to end and didn't understand anything. Even if they tried to find a way, they couldn't find an opportunity to start. Actually, Brother Fong has long discovered the illegal organization hiding in the dark. If he doesn't create the illusion of leaving, the other party will not show up. Then he unexpectedly leads to Ren Zitao, who has ill intentions, and finally, Ergu told the truth. After all, the security bureau still relied on them for assistance, and they could only do so if they had a clear understanding. Hyde and the others suddenly understood and nodded. It turned out to be a complete setup, and this kind of chaos occurred when they were about to adopt. Brother Fong, if I remember correctly, Sister Chen has a special positioning function on her phone. As long as you open it, you can determine the exact location through the device. Don't be stunned and go quickly, Taylor urged anxiously. The longer the time passed, the more dangerous they became, regardless of the fact that it was already midnight. Zhang Bufang's eyes flashed with light. This was the only breakthrough at present. I believe Chen-Lin would also consider it. In this way, the General Security Bureau of the city center set out with great force. Given their status, they still had some rights, and the tracking equipment was quickly activated. Why is there no movement? Taylor asked worriedly, fearing that this last hope would be dashed. It means Sister Chun has not turned on the location on her mobile phone. Hyde's face was also full of anxiety, and everyone's hearts were in their throats, especially Taylor's palms, which were sweating. Wait a little longer, Zhang Bufang warned in a hoarse voice. Chen-Lin slowly woke up from the turbulence. When she opened her eyes, she saw pitch black and she couldn't see her fingers, as if she was tied up in a sack and put in the trunk. He struggled with all his strength, but unfortunately, he didn't carry a dagger this time. When he was thinking of other ways, he heard a crunching sound in his ears. Ouch, you woke up after being unconscious for 2 hours. The man in black muttered angrily and tore open the sack, revealing the leader of the security team who was tightly bound. What do you want? Chen-Lin roared with murderous intent in her eyes. She looked at the surrounding scene with her peripheral vision, as if she was in some abandoned factory. She suddenly recalled the cell phone in her pocket, but her hands were tied, and she couldn't move the bow. I also follow the boss's instructions. Stop talking nonsense, and just be obedient, and you won't be harmed. Before she finished speaking, she felt a burning pain in her chest. Chen-Lin was forced to fall to the ground just because of this trick. After all, her whole body was tied with thick hemp ropes. Tisk, TSK. No matter how good your skills are, it won't work if you don't have a substitute space. The man in black patted the dust in front of him casually and taunted with an evil voice. Then he saw the woman squirming regardless of the small stones on the ground, and soon her arms were dripping with blood. When Chen-Lin heard the ding sound coming from her pocket phone, she let out a sigh of relief and felt weak and slumped there. What she did just now was to touch the button on the back of the phone, which was the small locator. Can't you stand it anymore? The man in black asked in reply, and then he carried it on his body and walked towards the abandoned factory, using the car lights as the only lighting equipment. Then he searched his body and found that his pocket phone was smashed without saying a word. Finally, he put Chen-Lin, who was tied to a chair, in the abandoned factory. Right in the center of the factory, a dozen of his subordinates also carried out sofas and various delicacies and beers from the car. It was obvious that they had prepared in advance and knew that they would stay here for a while. General Security Bureau. Yes. Hyde was surprised when he saw a red light suddenly light up on the device screen and hurriedly pressed the keyboard to determine the exact location. Why not? Is there something wrong with the instrument? Taylor's excitement didn't last long and was replaced by worry again, which lasted for at most 20 seconds. The phone is probably damaged, but the location will be automatically saved as soon as the instrument is started. Give me some time. After Chun-He murmured an explanation, he buried his head in pressing the keyboard, exuding a confident aura. Zhang Bufang clasped his hands in front of him and did not urge her. It can be said that Chen-Lin's position in the investigation department was inevitable, and she would not be able to go far in just a few hours. Ren's and Sun Manor. The view from the door was very depressing, and from time to time a cold wind blew that made people shiver. Due to the security blockade, no reporters dared to come. What's more, there were rumors that it was haunted. It was said that the ghost of the strong man who died that night had not left, and everyone was avoiding it. No one wanted such a huge manor at a price of hundreds of thousands, and the superiors finally chose to let it be abandoned. It was originally located in the suburbs, and there were usually no people around it. At this time, bursts of light beams came out of the villa in the center of the manor. If there were really people filming, I would be scared to death. Brother, everything is going according to your plan. The boy named Zhang did not leave. Not long ago, he went to the hotel to surround us. Unfortunately, he is still too young. Chicken Brawny Man Xiaoying Inghui reported that if something like this happens, you don't dare to question your decision to act cautiously. If you act rashly, you are probably doomed. I never expected that he really didn't leave. It can be said that he had been watching the show before. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, the ending would be the same as that of Ren Zitao. The ultimate beneficiary of this long-term nonsense would be himself. How are the two women doing? Li Qi's face was solemn, and he didn't relax at all. He knew what a terrifying monster the other party was, and any mistakes made at the price would be irreparable. The advantage I have now is self-defeating. It was only just now that I was sure that the person named Zhang had not left. Like the ambush in the hotel, I had carefully guessed and installed it. Everything was deceived by me, so I didn't have much sense of accomplishment. Instead, I was filled with fear. Come down and really have to confront that monster head-on. We have captured the designated location. With so many thugs guarding us, nothing will happen. The muscular man swore and patted his chest. There was no need to care about the weak woman who was the secretary to the chairman of Taisher Group. Although the woman was from the security field, she still had no idea when faced with the huge difference between the actual situation and the strong man. Brother, what should we do next? Do we need to send someone to monitor the other party's actions? Keep in touch with them at all times and don't do anything else. Li Qi ordered in a firm tone. He only has 7 masters under his command now. Even so, he is still not 100% sure and must not lose any more. It would be easy to detect the stalker based on the opponent's strength. By then, the gain would be outweighed by the loss of the rice. All you need to do now is to wait for good news. When Zhang discovers the location of the kidnapping and goes there, it will be your chance to take action. They are absolutely safe hiding in the villa of Ren's father and son. No one would come to such an ominous place when they have nothing to do. All camera functions have been restored, and anyone approaching within 200 meters of the manor can be noticed. The muscular man nodded respectfully and called to make arrangements. Then he lay on the leather sofa and enjoyed opening a bottle of good red wine. After being knocked unconscious, Guantong gradually woke up. Just when he was about to rub his sore neck, he realized that his whole body was tied up. He had previous experiences, but didn't panic too much. He could calmly face and analyze the situation in front of him. Even if he was kidnapped, he should find a way to inform the outside world. Wait for rescue at your location. He was obviously locked up in the basement. Through the dim light, he could see that the surrounding area was damp. No other items were visible except the walls. Click sound. Just as she was looking around, the iron door was pushed open, and she saw a young man in black walking straight towards her. A cold air rose up from her back, fearing that he might have evil thoughts. In a panic, he suddenly found that the thick hemp rope tied to his body had been untied, and he could be said to be free. However, facing the strong man in front of him, he had no idea of escape, and he stood there obediently and motionless. You performed well. If I find out that you dare to run away, the consequences will be serious. You will definitely not have the freedom at this time. The man in black raised the corner of his mouth and whispered, waving his hand casually and bringing bread and mineral water to his men outside the door. Who are you? Guantong said with a fearful look on his face. He was very aware of the evil aura coming towards him and couldn't help but tremble all over. Curiosity killed the cat. I advise you not to ask so many questions. After saying that, the man in black walked outside. He did this because he was told by his elder brother not to let her get hurt. Anyway, he was sure that there was no exit to the small room and there was no need to continue to tie her up. When Xiaodong heard the sound of locking the door, she did not tremble like a weak woman should. She did not hesitate to pick up the water and drink it. She believed that someone would come to save her and she must conserve her strength. Brother Fong, we found the exact location. Chenyi took a deep breath, printed out everything on the device, and handed it over. Others gathered around him after hearing this. Zhang Bufong frowned slightly when he saw the coordinates on the paper. Unexpectedly, they were in the suburbs of a neighboring city. Are there really other organizations? After the Rinshire Group case occurred, security guards were strictly guarding all exits in the city. There is a high chance that the criminals will be new faces. By collecting the corpses in the manor, we can probably confirm the characteristics of the illegal organization's men. There has been no news so far. It seems that they are not his people. Hyde stepped forward and explained that he was responsible for that incident, so he made it very clear and would never be wrong. We'll understand what's going on when we meet. Zhangbu responded expressionlessly and walked out the door as soon as he finished speaking. The location was a full 2 hours away, and there was no time to waste. Brother Fong, I will accompany you, Ergu and the three of them said in unison. According to all the inferences just now, the other party is most likely to be another organization. They don't know what their strength is. They are worried that Brother Fong's Shamakang Pikhin will fall into a trap, so several people can take care of him. No one can go. His face turned deafened for a moment, and he scolded him. It was still not possible to confirm whether he was involved with the old fox before. He was afraid that they would attack him if he left his front foot. It would not be easy to drive here in 2 hours. I'll be fine myself. Taylor knew that he made this decision to protect himself, and said in a hurry, not for the sake of the guy's safety. Brother Fong, I'll stay and let them follow. Ergu saw Brother Fong's firm look and said in relief, the chairman's hidden danger level has reached 100%, and someone must be around to protect him. Yes. I don't know what's going on with your grandma's legs. Chun Lin's disappearance. If you don't shake up the security bureau tomorrow and completely cause chaos, it will only serve as a disguised tip to the illegal organizations hiding in the dark. But Haid and Chun, he hesitated to speak. Although what they said was very reasonable, they still refused to give up and follow Brother Fong. It was the most dangerous thing for him to go by himself. Don't be like women. Just contact me as soon as possible if anything unexpected happens. Zhang Bufong didn't have the courage to curse and picked up the car keys on the table and walked out the door. He wanted to see why the other party dared to be so arrogant. Just like this, I drove my Porsche alone on the highway, speeding away without waiting for anyone. I increased the speed to the extreme and tried to shorten the time wasted on the road. 3 o'clock in the morning. The dark red Porsche Cayenne was very eye-catching in the middle of the night. After an hour of driving, we finally arrived at the edge of the designated location. 200 meters away, you can see an abandoned factory standing in the dark. If you guessed correctly, it is located here. The location on the printed paper is indeed on the edge of the city suburbs. He clenched the steering wheel with both hands and looked forward with his eyes slightly narrowed, trying to see who would dare to find trouble like this. Parking the eye-catching dark red Porsche in the woods nearby, Zhang Bufong, a black shadow crossing the sky, approached quickly. Choosing to walk also reduced the risk of being discovered in advance. There was a slight sound of snoring in the air of the abandoned factory. How could Chen Lin feel sleepy in this situation? Her thick eyebrows and big eyes suddenly opened, shining exceptionally brightly in the night. He found that the man in black was already lying on the sofa, fast asleep. The men sent to monitor him were also dozing off, and no one noticed him. Now is a good opportunity to escape. When the sky gets brighter, he will no longer be able to sneak away in front of everyone. His arms begin to burst with a sense of strength and bulge out layers of muscles. Chun-Lin glanced at her surroundings from time to time, and her facial muscles began to twitch due to the excessive force exerted, including her ankles. Unfortunately, the opponent was tied too firmly, and there was no sign of struggling after 5 minutes. Ding, ding, ding. The sudden ringing of the bell made her tremble all over, and she hurriedly stopped moving her hands and feet, pretending to be asleep. Who is this late at night? The man in black responded very irritably and impatiently. Hearing the familiar voice on the phone, his body sat up suddenly like a bow. Don't worry, boss. That woman will never have any problems in my hands. She has given up her resistance and is fast asleep. Do you need to send you a photo? The trouble he had just gone through disappeared without a trace. His voice came out with an extremely flattering smile, and his small eyes narrowed to a slit. Chun-Lin's ears pricked up when she saw the other party's dog-legged appearance. If she guessed correctly that the person on the other end was his boss, she hoped to hear something. No problem. I will notify you first if any accident occurs. The man in black kept nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. After about a minute, he hung up the phone. He picked up the energy drink on the table and drank it. Perhaps he was not energetic enough to wash his face with cold water. Get up. Who allowed you to sleep? Taking out the reprimand he had just received on his subordinates, he walked over aggressively and slapped them on the back of the head mercilessly. After all this trouble, everyone present felt sleepy. Chun-Lin secretly gritted her teeth and regretted missing this only opportunity. When Zhang Bufong saw the scene not far away, the corner of his mouth rose. He didn't seem to be a powerful character. He seemed to be ordered by someone. In the blink of an eye, a dagger appeared in his hand and disappeared into the night. Who? The man in charge of surveillance clearly saw a black figure not far away shouting at the top of his lungs. "I call you second uncle. Come over and take a look. Don't you know what's going on?" The man in black opened his mouth and cursed. Then he picked up the drink bottle next to him and threw it at it angrily. He didn't believe that there were people in this place. They were probably wild cats and dogs. Chun-Lin suddenly raised her head when she heard the noise, and there was a look on Chi-Yi's eyes. It had been a while since he deliberately leaked his position, and he was probably coming to rescue her. "If you give up, who will come to rescue you in the wilderness?" Prince Bai Chun. When the man in black saw the woman's demeanor and behavior, a disdainful chuckle erupted from his nostrils. She really looked like she was acting in a TV series. "Brother, it's a wild cat, ah." Before he could scream, the screams behind him were extremely loud. Everyone took out their machetes and stared at the source of the sound. "FCK them all." The man in black roared at the top of his lungs. He didn't expect that someone would actually come here to die. He was very confident in his subordinates. Each of them was a tough guy carrying a murder case. Zhang Bufang raised his eyebrows slightly and rushed towards him. He saw a ghostly figure walking back and forth among the menacing tough guys. In less than 40 seconds, they all lay motionless on the ground. The dark red blood gathered together and looked very scary. "You? Who are you?" The man in black stammered and said in panic. His expression was as if he had seen a ghost. His legs kept trembling and his buttocks collapsed. It was even more terrifying than the image of a killer in the movie. The soles of Zhang Bufang's feet were as if they were oiled, and his face suddenly drifted over, pinched his neck and lifted him up, as if the god of death was coming. Chun-Lin was stunned when she saw the digital face, completely shocked by the strength she had just shown. She dared to say that even the top Special Forces soldiers were no match for him. She had long known about the terrifying skills of that kid, but she was still frightened when she saw it with her own eyes today. "Untie her." The only subordinate who heard the cold voice nodded hurriedly and untied the thick hemp rope with both hands. Chun-Lin regained her freedom and turned around to easily solve the problem with a right uppercut. "Who ordered you?" Zhang Bufang asked in a deep voice. "It is a trivial matter to deal with them. Investigating the instigators behind them is the key. It is also the only clue to rescue Guantong." "Brother, no? No." The man in black was about to cry but couldn't help but stuttered in reply. His face was red from suppressing his emotions, but he was still prepared to secretly take out his cell phone to report. What a good dog. How could Chun-Lin give him this chance and suddenly lose her arm? She dropped her phone on the ground and didn't even press the dial button. "I'll give you the last 5 seconds. Just say it and get out." 5, 4, 3. Zhang Bufang slowly exerted force on his left palm and saw that the dagger slowly penetrated through the clothes and penetrated into the abdomen, and blood began to slowly ooze out. I said. The man in black couldn't bear the torture and shouted hurriedly, and the old man shed tears and strings. "Let me know it's a lie and wait until death." Zhang Bufang took back the dagger and threatened angrily. "I'm from the Bluebird organization. The boss is Li Qi. I used to stay at the organization headquarters. Last night, I received an order from Chun bus stop to rush over. It's really that old fox." Chun-Lin gritted her teeth when she heard the familiar name, while Zhang Bufang's facial expression did not change at all. Ren Zitao had revealed information about the other party to Ergo before, so he knew Li Qi fairly well. After finally realizing what was going on, the old fox had too few thugs around him to dare to take risks, so he sent other subordinates from the organization headquarters, so the unit guards didn't notice. I had specifically learned about an organization called Bluebird before. It was a powerful underground party located in a metropolitan city adjacent to this city. It had great wealth and power, but if it offended itself, it would be declared dead. The killers from the Black Hawk organization who were called a few days ago are probably at their destination soon. They ordered them to wash the Bluebird's blood into a river. The saying that a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake is simply not true in the face of the world's killer organizations. Fists can overwhelm everything. Why did he do this? What is the next plan? Chun-Lin asked in a deep voice. She wanted to see what tricks this old fox would play again. Now that she found this opportunity, she had to ask clearly. You are making things difficult for me. How can you, a small subordinate, know so much? The man in black stuttered in response. He had just recovered from the suffocation and was greedily sucking in air. He didn't expect the other party to ask such a tricky question again. I'll give you another chance to answer. Chun-Lin picked up the ground launcher, pulled the trigger, put it on his forehead, and threatened. It can be said that she couldn't cry without seeing the coffin. Even if you kill me, I still don't know. He looked aggrieved and said that he was told to sneak attack the security team leader of the security bureau and then kidnap him. He knew nothing else. Where is your other gang? Zhang Bu said in a calm voice, looking at him looking like he was about to cry but without tears. He probably really didn't understand. After all, we don't know where Guantong is being held, so there is no time to waste. Since there are so many subordinates recruited from the organization, they must be prepared with both hands, so it must be the old fox's doing. I don't understand what you are saying. The man in black looked confused and innocently blinked his eyes and responded plainly. Unfortunately, his acting skills were not good enough, and the glances in his eyes had given him away. Bang sound. He grabbed the launcher, aimed it at the opponent's thigh, and pressed the trigger without hesitation. The deafening sound of the wooden barn echoed in the silent air. The man in black was kneeling there on one leg with an extremely ferocious look on his face. Beads of sweat as big as beans fell down in clusters on his forehead. Blood came out through the gaps between his fingers. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to be so ruthless. Including Chun-Lin, she was also shocked. This kind of operation was too decisive and did not give any chance to react. Often, this kind of tone is the easiest to break down the inner defense. Do you understand now? Zhang Bufang continued to ask in a low voice, his facial expression showing no emotion, as if what happened was an everyday occurrence. Well, before he finished speaking, a bone-chilling pain came from his right leg again. Now both legs were covered with blood, and even so, it was still leaking out. In the basement of building number 3 in a residential area that is about to be demolished dozens of kilometers away. The man in black, with pale lips and a painful face, reported in a hurry. He could no longer withstand such torture, and his brain went blank and was completely drained. He had just finished speaking and was about to simply bandage the wound. A bright light flashed before his eyes, and then his eyes were lifeless and paralyzed. The dagger in Zhang Bufang's hand was so close that there was no trace of blood on the tip. No useful information could be extracted from his mouth, and the only outcome was death. I firmly remember the address mentioned by the man in black in my mind. What is gratifying is that the location where Guantong was imprisoned is not far away, and he is on his way back. When was she kidnapped? Chun-Lin wondered. From this, it seemed that the old fox was definitely planning some trick and needed to be more careful. Same as you. It's already around 4 o'clock in the morning. You drive this Porsche back quickly, because Li Qi is hiding in the dark and has no idea of our whereabouts. If you don't show up at the first time, they will know that I went to rescue Xiaodong. Zhang Bufang warned with a solemn expression that the consequences would be disastrous. Now we not only need to rescue Guantong, we also need to prevent the man in black from leaking information. He must return to Taylor before the old fox determines his position. This can be regarded as finding out the little Jujio in Li Qi's mind. It is nothing more than trying to get him away and then kidnapping him. What if there are too many of them? Don't you still believe in my strength? Zhang Bufang patted his chest confidently and said sternly. From the strength of the man in black, just now, he could probably deduce that he was like an ant in front of him, and he could easily crush him to death. Then you have to be careful. Chun-Lin frowned and warned without letting go of her worries, but she knew what he meant and had to go back. Zhang Bufang watched the dark red Porsche gradually disappearing from his eyes, lighting a cigarette, and then drove off again in the tattered black off-road vehicle. Less than 5 minutes after he left, the man in black's cell phone dinged. Unfortunately, there were dead bodies all around. How could anyone pick up the phone? A manor villa hundreds of miles away. Brother, that guy probably fell asleep if he didn't answer. Muscle Man Hui reported that after learning about the situation, he was so angry that his teeth itched, and he still didn't take it to heart after being warned so many times. Li Qi took a sip of tea and didn't respond. Seeing that he was in a daze, he seemed to be thinking about something. He then took out his mobile phone and called another subordinate and told him to be careful again. Although he couldn't be contacted, he couldn't confirm the real situation, so he couldn't take action to arrest the chairman of Taisher Group. Keep an eye on the camera and report anything strange immediately. The man in black glanced around with a cold face and growled. He just received a call from his elder brother. It sounded like there was an accident, and he would never allow any problems to arise. Guan Tong, who was locked in a cubicle, heard the movement outside the door and hurriedly leaned on the iron door to eavesdrop. He had been looking for loopholes in the basement for the past few hours, but found nothing. Zhang Bufang also arrived at his destination. All he could see were aging residential buildings, which might be about to be demolished without any residents. The figure flashed to the roof of Building 3, lying on the edge to examine the nearby situation, and soon discovered the red laser outside the corridor, which was obviously just installed. It can be said that there is no silver 300 taels here. He casually picked up a stone and aimed it at it. The horn rang loudly, and the camera was scattered all over the ground. Of course, the strong man in the basement could hear such a loud noise. Go out and have a look. The man in black took out the transmitter from his pocket and said with a cautious expression. The big men in groups of 3 and 5 rushed out aggressively, but never came back. Who are you? Your second uncle. After Zhang Bufang opened his mouth to curse, he was like a tiger rushing down the mountain. Before the man in black could pull the trigger, he flew upside down like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall, spitting out blood. He held his sore chest tightly and struggled for a long time without getting up. It turned out that he was a core thug in the Blue Bird organization and had been professionally trained. He was killed instantly without a chance to take action in front of this monster. With a clear mind, the man in black gritted his teeth and took out his mobile phone to report to his elder brother. Even if he failed to protect the hostages, he had to make an effort. Zhang Bufang noticed from the corner of his eye that his calf muscles burst out and kicked him out, causing the poor man in black's chest to collapse and lift him to the sky. Zhang Bufang used brute force to tear open the iron door. He was relieved when he saw a familiar face, because if he didn't deal with the man in black at the last moment, something big would happen. At that moment, he was worried that he would not be able to find the location where Xiaodong was being held. Brother Xiaofang. Guan Tong could no longer control the pear blossoms and rushed towards her with tears in her eyes, tightly hugging that generous and secure chest. It's okay, it's safe now. Zhang Bufang rubbed her head lovingly and felt very uncomfortable when he saw her eyes were red. After all, she was implicated from the beginning to the end and led to the kidnapping situation. Brother Xiaofang, what happened to you the past few days? I haven't been able to contact you all the time. I don't know how worried I am. Guan Tong's face turned red as soon as he finished speaking, and he directly expressed his inner thoughts without going through his brain. The sudden ambiguity made her embarrassed to lower her head, especially now that the two of them were hugging each other tightly and could feel each other's heartbeats. Actually, I never left, but I couldn't meet due to special circumstances. Zhang Bufang's hands were frozen, and he was very embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the subject by explaining what happened before and said everything without any concealment. So that's it. Guan Tong's eyes flashed with a look of despair, but he didn't tell her. Is it the same for Xiaofang, brother? He couldn't help but have some random thoughts. Then let's get out of this damn place. Feeling Xiaodong's tight embrace with no intention of letting go, he scratched the back of his head and mumbled, and the alluring body fragrance penetrated his nostrils, making him a little obsessed. Good. Guan Tong's body suddenly spread out like an electric shock. Even the lobes of his ears were red, and his voice was like a buzzing fly. They didn't realize that the phone screen that the man in black dropped just now was still on, and it showed that the call time had reached 5 minutes. It's about 5 o'clock in the morning. It's been so long, why don't I call and ask? Hyde said anxiously as he walked up and down the hall of the unit. He didn't sleep a wink all night. Even if he could hold on mentally, his physical exhaustion was irresistible. Just wait a little longer. With Brother Fang's terrifying skills, there will never be any problems. Ergo murmured in response. After all, he didn't know Brother Fang's situation at this time and was worried that the call would affect the situation at a critical moment. I clearly remember that Brother Fang told me not to call until someone attacks the chairman, so I chose to wait patiently. Let's stay up all night and squint for a while. Taylor stepped forward and reminded him that he was the culprit of such a big fight, and he felt very sorry in his heart. We have been able to train with high intensity for 3 days and 3 nights without any serious problems. It is better for you to lie on the sofa and take a nap. It is still unknown when Brother Fang will come back. Chunni said seriously. The task given by Brother Fong is to protect the woman in front of him without any negligence. Brother Fong is back. Hyde saw a long-lost smile on the face of the slowly approaching red Porsche, and the group of people approached it with joyful expressions. Where are Zhang Bufong and the others? When Taylor saw Lu Qingzhao getting out of the car, he frowned and asked. His little heart inevitably raised a thump in his throat. Guantong and I were not tied to the same place. He went to rescue us. Because the sky was getting brighter, he was worried that the old fox would notice something strange, so he rushed over alone. Don't worry, everyone. If Brother Fong can rescue Sister Chen alone, there will definitely be no problem. Just have breakfast and wait for the good news. Hyde waved his hands casually and livened up the atmosphere. He could see that everyone's worried expressions had not faded before they made such a decision. You're right. Everyone is recharging their energy. The kidnapping incident is definitely a conspiracy of the old fox, which means he will come over at any time. Chen Lin said with a solemn expression. The dark circles under her eyes became thicker after a sleepless night, and even so, she had no intention of resting. What? That again? Hyde gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He clenched his big sandbag fist and put it to his forehead with anger. He wished he could rush over and take his head now. Can you find out his current location? Urga frowned slightly and asked. He was now in an absolutely passive state, which was very disadvantageous, especially under the huge disparity in strength. We have ordered the security bureaus in each area to conduct a blanket search. So far, there are no results. We will wait for all security guards to go to work at 8 o'clock and launch a large-scale operation. Are you still proud that you spent so much effort to catch me? Suddenly, a strange voice came from behind him, and when he turned around, he saw a group of strong men wearing black clothes and unfamiliar faces standing there. Although I have a thorough understanding of the bad organizations behind the scenes, I have never seen their true appearance, and today I can see it for all to see. The corners of Li Qi's mouth turned up, and he smiled evilly. He learned through the phone call that the person named Zhang was dozens of kilometers away, so he chose this simple and crude way to solve the problem due to the time difference. First of all, it is clear that they did not take precautions. Everyone stayed up all night, and their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced due to exhaustion. They did this because they knew the situation in the unit very well. I'm looking for your turtle grandson. Now kneel down and shout Grandpa 3 times to make your death not so ugly. The grumpy Hyde took 2 steps forward, pointed at his nose, and shouted arrogantly, Why is Loud Dexing running around when he has already entered his old age? Ridiculous person. The muscular man burst out with a disdainful sneer from his nostrils, not paying attention to everyone present, and silently his biceps bulged. Hyde was ignited for a moment, and he didn't even listen to the advice. He raised his sandbag and punched at me. As a genius in the Special Forces training camp, he was quite confident in his own strength. The muscular man raised his eyebrows and suddenly moved, like a crazy bull charging forward without any other fancy tricks. I never expected that the opponent's speed would be so terrifying. If I didn't give myself time to use military punches, my chest would seem to have been hit by a sledgehammer, and I would stumble back several steps. I couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood and spit it out, which made my face turn black and look very ugly. Killing you guys is just a matter of snapping your fingers. The muscular man raised his fingers arrogantly, as if it was just a common thing, and he shook his neck casually and made a clicking sound. Why are you pretending? Hyde couldn't stand the way the other person was shouting obscenities. Just when he was about to stand up, he felt a bone-chilling pain in his chest, and he sat there again with a pale face. He was also staring straight at the opponent with evil energy bursting out from his body, but he could understand the current situation and rush over hastily, which would lead to disastrous consequences. The strong men behind him were not easy. With such a huge disparity in strength, he would be easily defeated if he tried to bite the bullet. The most important thing now was to find a way to escort Taylor away. Urgu was sitting next to the chairman. His first choice was to call Brother Fong. As soon as he pressed the dial button, he felt a burning pain in his back. A hideous scar appeared under his shoulder. His shirt was stained with bright red blood, and the phone was the same. It was smashed to pieces. Haha. So what if the kid named Zhang is so scheming? As the saying goes, the older is the wiser. Knowing the current situation, he cannot fly back immediately and hand over the woman obediently, Otherwise, everyone will be buried with her. Li Qi raised his head and laughed loudly. After struggling for so long, he finally won a big victory. What are you dreaming about? Hyde gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Even though sweat was dripping from his forehead in strands, he still had a fierce look on his face and clenched his fists with sandbags. Remember the mission given by Brother Fong. Unless you have no fighting ability, you will never watch the old fox succeed. What else can you guys do now? Everyone will pay the price with their lives if you give the order. Li Qi folded his hands in front of him and said proudly, not to mention how happy he felt in his heart. After putting in so much effort, he finally got what he wanted. The guy's surname Zhang was deeply involved in the tricks he used one after another. He was very proud and knew how terrifying the monster was. Chen Lin, who was beside her, remained silent, with murderous intent bursting out of her eyes. The situation at hand was very unfavorable to them. The old fox was too cunning and took advantage of everyone's inattention to attack with the strongest combat power and injure them. At this time, Urga's lips were tightened and his facial muscles were twitching continuously. The knife on his back could be said to have torn the flesh to pieces. The most important thing was that the burning pain had a great impact on the speed. Being an assassin can be said to be a fatal injury to him. Perhaps assassinations can be easily discovered now, and he has no ability to fight head-on. In this way, he can be said to be a human sandbag. If I'm not mistaken, you are the captain of the famous security team. It's not an option to continue wasting the money. You can come up with a perfect solution. Li Qi taunted in a weird way. Yuya Yuze had a cigarette in his mouth, and the muscular man also hurriedly came over to light the fire. They are so arrogant that they block the door of the security bureau to demand people. They choose the right time, the right place, and the right people, so they can only suffer the consequences. When the chairman of Taisher Group gets hold of it, he will fly away in an instant. It is impossible to catch them. There is no need for you to complain. Sooner or later you will be punished by the law. Ha 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 ha. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? The muscular man laughed loudly, opened his mouth and cursed, without caring about the identity of the woman. The policeman was like an ant in their eyes. After being insulted, Chun Lin's face turned dark. Especially when she heard the ridicule, she became angry. Without saying a word, she took out the launcher and carried it with her. She pulled the trigger, aimed and fired the entire set of actions in one go. When Chun-He heard the sound of the wooden warehouse, he rushed forward with both legs, and his target was the old fox a few meters away. As the saying goes, the best way to catch the thief is to catch the king first. No matter how strong he is, he cannot face the bow head that is shooting at him head-on. What he needs to do is to block his escape route, and he will be attacked no matter what. Li Qi's expression suddenly changed when he saw the situation in front of him. He never expected that the opponent would dare to fight back. He was unable to fight back with one punch and was unable to react in a short time with four hands. At the critical moment, the strong man in black behind him rushed over and pushed his eldest brother to the side. He avoided the trajectory of the single head of the bow and protected his vital parts with his arms. Bite! The single head of the bow hit the door frame behind him, but just now the strong man in black collapsed there and lost the breath of life, with blood pouring out from a vicious wound on his neck. In fact, after just a brief eye contact, Chun-He confirmed that the real purpose of pounced on was to divert attention, which greatly improved the winning rate of Urga's assassination. The plan was proceeding step by step, and just when everyone was excited and preparing to celebrate, they didn't expect that his subordinates were so sincere to him and were willing to sacrifice their own lives to save the old fox. Are you okay? Taylor saw Urgu panting heavily and worried. The scar on his back was obviously more serious. After strenuous exercise, more and more blood leaked out. It is easy to get infected if exposed to the air for a long time. Chairman, you must be careful to hide behind me at all times, and just hold on until Brother Fong arrives. Urga's face turned pale and weak as he responded weakly. The call just now was made. I believe Brother Fong can react to the situation. Tyler, who was in a hurry, noticed the unfavorable situation around him and suddenly calmed down, with a look of determination on his face as if he had made some decision. The person involved, Zhang Bufong, who was located dozens of kilometers away, also frowned and looked ahead. He drove the shabby old-fashioned off-road vehicle to the extreme speed, and black smoke came out of the exhaust pipe at the rear of the vehicle. Brother Xiaofeng, I still can't get through. Guan Tong, the co-pilot, reported that as soon as the bell rang, there was no movement, which was really confusing. Something must have happened. Zhang Bufang responded with a hoarse voice and a deep voice. Evil energy burst out from all over his body. It seemed that there was something wrong that let the old fox know where he was. What's wrong, Sister Taylor? Xiaodong also noticed that something was wrong. Her palms were covered with sweat, and she asked worriedly, "Hold on to the handle." He didn't respond too much and stepped on the accelerator completely regardless of the harsh sound of the engine. It is no exaggeration to say that time is life. Tick your nose and hit your face? Li Qi, who had completely lost his face, roared. When he saw the corpse of the man in black, his expression suddenly dropped. He also lost a general. If the tiger doesn't show off his power, he will treat me as a sick cat. I will teach them a lesson next. Always keep an eye on your watch. Even if the kid named Zhang can't make it in 40 or 50 minutes in a Lamborghini, it's enough time to deal with these guys. A bunch of ants still want to cause trouble? It's really ridiculous. The corners of the muscular man's mouth raised with a sneer, and his hands clenched to make a clicking sound, which made them realize their own terror. The strong men in black behind them all took out sharp daggers and rushed towards them without saying a word. Hater, Chun He and others gritted their teeth and followed Lu Qing to fight head-on. Ergu saw the muscular man slowly walking towards him with a solemn expression and the muscles in his arm bulging out as he clenched the dagger, clearly making a last-ditch effort. You all look like this. Kneel down and surrender as soon as possible. I will be very cruel. If you want to take away the chairman today, you have to walk over my body. I'm so touched. Before the muscular man finished his taunting words, he felt the fierce, murderous aura coming towards him. He easily dodged the fatal blow and hammered the two dogs to the ground with great force. Then he flashed his body and stepped hard on the wound on the opponent's back, which can be said to be an instant kill. How could the injured killer be the big opponent in front of him in a head-on battle? Go to hell. The killer with a fierce expression grabbed the dagger, pointed it at his head, and was about to stab him, but at the last moment he heard the sound of the wooden warehouse and hurriedly avoided it. I'll go with you and let the others go, or else I'll launch myself immediately. Taylor held the transmitter tightly against his Tianmen point and threatened. Although he didn't really understand the other party's purpose of registering himself, he was sure that the old fox's plan would fail if he died. Chun Lin and the others were also covered in bruises when faced with the siege of men in black with terrifying strength, and they looked like they would collapse at any moment. The chairman of Taisher Group is indeed fearless. I agree to your conditions. Li Qi raised his eyebrows and let out bursts of evil laughter. He waved his hands casually, and the muscular man and the others returned behind him and stopped attacking. Although I desperately want to get rid of those nosy boys, I must not let the chain slip at the last critical moment. If the woman really commits suicide, all the hard work will be in vain. What's more, if they are slaughtered blatantly in the workplace, I believe it will attract the attention of Interpol. No matter how much money they have, they will still have to live a life of hiding in Tibet. After thinking about it like this, I decided not to do anything dirty to them. It happened to be that I could kill two birds with one stone. If the other party dragged on like this and worried about an accident, then the gain would outweigh the loss. No. The two dogs looked ferocious and tried their best to stop the old fox regardless of their injuries. They knew the ultimate goal of the old fox. The only consequence of being taken away was to be used as a guinea pig for research. Although Chen Lin and others did not know the truth of the matter, the other party must have hidden secrets in waiting for such a long time. It would be very difficult to rescue them if they were really captured. You don't even think about succeeding. Hade spat out a mouthful of blood and yelled angrily. If it weren't for the severe pain in his chest, he would have rushed over to fight to the death. Chen He was also determined to die. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared straight at the old fox, looking like he wanted to die together. Chairman Tai, it seems that the problem is with you. Don't think that I don't know that I am stalling for time to wait for the person named Zhang to come back. Otherwise, I will take him away by force in the last 20 seconds. Li Qi threatened in a low voice. The big men in black behind him heard his elder brother's orders and took out the AK-47 Bumutsang. They were simply more cruel than drug lords and thugs. The 7 armed officers standing there in full armor showed their intimidating power instantly. Without the deployment of special forces, many police officers would have died. The old fox put great effort into catching Taylor and made all kinds of preparations. No one can stop her when he is determined to capture her. I'll go with you. Seeing the dark wooden entrance not far away, I nodded in agreement without any hesitation. As soon as I finished speaking, I walked straight over. I had to do this for everyone's safety. Urgu's eyes turned red, and the strength of his calf muscles exploded. The veins on his forehead bulged out. He endured the excruciating pain and gradually stood up. When he was about to pounce, the sound of a wooden barn reappeared in midair. The muscular man pressed the trigger, and the AK-47's mouth flashed with flames, and a straight line was drawn 5 centimeters in front of the finger of the overestimating guy, obviously warning him to be honest. The 2 dogs were completely aroused and ignored them and continued to limp closer. Chun-hee, who was still slightly injured, hurriedly stopped him. If he continued, his life would be lost. Walk. After Li Chi controlled Taylor, he couldn't help but smile at the corners of his eyes, and then the group of people drove away as they watched helplessly. I'll chase him. Chun-hee gritted his teeth and said that even if Brother Fong came to rescue him, he had to know the exact location. He was the best choice at the moment. Everyone come back. Chun-Lin scolded in a cold voice, knowing that the old fox's men had the firepower, and chasing him now would simply lead to death, and it was during the rush hour that he would most likely harm innocent people. Sister Chun, there is no time. Hyde's face turned red, and he roared at the top of his lungs. Could it be that he really let them slip away from his eyes? Do you think I want to be willing to show up only if a corpse appears? Chun-Lin, who was out of control, raised her voice and yelled back. Only then did everyone calm down and shut their mouths tightly. They knew what was going on better than anyone else, and they chose to do that because they wanted to fight for the last chance with their lives. Carry them both back and bandage them briefly first. Then he gave instructions in a deep voice, knowing clearly what they were thinking in their hearts at this time, and they would never be willing to send them to the hospital for treatment now. There were neat rows of black cars driving on Central Avenue. The speed was not that fast, but they were always compact and not separated by traffic lights. Li Chi was not sure what kind of crazy behavior the security team would do next, so he had to be more cautious. If an accident happened, he could rely on other subordinates to protect him and leave. Brother, should we leave directly now? The muscular man asked doubtfully. He could guess with his, but that the exits of various cities were heavily guarded. Don't panic and go back to your old place. Unless you disappear out of thin air, you won't have a chance to leave. I have my own way. Li Chi murmured confidently. The first thing he thought of was an escape plan. He lay lazily in the passenger seat without much worry, just to let those idiots watch him leave without any tricks. Remember to pay attention to the route. The muscular man nodded and continued. They were not so arrogant as to destroy all the surveillance cameras on the road, so they could only proceed according to the previously planned route in the blind spot of the camera. Zhang Bufang came to the security bureau and saw Envy on the ground with his brows furrowed. Hearing the movement in the hall, he hurriedly approached with anxious steps. What came into view was Chun-Lin with a gray face, and then he noticed Urgu and Hade, who were lying on the sofa with pale and weak faces. Has he come? Brother Fong, the old fox, used the trick of making false claims in the east and attacking in the west. While you were away, he brought a group of strong men to find trouble and took Chairman Taylor away. When Chun-Hee heard a familiar voice, he stopped what he was doing and hurried over to report everything that had just happened. After all, the longer the delay, the more dangerous the hostages would be. His face was very anxious, and he pinned all his hopes on Brother Fong. The old fox's only thought was to escape from this place. Even if the exit was trapped by security in advance, he was still worried about an accident. After hearing this, Zhang Bufang's face became more and more gloomy. Then he walked towards Urgu and was very relieved to see their injuries. Brother Fong, that old fox is too mean and shameless, so you must be careful. Hyde held his chest and gritted his teeth and roared, obviously very angry. Brother Fong, yes? I'm sorry, I didn't. The comatose Urgu woke up slowly when he heard the movement beside him. He was weak and stumbling and said guiltily. He wanted to struggle to get up, but the injury was too serious. Send them to the hospital quickly. Zhang Bufang patted his shoulder lightly and knew that they were trying their best. Seeing the whitening gradually getting worse and the wound bursting with rage, the old fox would be blamed for this. Guantong hurriedly called the emergency number. She knew that Sister Taylor had been kidnapped, but she could do nothing but panic. Brother Fong, what should we do next? If we don't catch the old fox, he will run away. After moving Ergu and the others into the ambulance, Chun-Hee asked anxiously that he had to find a way to deal with it. When he left the city, he would be looking for a needle in a haystack. I just made a call and sent special forces to keep an eye on all exits. If any trace of the other party is found, we will notify you as soon as possible. Chun Lin interrupted and said, understanding the crisis of the situation, there is no time to be immersed in sadness, and you need to adjust your state to face the next thing. Are you okay? Zhang Bufong said with concern. His nose and face were bruised and swollen from the outside, and he was worried that any injuries might delay him and cause serious problems. Brother Fong, Sister Chun, and I both have minor skin injuries, and it's nothing serious. Let's discuss the next step. Chun-Hee waved his hands indifferently. Their injuries were nothing in comparison. Chun Lin nodded in agreement. It was nothing more than bruises and bruises, but it did not affect other actions. As a famous guard, he still has the ability to endure hardships. If the calculation is correct, there are probably 7 specially trained thugs under the old fox, which ordinary people cannot deal with. Zhang Bu speculated in an expressionless voice that the 2 dogs were also seriously injured due to the sneak attack and could not be of any help. The others rushed forward and simply said they were living targets. Brother Fong, I remember that the old man of Taisher group summoned a bodyguard group. There are 2 powerful people in it. Do you need to call us? Chun-Hee reminded that he had some experience with the people he had dealt with before and clearly remembered that there was a strong man, namely Lu Yao, who performed very well last time. The more things get worse, I believe the superiors will definitely take measures. If there is a shortage of manpower, I can apply for special forces. If it doesn't work, I can use the human sea tactic. Chun Lin said with a solemn expression. No matter how powerful the opponent is or how complete their weapons and equipment are, they will be unable to move around when surrounded by many well-trained special forces. Try to suppress the spread of this matter. After all, Taylor can be used as a hostage in the hands of the old fox when necessary. No matter how many special forces there are, they can't do anything to him. So many people are just dragging their feet. When the time comes, I will be able to move more easily. I will first find a way to determine the specific location. Zhang Bufong said with a glint in his eyes and a calm tone, as if he had no fear of the old fox's fighting power. But Chun-Hee was hesitant to say something. Such explosive words as, the special forces are a dragster, could be said from Brother Fong's mouth. Having just clearly seen the elite soldiers under Li Qi's command, it was really difficult to deal with them. You can mobilize the city's cameras to confirm one by one through the elimination method. It takes a long time, but it is the only way. Chen Lin suggested that with her rights, this little matter could be easily solved, and these were the only things she could think of in front of her. Let's take a look at the surveillance video first. Zhang Bufong moved his eyes up and down before coming to the control camera screen, and soon found the old fox. What on earth is he doing? He has no intention of leaving the city. Why is he wandering around there, deliberately provoking? Chun-Hee said in confusion and anger, thinking that the old fox was playing tricks, and he only needed to determine the exact location to hunt him down. Why did it suddenly disappear? Chun Lin frowned, wondering if there was any chance of disappearing without any distractions staring at her. There was indeed no shadow to be seen. I seem to have seen similar blind spots on the internet. It seems to be a blindfold, but in fact it is due to simple visual fatigue that the other party has left long ago, but the coming and going is concealed by the heavy traffic flow. Guantong, who was standing nearby, said thoughtfully, vaguely remembering watching a TV series about solving the case, which was very similar to Li Qi's approach. That's right. It's hard to find out if the old fox chooses a black Volkswagen sedan. Zhang Bufong nodded in agreement. Little tricks to confuse security guards and ordinary people were like child's play in his eyes, but he knew that he was an outstanding killer, and his insight was comparable to that of Detective Sherlock Holmes. What should we do? Chun Lin, who is strong in logical reasoning, quickly understood the mystery, and the focus was on how to find a solution. Being smart, Zhang Bufong muttered to himself, An evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he saw through everything, and the deception he thought was powerful turned out to be a loophole. Brother Fong, where is he hiding? Chinny's head is full of questions. He is still in a fog and has no idea what Brother Fong and the others are talking about. You are really brave. Taylor, who had his goggles removed, was very surprised when he saw the strange noises and auras around him. He never expected that the other party would move his base here. It was really unexpected. Thank you very much, Chairman Tai, for the compliment. Li Qi smiled slightly and did not restrain her in any way. Instead, he enthusiastically poured a glass of red wine without the slightest worry about being discovered. You believe me so much? Aren't you afraid of tipping off? Haha. First of all, none of my subordinates are vegetarians. They can't even look at a weak woman and a warehouse collapses. Secondly, how could the intelligence of the gang of policemen in such a safe place find out? In the end, no matter how smart Zhang is, I would have run away by the time I found out. The old fox sat down on the leather sofa and crossed his legs. It could be said that he was full of confidence. Let's give you a price. Taylor remained calm in the face of unexpected surprises, something he could easily do as the chairman of the group. The Tai's group that has annexed the Ren's group has become even more powerful. Its financial strength has skyrocketed. It is indeed powerful to speak with great wealth, but it's a pity that I am not interested. Didn't you arrest me because of the Tai group? You are still too naive. You, Mr. Chun, will know that your own value is comparable to that of a listed group. Li Qi laughed loudly and said, I won't let a little money leak out because of greed. I will find out the secret of this woman and become rich overnight, with all the glory and wealth I want. After hearing this, Taylor looked confused and stunned. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He remembered that the boy told him the reason and said he was an old rival of his grandfather. Who was lying? It was definitely not as simple as she imagined to go through so much trouble to catch her, including the repeated attacks before. On the surface, it was for the interests of the group, but there were deeper reasons that she didn't know. She felt very uncomfortable being kept in the dark. She was so eager to know the truth that she forgot about her current situation. When Li Qi saw the woman's reaction, she smiled in triumph, holding a goblet in her left hand and raising a cigar in her right hand, enjoying herself very much. Rumble. Taylor was awakened by the loud noise outside. He couldn't help but look outside and saw a huge helicopter. Ha 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 ha. Fortunately, this place is big enough, otherwise it would be troublesome. Li Qi laughed loudly and said, Everything is according to plan. Seal the land exit, and I will leave from the air. This was his last trump card. He had already arranged for a helicopter to pick him up, and he would be safe no matter whether he escaped or left. Brother is still thoughtful. The muscular man came over and smiled, patting Chun's butt and saying, Why did you leave when you had a headache just now? There is nothing to worry about when there is a helicopter. When the time comes, it will be so refreshing to pull out a red banner and ridicule him wantonly. Pack up and get ready to board the plane. Li Qi held his chin with one hand and made arrangements with a smile on his face. He would hide abroad for a while and deal with the woman. After a year and a half, the matter would subside, and then he would come back and use a lot of money to build an organization. He had little calculations in his mind. Play well. Taylor's expression suddenly changed after hearing their conversation. The main reason why he was not panicked was because he could not leave the heavily guarded city in a short period of time. As a result, he was completely taken away before anyone could react. What's wrong, Chairman Tai? You don't look good. Li Chio leisurely puffed out his cigarette and said in a sinister tone. Of course, he knew the despair in the heart of the woman in front of him. What is your purpose? Taylor stared at the old fox fiercely and gritted his teeth, his hoarse voice forced out from between his teeth. Faced with the situation at hand, we must find ways to delay time. After all, everything happened so suddenly that the guy couldn't predict it in a short time. As the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. When the plane lands and the dust has settled, you will naturally understand the whole ins and outs. I might as well tell you that that guy named Zhang also knows the truth. Maybe he didn't tell it out of love. Li Qi folded his hands in front of him and murmured. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the ringtone of his cell phone in his pocket, and then turned around and left. Taylor looked dull, and his body froze there for a long time, unable to move his bow. It turned out that he had been kept in the dark from beginning to end, But when he heard that it was because he was protecting himself, he felt very complicated. What? Li Qi, who was so proud just a few minutes ago, suddenly turned red. His brows furrowed, and his whole body was full of evil spirits. He was extremely angry. Please tell me clearly what's going on from beginning to end. He suddenly smashed the goblet next to him and roared at the top of his lungs. The veins in his arms were bulging, and the anger in his chest was pressing against his forehead. Brothers, I don't know what's going on. Suddenly, a dozen black shadows with terrifying power appeared out of thin air, and they massacred like crazy without saying a word. Exclamation point. When Li Qi heard the panic report from his subordinates, he became so angry that he immediately threw the phone away. His chest heaved up and down. Obviously, he was very angry. Brother, what happened? The muscular man's face was full of confusion. Logically speaking, he should be baptized by the joy of victory now. So why was he suddenly angry? The Bluebird organization was destroyed. Li Qi gritted his teeth, his facial muscles twitched, and responded in a low voice. He had never appeared in public and lacked such lethality. He could guess the identity of the other party's killer with his butt. I clearly remember that the boy Ren Zitao said that the boy named Zhang is from the killer organization. Now it seems that he is in charge of everything. He never expected that such a thing would happen. What the hell? The muscular man was so surprised that he lost his voice. Although most of the combat power of the organization was brought out to prevent other people with evil intentions, many thugs were left behind. It didn't feel like they were playing house. That guy named Zhang did it. I'm going to settle the score with him now. The muscular man burst out with fierce anger and roared. He picked up the sandbag and rushed out with a big fist. Although his limbs were well developed and his mind was simple, he was very loyal. You got kicked in the head by a donkey? Li Qi was not angry and stopped him. Now he rushed over stupidly and thought he was being righteous, but in fact he was going to die in vain. This just happened to fall into the trap. In this way, it can be said that all efforts have been wasted, including the hard-earned chairman of Taisher Group, who also has to give up. This kind of thing will never be allowed to happen. Li Qi gradually came to his senses from his irrationality. Now that something has happened, the most important thing to do is to consider the next steps. It is reasonable for the Bluebird organization to be destroyed. It is easy for the security party to investigate his background with the rights of the security party. Brother, I have to give an explanation to my brothers. I will cut off that woman's fingers and send them to her right now. The muscular man couldn't swallow this breath and walked over with an angry look. He must show that little color. What are you going to do? Taylor couldn't help but tremble all over when he saw the cruel and ferocious look on his face, and hurriedly retreated into a corner. His previous image of being fearless in the face of danger disappeared without a trace in an instant. Stop. I understand how you feel. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years. If you really cut off her finger, who will stop the bleeding and bandage it? It's all about that woman to make money. It's the same thing when you have money to gather the team again to take revenge. Li Qi dissuaded her, saying that she was afraid that it would affect the isolation of abnormal cells in her body, so she tried not to take risks. She hated it, so she would not be prepared to take action because of a small loss. The muscular man was very angry and threw the dagger to the ground and sighed helplessly. Hearing what his elder brother said, he had no choice but to nod in agreement. Ready to go. Wait a minute, my stomach hurts and I want to go to the toilet. Taylor pretended to be sweating and anxious, and he also had an idea and came up with a solution. You can probably guess something from their expressions and behavior just now. I'll do the final checkup. You take her there. Li Qi waved his hand and didn't worry too much. After all, the entire villa was owned by him. It was possible that he could let a weak woman with wrong skills escape. Do you need me to take you to seek revenge against Zhang Bufang? Even a bloody man can be so aggrieved. Killing that little brat can only take a matter of minutes. Don't waste your energy here. I won't fall for your provocation. The muscular man responded with an expressionless expression. He had already guessed that the woman had a child in her heart, and she wanted to deceive her with just this little trick. Taylor was very embarrassed and walked into the bathroom, and then he could look for a way to escape. Unfortunately, there was no window. In about 5 minutes, the other party broke in and kicked him out without any resistance. I was completely disheartened, with no breakthrough at all. I really hoped in my heart that the annoying guy would fall from the sky. Start the helicopter. Li Chi gave the order in a low voice. Even though there were some small episodes, the overall mood was not that bad. He had already planned an escape route and flew all the way west to safety. Then they would be free and happy in the world. A minute passed, and there was still no movement. Logically speaking, when starting the helicopter, there would be a deafening sound from the propellers. What are you doing standing around? The extremely irritable and muscular man cursed. Without saying much, he came to the cockpit with his waist hunched over. When he saw the pilot looking forward, he slapped him unceremoniously on the back of the head. Bang sound. The uncle was lying there motionless. Li Chi, who sensed something was wrong, also came over. When he helped the driver up, he found the dagger stuck in his chest, and his shirt had been soaked with blood. Everyone's expressions changed, and they looked at each other in confusion. They clearly remembered that they were drinking a cup of tea without any harm 10 minutes ago. Keep an eye on everything around you, Lily ordered with a serious look on his face. It was obvious that there was a killer hiding nearby, and he was very puzzled about the other party's purpose. If it was Zhang, they would have rushed to rescue the woman. Could it be that they came for the chairman of Taisher Group again? Which friend can show up? Facing the empty manor, the old fox raised his voice and roared, his face becoming increasingly gloomy, but at the last critical moment, he lost his temper. After all, we still don't know the origin and strength of the other party, so we acted rashly in fear of being attacked, and we can deal with the driver silently, which shows that our skills are not that simple. The only answer to the old fox was the chirping of birds in the trees. If it weren't for the corpse of the old guy, I would have thought that nothing happened just now. It's nothing to be a coward. If you have the ability, come and have a quick fight. Grandpa is waiting for you here. The muscular man shouted arrogantly and angrily that if there was no word fear in his dictionary, he would play sneaky little tricks. Brother, I just checked the surveillance video, and there is nothing unusual. The subordinates behind him also hurried over with small steps to report, and everyone's heads were filled with questions about what was going on. Could it be that the other party was instructed by someone to assassinate the driver and then left without stopping? The muscular man guessed that if they didn't react after being scolded like this, they must have run away early, or that they were too weak to show up and could only hide and shoot secret arrows. Li Chi nodded in agreement. He always felt that there was a faint murderous aura surrounding him. He had to attract it out first, so he pretended to believe his speculation. Then what should we do next? Airplanes are not as easy to use as cars. Brother, can you do it? The muscular man frowned and felt very irritated, which was equivalent to the feeling of having delicacies in front of him but being unable to eat them. As long as he could fly this helicopter, he could escape. The old fox rolled his eyes left and right as if he was thinking about something, and finally shook his head. There is no need for other subordinates to place their hopes on him, who would learn to fly a plane if they have nothing to do. Brother, we are in danger if we stay here. It is worse than a blind cat encountering a dead mouse. It is nothing more than accelerating the gas pedal to control the direction. Before the muscular man finished speaking, he rubbed his shoulders and prepared to return to the helicopter. Just as he turned around, a whooshing sound came out of the air. The dagger fired at the head was comparable to the speed of a bow. Fortunately, the reaction was fast enough, otherwise it would have become a corpse. The outer wall of the hard helicopter was pierced. Could it be Xiao Li's professional flying knife? Li Chi, who was standing next to him, saw the unexpected situation and his mood did not fluctuate at all. It seemed that everything was as expected. The corners of his mouth rose up to reveal a smile of success, which he quickly concealed. OSHD. Who is this shameless person who is making a secret attempt? Get out of here, man. The muscular man pointed in the general direction and cursed loudly, spitting stars flying all over the sky. After what had just happened, he stood there obediently, fearing that another flying knife would be fired at him and he would be in trouble if he was not careful. Taylor was also confused by the unexpected situation, and it was obviously to his own advantage. He took the opportunity to quietly stand in a conspicuous place and wait for rescue. Brother, we seem to have been surrounded. If we leave without knowing the number of people on the other side, we are worried that our lives will be in danger. The protagonist Chen Shanghui will appear. Li Chi responded quietly. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see the slightest worry. Instead, he felt confident that he had already understood everything. The purpose of the dagger-throwing killer hiding in the dark seems to be to control them, but so far no fatal damage has occurred. 5 minutes later. I'll go back and drink some water. The muscular man who had just raised his leg was familiar with the reappearance of flying knives. He originally wanted to go back to the villa to find something hard to use as a shield. However, the opponent did not give him any chance and kept staring straight at him, like a 360-degree camera. Is there something wrong with your brain? What's the point of hiding it like this? Let me find out and tear you apart alive. The muscular man had no choice but to vent his anger with his mouth. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. The team of about 10 people was trapped in a circle with a diameter of less than 2 meters, which was quite frustrating. Sure enough, they were talking to themselves like a lunatic without any response. Just as they were gradually going crazy, the sound of an engine rumbling from far to near was heard. What came into view was the symbolic pure black Lamborghini. This valuable sports car was parked in front of the villa. I kept you waiting for a long time. Zhang Bufang greeted him warmly, as if he were an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time, without exuding the slightest bit of hostility. Zhang Bufang, the muscular man, furrowed his brows and roared in a hoarse voice. He clenched the sandbags with big fists and his muscles tensed up, displaying his fighting spirit. It looked like he was here alone. Today he would pay for his arrogance. If he comes with an aggressive and fully equipped Special Forces force, he will have no hope of winning. If he dares to think that he is provocative with a big-ass killer, he must be taught a lesson today. If he doesn't give some clues, he can't tell the difference between east, west, and north. Would you like some wine? Li Qi asked with a smile on his face. He faced such a monster head-on without changing his expression, but he knew that he had gone to great lengths to avoid him. Boss Li is so polite. I am here to give you a chance to hand over Taylor and ensure that you leave safely. Zhang Bufang also responded with a smile. Those who didn't understand the situation thought they were old friends discussing something happy. Haha, Brother Zhang is really young and promising. Since he is called out like this, your friend should explain it carefully. The old fox raised his head and laughed. Did he really think he was a 3-year-old child who was easily deceived? What kind of international joke was he making by handing that woman over? The muscular man and other men behind him were full of questions. How could they still have such a good conversation when they meet enemies? They shouldn't be extremely jealous when they meet. Papa Papa. Zhang Bufang clapped his hands casually, and 5 figures appeared in unison. Everyone was wearing pure black night clothes, including their appearance. Should I go alone? They are all women. The muscular man was surprised when he saw the voluptuous figure of the lady in black. He never expected that there would be a female killer. He suddenly realized that no matter how much he was cursed, nothing happened. Boss Li, what are your plans next? Zhang Bufang innocently spread his hands and murmured a question. Behind him, the straight-backed female assassin in black was waiting for orders. You are still young and have not yet finished enjoying the beauty of the world. If you need anything, just ask, and everything will be satisfied. Hand over Taylor and escort you away. A gentleman's words are hard to follow. What if I can't hold it? Li Qi raised his eyebrows and sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he took 2 steps back and grabbed the woman's wrist tightly. The other men came forward one after another. I won't hit women, so let me deal with the rest of you. The muscular man crooked his neck and pinched his palms and ordered in a low voice. The situation in front of him was obvious. The winner was the king and the loser was the enemy. Knowing the opponent's strength, one must face it with caution. It can be said that a strong showdown, especially against that monster, would definitely be a challenge. 100% energetic. Superior. The 5 female killers rushed over without fear, not taking into account the disadvantages of the killers in head-on combat. Li Qi forcibly dragged the woman onto the helicopter and closed the door tightly with a familiar move. A ferocious smile appeared on his face. In fact, he had been pretending to be an actor just now and went to learn to fly a plane for this trip, so he can drive away easily. Taylor also suddenly realized what the situation was and struggled with all his strength, shouting for help at the top of his lungs. When I saw the boy's figure, my throat was hanging in my throat and my eyes finally dropped. Knowing his terrifying strength, I never expected that the old fox could be so cunning. If you move again, I'll kill you. Li Qi looked ferocious and shouted angrily at the top of his voice, staring at the woman in front of him fiercely to understand her inner thoughts, just to attract Zhang's attention. So many unexpected things have happened, and he feels that no more mistakes are allowed. This is his last chance to escape. It can be said that the muscular man and the group of men were used as shields, and then he took the opportunity to sneak away. He came up with such a selfish decision and his heart was bleeding, but he was forced to do so, otherwise everyone would have to answer here. I can feel that the group of female killers is not simple. The most important thing is that the monster is in control. Even if the number is superior, there is no desire to fight. The only thought slips away as quickly as possible. Taylor couldn't help but tremble when he saw the ferocious look of the old fox in front of him. He kept his mouth shut in case the dog jumped over the wall and knocked him unconscious. Li Chi quickly removed his legs and tied him to the seat behind him. Then he walked anxiously to the cockpit and skillfully controlled the propeller to slowly start to rotate. Escort brother away. The muscular man narrowed his eyes slightly and ordered in a hoarse voice. The Blue Bird organization values loyalty. They knew that the final price they paid was death, but they still did not flinch. A group of female killers also struggled with their men in black. It can be said that the battle was very fierce, and the strong men in black did not have an advantage due to the large number of people. Zhang Bufang noticed the old fox's movements not far away. His pupils contracted and burst out with murderous intent, but he still underestimated the loyalty of his subordinates. Your opponent is me. Where do you want to go? The muscular man smiled evilly. His biceps were bulging with fighting spirit, and he kept staring at the kid from beginning to end. Under my intense gaze, what kind of international joke did he want to make about the hero saving the beauty? Get out of here, or you'll have to bear the consequences. A bone-cold hoarse voice was forced out from between his teeth, and a murderous aura burst out from his whole body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. A series of despicable tricks made Zhang Bufang give thorough instructions, and now the old fox used a human shield to escort him away, with anger in his chest and forehead. The tight calf muscles suddenly exploded, and a black shadow passed through the air and rushed towards him. The muscular man felt the vast murderous aura coming towards him. His face was dull and stiff, and he did not react for a long time. I was full of passion at first, but the moment the other party started to attack me, I realized how ridiculous I was. The irresistible force was like a huge mountain pressing down on me, and I couldn't breathe at all. The stabbing pain in my chest was like a kite flying upside down with its string cut off. I originally thought there would be a fierce fight, but I never expected that I would be killed in an instant. It can be said that my self-esteem was severely trampled, and I lay there with ashes on my face and never stood up again. The other men in black noticed the scene here, and their previous impassioned momentum disappeared without a trace. They were at a disadvantage just now and were completely defeated. The loud sound of the propeller turning filled the sky, and the nearby lawn began to slowly rise due to the huge wind blowing it away. Zhang Bufang's lips tightened, and his face suddenly darkened. He took out the dagger he carried with him and threw it suddenly. The 10-centimeter-long dagger pierced the bearing under the propeller like a cannon stick. Suddenly, flames appeared everywhere. Perhaps the force was too great and stuck in the middle, greatly reducing the rotation speed of the propeller. It was impossible to stop it completely. What's going on? When Li Chi heard the siren, his face turned red and he roared angrily. He didn't know what was going on outside, so he couldn't care less and moved up suddenly. The propeller, once again full of power, began to spin, and the dagger plunged deeply into the bearing and was pulled out, and the helicopter rose upwards in an instant. Haha. The old fox saw the scene below through the glass and laughed ferociously. What if all my men were killed? The final outcome remained unchanged. The helicopter was already 20 meters above the ground. Unless the guy named Zhang had wings, he would never be able to get up. He would be the winner with the last laugh. Hello. Concentrating on driving, Li Chi's face suddenly changed when he heard a voice coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Taylor with a smile on his face. He needed to concentrate because he was not yet very skilled in the operation, and he accidentally didn't notice what was going on with the woman a few minutes ago. Who untied it for you? Before he finished speaking, a big sandbag fist appeared in front of his eyes. He had no time to react. Suddenly, his eyes went dark and he felt dizzy. Then there was a huge pull on the collar, and he was pulled out of the cockpit without any time to react and hit the iron wall behind. The helicopter is about to hit the villa. Taylor's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, anxious like an ant on a hot pot. You drive it. Zhang Bufang frowned slightly and pressed Taylor on the driver's seat without saying a word. At present, there was no other way but to treat Chun Chun as a living doctor. I won't, Taylor said in a hurry, his scalp numb as he looked at the messy operating equipment in front of him. His eyes closed tightly, and he gritted his teeth while swinging the maximum joystick. It may be that Lady Luck descended on the helicopter that was about to hit the villa and pulled it back at the critical moment. You are really haunted. Li Qi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed angrily. He suddenly realized what the alarm was about. He was the one who forcibly opened the cabin door. His heart was also filled with regret. Why was he in such a hurry? I just gave you a chance, and now your only fate is death. Zhang Bufang said in a low voice with a gloomy face. Without saying much, he rushed towards him and hit him with a series of elbows and knees. In such a small space, the old fox couldn't dodge at all and could only block his vital points with his arms. When Li Qi was hit, the corners of his mouth rose up and he let out waves of evil smiles. The scene in front of me was conducive to my performance. I knew that the kid named Zhang was more terrifying because of his speed. Unfortunately, the small space greatly restricted the range of movement. To put it simply, this is the fairest fight they have ever fought, without too many bells and whistles, and the battle is resolved with the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. With his confidence greatly increased, the old fox raised his hammer and big fist and smashed it head-on. At the same time, his leg muscles tightened, and it could be said that he struck up and down. No matter how powerful Zhang Bufang was, he had no other moves at this time, and could only temporarily choose a defensive state to look for opportunities for the next attack. Which way should we fly? Taylor's brows were covered in sweat, and he roared at the top of his lungs. He had just become familiar with the control panel for changing the direction of the helicopter, and his mood had stabilized. It's just that if this continues, it's considered a slow death. After all, I don't know anything about other control buttons. If an accident occurs, there is no way to deal with it, including now I can't even land. Spinning around in circles. After hearing the order, Taylor turned the control handle in the opposite direction and saw the huge helicopter hovering in midair. If we continue to fight, we won't be able to tell the winner. You take that woman away, and we won't interfere with each other from now on. Panting, Li Qi murmured that as time goes by, he believes that the security will arrive soon, and by then it will be completely over. What are you dreaming about? Kneel down, and maybe I'll consider it. Zhang Bufang was very arrogant and raised his middle finger. The 10-minute hand-to-hand fight was too much for him. In a small space, he could only use brute force to fight one another with one punch. Suffer death. The veins on the old fox's forehead were prominent. After roaring, he pounced on him again, and then the two struggled again. Taylor heard the clanging sound behind him, and his face was full of worry. He kept paying attention to the fighting situation from time to time. He didn't know what was wrong with the control screen, and the red light kept lighting up. The battle in the manor was completely over. The 5 female killers had no injuries from head to toe. On the other hand, their men in black had suffered numerous casualties. Do you need to go for support? It's easy for a prominent member of the Black Hawk Killer organization to solve this small problem. You just need to keep an eye on other people and not attack secretly. The leading murderous woman said expressionlessly, not even the slightest bit worried when she saw the out-of-control helicopter. City Center Security Bureau. Why has there been no news from Brother Fong for so long? Chen stood on tiptoes to look at the door from time to time and muttered to himself, knowing how cunning the old fox was, with a worried look on his face. Chen Lin also frowned, feeling strongly uneasy in her heart. She even thought that the old fox was hiding in the manor of the Rin family and his son. It felt unsafe. How are Hyde and the others doing? It's nothing serious, right? I just received a call and have recovered. It's just that the second dog's wound infection is a bit difficult to deal with, and he is still in a coma. However, the doctor said that there is no danger to his life. Chen He truthfully reported the report. Perhaps only discussing these matters could divert his attention, because Brother Fong had told him to try not to publicize the matter first. So everything in the streets and alleys of the city is as calm as ever, but the more it is like this, the more often it becomes difficult to calm down. In the final analysis, Brother Fong is still facing it by himself. He says there are helpers, but has never seen them with his own eyes. Let's follow quietly to check the situation. Chen Lin couldn't hold back her scream and stood up and said softly, maybe she can help now or in the past. Good. Chen He nodded without thinking. He had long wanted to tell her, but was too embarrassed to say it. And then the two of them drove away in the Grand Cherokee. Li Qi, who was sweating profusely and panting heavily, sat next to him with a look of exhaustion and weakness on his face. Zhang Bufang was not having a good time either. His whole body ached, especially his arms, which were numb. He didn't expect that the old guy was quite strong. As far as your moral character is concerned, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. Now if you turn yourself in at your work unit, you can still be dealt with lightly. Taking this opportunity to regain his breath, he was talking nonsense to the old fox in a serious manner. He could have been executed dozens of times for crimes like his. No problem. Li Qi nodded seriously at his nonsense, pretending to change his past, and sincerely repented, but in fact his feet quietly slipped back. Ouch, conscience discovered. Although Zhang Bufang didn't believe that he would really surrender, he didn't think too much about picking up the mineral water next to him and drinking it down in one gulp. The next second, the soles of the old fox's feet seemed to have been greased. In an instant, he took over the transmitter that was left a few meters away. What he did just now was a pretense, and this was the real purpose. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Li Qi looked happy and arrogant as he rushed towards him. He pulled the trigger and aimed at the opponent's eyebrows. The chance of evading in such a small space could be said to be zero. Zhang Bufang saw the dark Mukanku in front of him and was stunned for a moment. The situation changed too quickly. He had no choice but to raise his hands obediently. Understand that the old fox is on the verge of collapse. It will be very dangerous if he rushes over recklessly at this time. As the saying goes, good people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Keep pretending? Try playing with me again. Li Qi clenched his teeth and made a squeaking sound as he taunted wildly, finding an opportunity to vent all his resentment. Now obey my command, or your life will be in danger. Head north. The old fox raised his voice and threatened. He still didn't dare to launch easily now. After all, if he made a slight mistake, he would miss such a good opportunity to hijack. No matter what, you have to get out of here first. When large numbers of special forces come around, it will be hard to escape. I can't drive. Then we can only send him on his way. Etc. Taylor hurriedly stopped him and had no choice but to press the green button. Suddenly, the hatch opened wide and a stream of wind flowed in. Zhang Bufang narrowed his eyes slightly and seized the opportunity to kick Li Qi out fiercely. In the end, he did not press the trigger. After a scream, the old fox fell from the air. Hurry up and close the hatch. Since his legs had just left the ground, he could only hold on to the railing with both hands. Otherwise, he would end up like Li Qi and fall from a height of 10 meters. Taylor also hurriedly pressed the green button. His heart beat wildly, and he felt very uneasy. He could only say that the old fox had bad luck, and he pressed it randomly. What should I do next? I can't land at all, and the propeller speed is getting faster and faster. It dropped a few minutes ago, and now it seems to be rising again. I can only try to get lucky. Before he finished speaking, he was called to the side. Before Taylor could react, he saw the boy sitting in the driver's seat, pressing various buttons very skillfully. Just like that, with his mouth wide open in shock, the out-of-control helicopter returned to its original appearance and headed forward without any intention of landing. The extremely difficult-to-control big car is like a remote-controlled airplane in his hands. It can be said that he drives it very easily, glancing down at something from time to time. If the head falls to the ground at a height of about 10 meters, he will definitely die, but with the reaction speed of the old fox, I believe he can adjust in time, and he is probably not dead. I am worried that he will use this opportunity to escape. Even if he cannot escape from the city, it is still very difficult to catch one person hiding. Therefore Zhang Bufang wanted to find his location. As expected, Li Qi's life was not in danger due to the relief of the tree fork, but the huge impact still caused him to fall to the ground and roll over, his bloodshot eyeballs suddenly protruding and his face turned red. He looked probably in pain. Holding back the pain and standing up to prepare to escape, it can be said to be a blessing in disguise. Although the chairman of Taisher Group managed to sneak out without success, now he acts more sneakily on his own, which can be regarded as a blessing in misfortune. When he raised his head and saw that the situation in front of him was completely frozen, he was just glad that his eyes had turned lonely and he could see his complete despair. Maybe he had done too many bad things and received retribution from God. He just happened to fall in front of Chun-Lin's car, which was in a hurry. Chun-Hee, who reacted quickly, grabbed him. It was like a big pie falling from the sky. Is there such a person who comes to die on his own initiative? Chun-Hee erupted from his nostrils with bursts of sneer and taunted in a strange and sinister manner. Without saying a word, he hit the old fox in the abdomen with an uppercut to vent his anger. Li Qi's clenched teeth recalled Li Qi's expression in his mind. I was full of resentment and couldn't help but burst out. I never expected such an operation. I was lucky that I came in time, otherwise I might have escaped. Although he didn't understand the specific situation, the old fox's appearance was deeply remembered in his mind, and he would never make such a stupid mistake as arresting the wrong person. Chun-Lin also raised the corners of her mouth with a smile on her face. She went through a lot of hard work and finally caught that guy and brought him to justice. Otherwise, he didn't know how many troubles he would have to deal with. The devastated Li Qi felt severe pain in his abdomen and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His face was pale and beads of sweat as big as beans fell down in clusters on his forehead. Perhaps it was because the plan had completely failed and he was dejected and did not respond for a long time, like an eggplant beaten by frost. Come and give your acceptance speech. Chun-Hee asked in an interview tone, and felt so relieved to see the other party being silent and with a dumb look on his face. Li Qi seemed to be in shock and didn't react at all. Maybe life was such a big ups and downs, and he no longer thought about how to escape. Take him to the police car and take a look inside. Why don't you see that kid? Chun-Lin frowned slightly and said worriedly. She had seen how powerful the old fox's men were, and she was worried about something unexpected happening. In fact, what he did just now fell into Zhang Bufang's eyes. After confirming that Li Qi was caught, he turned around and flew away. There was no place to land except the empty lawn. Aren't you looking for the figure of the old fox? Taylor asked doubtfully. Letting the old fox escape would cause endless troubles. No matter what method was used, he would be caught out. Has been arrested. Zhang Bufang responded quietly, seriously doubting that Taylor's eyes were as long as his buttocks, so he didn't see the obvious geographical location. By the way, let me ask you a fact. Tell the truth. The old fox said you know the real purpose of their arrest. Before he finished speaking, the helicopter shook wildly and the siren echoed in his ears. The sudden accident caused Taylor to panic. His sweaty palms tightly grasped the handle next to him and swallowed back the rest of the words. My heart was in my throat, so I didn't have the leisure and grace to worry about other things. After all, after the helicopter just passed by, it was expected that something would go wrong. If there is a problem with the propeller, be sure to check and seize it, and be ready to parachute at any time. Zhang Bufang pretended to look serious and scolded. From the corner of his eye, he noticed that the corners of the woman's mouth were raised, revealing a smile of success. In fact, his left hand has been secretly shaking the direction change lever. The reason is simply to change the topic. He can use his toes to figure out what she wants to ask. Fortunately, the old fox did not tell the whole truth. Taylor was nervous and did not dare to breathe when he heard his solemn voice. He firmly held the red button next to the car seat and just pressed it to release the parachute. What made her head full of questions was that the height was only 10 meters. Even if she was carrying a parachute, the result would not be the same. Who are you? Chun-Lin saw the man in black in front of her with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, worried that he was an accomplice of the old fox and could sense that the other person was not simple. A group of female killers did not give any response. Due to their relatively sensitive identities, they had an inexplicable hostility towards the security guards. Sister Chun, all Li Qi's subordinates have been wiped out. Chun-Hee reported in a low voice that if there was no misconception, they were the so-called helpers invited by Brother Fong. For some reason, they always felt that the other party was hostile. Worried about what kind of accident might happen, he held on to the old fox tightly. Anyone who wanted to rescue him today would have to step over his own body. Chun-Lin frowned and didn't move away at all. Just when she was confused, there was a rumble above her head. When she looked up, she saw a huge helicopter circling and landing like an acrobatic. Brother Fong, you are so awesome. I didn't expect to fly a helicopter so well and even spin and land. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Bufang coughed hurriedly and interrupted. This kid really didn't even blink at all. Fortunately, Taylor, whose lips turned white, didn't react from the shock just now. Brother Fong, that old fox has been cuffed. Although he didn't understand the situation, he reacted instantly and changed the subject due to his high IQ. No problem, I'll leave the rest to you. Scum like this should be killed immediately. Brother Fong, if there's nothing else, we'll leave first. If you need anything, just give me your instructions. The leading female assassin in black said very respectfully that they had bloodbathed the Blue Bird organization, which showed how terrifying their strength was. After handling the matter, they hurried over after hearing the arrangements. Good. Zhang Bufang nodded calmly, as if responding to a leader, and the group of female killers left in an instant. Brother Fong, who are they? They look very powerful, but they are a little cold. He asked doubtfully. From the incredible speed, he could probably guess the identity of the killer, but he didn't dare to approach because he was too cold. Just paid to hire. Zhang Bufang waved his hands casually and said perfunctorily. Chen Lin, who was sitting next to him, stared straight at the young man in front of him, clearly seeing that the female killers were very respectful to him. I had doubts about his true identity from the very beginning, but as time went by and we got along with him, I gradually put them behind me, and now I can't help but have doubts. How are Ergo Hyde and the others doing? Zhang Bufang asked, clearly remembering the ferocious scarred face on his back. It's nothing serious. Now tell me what the real purpose is. Before he finished speaking, he heard roaring next to him, and saw Taylor grabbing the old fox by the collar and questioning him, obviously eager to know the truth of the matter. Li Qi's whole body was as expressionless as a piece of rotted meat. Just when he opened his mouth to make a sound, his neck hurt and he fainted. What are you doing? What should I do if he suddenly explodes again? The old fox has experienced too much stimulation and has become abnormal. It's all nonsense. But Taylor was speechless for a moment when he saw the serious look on the kid's face. After all, what he did just now was indeed a bit reckless, and it was still very dangerous even if he was handcuffed. Do you still need to ask this kind of question? Everyone knows what's going on. Let him tell you. Zhang Bufang casually pulled Chun-Hee out, winking and hoping that the boy would give him some strength. No, isn't it just coveting the Taisher group's property? Seeing that Brother Fong looked confused and didn't know what he meant, he had no choice but to stutter and replied, Isn't it like that? Yeah, this isn't the end of the story. But old fox, it's all nonsense. You were also frightened a lot. Zhang Bufang patted her shoulder and comforted her with serious words, seemingly calming Taylor's mood for the time being. Old fox, tell me what's going on. Our security team will take care of it. Lu Qingyan retorted back with an unceremonious cold voice, then turned around and left back to the Grand Cherokee. The two of them were like enemies who had just met. Nanny, Zhang Bufang's face was dull, as if he was a monk 2 feet tall and confused. He couldn't remember when he provoked the woman, and the woman's heart changed faster than the sky. He felt Brother Fong staring at him and spreading his hands innocently. He didn't understand what was going on in front of him. Finally, he pulled Li Qi to the car and sent security guards to clean up the mess nearby. Zhang Bufang scratched the back of his head in confusion as he looked at the rear of the car that was gradually moving away. He originally planned to put the helicopter in his bag, but it seemed that his wish was completely shattered. Taylor was silent, as if thinking about something in his mind, and sat back in the dark black Lamborghini passenger seat. What kind of operation is this? Zhang Bufang was confused. Logically speaking, a hero like himself shouldn't be praised. Why did he feel like he was just watching with cold eyes? It's a good thing that Taylor has become abnormal. He doesn't have to ask those questions again. It's not that he is worried about people around him deliberately leaking it, but there is no airtight wall in the world, and you still have to be cautious. You are my little apple. I was in a very good mood and started humming along to the car music. Things were finally over, and I was ready to find a place to go on vacation. I see. OSHD. Zhang Bufang trembled all over when he heard Taylor's startled voice, and suddenly stepped on the brakes, thinking that an old man had hit something. You are deliberately concealing it. Tell the truth quickly. What is the old fox's purpose in catching me? Taylor suddenly realized that this was all staged, and he just didn't want to let himself know the truth. This is often the most appetizing thing. In that case, I will tell you. After hearing what Taylor said, his head was filled with black threads. He obviously didn't know the outcome and would never give up. He was really persistent. Since I didn't stay too long in the middle of the road, I stepped on the accelerator again in a relaxed and casual manner, as if it was nothing serious and there was no need to ask any more questions. Actually, the old fox covets your beauty. Roll! Taylor yelled and cursed unceremoniously and knocked me down. I thought I was a 3-year-old child. Could it be that I was involved in such a big fight just because I wanted to pursue myself? What an international joke. I was kidding. Without saying a word, he took out a car repair wrench from the side and dangled it in front of his eyes. He didn't even give him any color to look at, but he slapped it on his face. Okay, I'll explain everything. Zhang Bufang pretended to sigh helplessly, and then parked the Lamborghini on the roadside, looking like he was going to explain it from beginning to end. Tell me everything you know. Taylor put the wrench next to him, with a look of curiosity in his eyes. Everyone would be confused if he put it on him. He came all the way here and tried every possible means to take him away. What kind of secrets did it contain? Actually, I just want to treat you to dinner. Zhang Bufang seized the opportunity, opened the car door, and fled in a flash. He could not be seen for 100 meters around. Before Taylor could react, the guy ran away, gnashing his teeth and roaring. It could be said that his teeth were itching and making a creaking sound. Knowing that he couldn't keep up with him at all, I vented all my grievances on the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards my unit in the far city center. I just contacted and found out that Xiaodong was still there. It's really exciting. Zhang Bufang, who was hiding in the corner, finally let out a big sigh of relief when he saw the Lamborghini going away. That woman was really crazy. Then I seemed to think of taking a car to leave. Anyway, all dangers have been eliminated now. It is really impossible to just go back to where you belong without doing anything else. Why do you have the leisure and elegance to come here? Have you caught the old fox? I heard that he is very cunning and his men are terrifyingly powerful. Mr. Tai was leisurely drinking tea when he saw the digital figure uttering a series of mutterings. In the morning, the housekeeper reported that he had encountered trouble today. Looking at the boy's intact appearance, he found nothing unusual. You old man is really living a comfortable life. Zhang Bufang's roaring voice was forcefully forced out from between his teeth. He felt so good at being tormented by his granddaughter that he was tormented by him. He rolled up his sleeves angrily, as if he was about to take action next. No way. I've been so worried lately that I forget to eat and sleep. Not to mention how happy I am to see you coming. Stop. How old are people who are still acting? Zhang Bufang rolled his eyes in annoyance, sat down on the back chair, and consciously picked up a cup of tea. The two of them, who were dozens of years apart, were like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Haha, if you need any help, just ask. Mr. Tai let out a hearty laugh and promised, patting his chest and not having the slightest objection to this boy's act of letting himself go. The 3-month bodyguard mission has already been overfulfilled. Now that all the big and small things have been taken care of for you, can you leave? Zhang Bufang took a sip of tea and murmured inquiringly. He really should go back and have a look in half a year since he was released. He was worried that there might be another problem there. Why are you in such a hurry? Who knows if there are any evildoers hidden behind the scenes? As the saying goes, you have to help others to send Buddha to the West. I don't agree. Mr. Tai responded with a serious face. With this guy, you don't have to worry about anything every day. With his help, even Tai's group's economic power has doubled. If you stay here any longer, won't you be in heaven? You old man, why are you so unreasonable? Why don't you leave and help me solve the current problem? Zhang Bufang sat on the ground and raised his price. Whether it was Chunlin or Guantong, they all needed to say goodbye in advance, so it really didn't make sense to leave without saying goodbye. No problem, just ask. So you are hiding here. Suddenly, there was a scolding not far away, and from a distance I saw Taylor rushing towards him in a menacing manner. I really wondered where he was going. It really took no effort to find a way through the iron shoes. The old man just promised it. Zhang Bufang sat up with a roar and said incoherently. He clearly saw that Taylor was holding a meter-long mallet in his hand. It was no joke to hit him on the head. Tyler, what a shameful thing to say. Grandpa, do you know the real reason why those illegal organizations arrested me? I heard from the old fox today that kid knew, but he didn't tell me no matter how hard he pressed. Taylor also confidently explained the reason, and then turned the finger on his grandfather. He came here specifically to inquire. It stands to reason that his grandfather should know better than that kid. Wow, what? There is such a thing. Then we must ask clearly. After speaking, Mr. Tai quietly left in dejection. He had already expected that Taylor would find out one day, but he still hoped to try his best to hide it. He was worried that the girl would have random thoughts, so he had to ruthlessly push this problem to the kid again. Didn't you just agree, you bad old man? Zhang Bufang's face turned red, and he pointed at his nose and cursed. Unexpectedly, this old guy crossed the river and burned the bridge and sold himself out at the critical moment. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't tell the truth today, you will be ripped off and cramped. Taylor narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at him, waving the baseball bat in his hand and threatening, and locked the door firmly. Your biological grandfather is here. Why do you have to embarrass me? When I saw Taylor gnashing his teeth and looking fierce and vicious, I was on the verge of tears. As an outsider, I shouldn't know much about it. Fart. I clearly heard the old fox say that you know the truth. Maybe you guys are working together to do something. It's a shame that I went to the rescue with so much effort, but now I'm spitting blood. After hearing this, Zhang Bufang responded helplessly with black lines on his head. This tiger woman is really ungrateful. It can be said that the old man has no son, and Taylor can see how despicable and shameless the old man is, and he unceremoniously pushes the problem to himself. Judging from the old man's appearance, he doesn't want her to know yet. After all, it's hard for anyone to accept this kind of thing, but after all, paper can't cover the fire. Stop talking nonsense. When Taylor saw him showing off his virtues and swearing, he raised his baseball bat and rushed towards him. Only hardness would be effective against the boy. Sister, if we have something to talk about. Zhang Bufang felt the evil spirit coming towards him and ran away. Fortunately, the yard was big enough and he could easily throw Taylor away with his strong hands. But the other party had no intention of stopping at all. He would not give up until he got the result and wandered in the yard for 2 minutes. Stop chasing me, I said. The panting Taylor put his hands on his knees and gasped for air, his eyes never leaving there. It's very simple. Cough, cough, cough. When Zhang Bufang heard the old man coughing, he wanted to uppercut him. It was typical for him to stand and talk without pain in his back. Mr. Tai quietly opened the door and kept winking behind him. The only way to solve the problem at hand was to run away. If you dare to run again this time, all 3 legs will be broken. FCK. When Zhang Bufang heard Taylor's threat, a cool breeze rose up on his back, and he tightly protected his vital parts with his hands. This woman was too cruel. The calf muscles were tense, and he found the right moment to suddenly burst out and rush out towards the door. If he stayed, his life would be in danger. Just as Taylor was about to chase after him, his grandfather stopped him. Seeing him running away, he was so angry that his teeth started to itch. Grandpa, why did you open the door? Silly girl. First of all, Xiaozhang will definitely not harm you. As for not telling, it may be a disguised form of protection. Mr. Tai comforted him with earnest words. He slowly released his hands holding Taylor's shoulders without noticing the figure of the boy from the corner of his eye. But I have the right to know what secrets I have. Taylor frowned and responded. Obviously, she must know the truth, as if she is a flower in the greenhouse that must be protected to grow. Then he chased his grandpa regardless of his expression. Mr. Tai sighed helplessly when he saw Taylor leaving his back. Perhaps he was worried too much. Zhang Bufang took a taxi all the way to the city center hospital and watched the situation behind him from time to time, fearing that the woman would suddenly jump out of some intersection. I had nothing to do and planned to go to the hospital to check on the conditions of Ergu and the others. If it was not possible, I would just stay here at night. What's going on with Brother Fong? Why is there no news yet? Hyde, who was wearing a hospital gown, paced back and forth in the ward and said to himself anxiously that he would have slipped out if the doctor hadn't forced him to stay. After being bandaged, Ergu's face was still pale. He might have been worried that he was weak and opened his eyes. Fortunately, the wound was treated in time. Otherwise, the inflammation would have become more serious. He said that Chow Chow had arrived, and the next second Zhang Bufang pushed the door open and walked in. Brother Fong. Hyde and the others said happily when they saw a familiar figure, including Ergu, who was also struggling to sit up. Maybe because the scar on his back was pulled, he grinned and gasped. Hurry up and lie down there. Zhang Bufang ordered and brought over a cup of hot water. Seeing his painful appearance, he felt guilty. After all, it was because of himself. Brother Fong, what happened to the old fox Li Qi in the end? Ergo asked feebly, but his mental state was much better than before. Hyde only recovered from minor injuries and recovered after some treatment. He also moved over to the bench and sat down to listen. I'm probably sitting at work drinking tea now. In the end, the old man brought out a helicopter-like formation. It's a pity that he met me and won it easily. Zhang Bufang started chatting when he was bored. Ergu and the two showed admiration in their eyes. In their hearts, Brother Fong was an invincible existence. Brother Fong, help your subordinates introduce them to me, Hyde said with a smile. It sounded like she was a very powerful woman who just happened to be lacking a girlfriend. Sure, I'll see you again when I have time. Zhang Bufang, who had been happy just now, suddenly changed his face, whispered in a hoarse voice, and jumped out of the window without saying a word, like a mouse meeting a cat. Just when they were confused and puzzled, the door opened again, and Taylor, who was full of evil spirits, came into view. Dong, Chairman, you guys take a good rest. I have arranged for the best nurses and doctors to come and treat you. If you need anything, just call, Taylor said softly, and then left without lingering. He clearly saw the extra chairs and the dark figure that had just jumped out of the window. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth secretly that it was still too late, and then returned to the group. After all, the Ren group had just been annexed and still needed a lot of aftermath work. As for the real secret, I believe we will know it soon. 11 o'clock at night. Zhang Bufang sneaked to the door of the villa. If the security guard saw it, he would think it was a thief. After thinking about it, he would return here obediently. It looked pitch black from the outside. I believed it was so late that Taylor had gone to bed long ago, so he quietly opened the door and turned on the dimmest crystal chandelier. Oh, I'll go. When I turned around, I saw Taylor with disheveled hair sitting there silently. At first I thought it was a female ghost. You haven't slept yet. Staying up late is not good for your health. Zhang Bufang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and replied, Ginger is still hot. I never expected that woman to wait and wait. I had a physical examination today, Taylor said expressionlessly. The anger before disappeared without a trace, and now he was so calm that it was abnormal. What? When I saw the medical examination form on the table, I frowned for a moment, and the playful smile disappeared without a trace. I took the physical examination form and saw the data on it, but I didn't react for a short time. Tell me what those cells do, Taylor said in a cold voice. He had been deep in thought since he got the medical examination form, and his mouth was white and dry without drinking water. Now I finally know the reason why I have never had a physical examination since I was a child, including the fact that you secretly changed the physical examination form last time. Why did you do this? I swear to God it's not as bad as you think, but I have to deal with something now. I'll tell you everything without leaving a single word when I get back. Zhang Bufang comforted her softly. Seeing Taylor's expression and behavior, he could probably guess what terminal illness she mistakenly thought she had. But now there is no extra time to waste it. After all the hard work, she has finally eliminated the person who knows her secret. If the results of the physical examination are leaked at this time, the consequences will be disastrous. Which hospital are you in? Chen Shang, tell me the truth immediately. Taylor's roar came from his throat, and the despair could be heard in it. I admit that I did deceive you, including the old man, for the sake of protection. Since you were born, you have been different from other people. Your body contains unique cells that can protect your body from the intrusion of other viruses at all times. Forced by desperation, Zhang Bufang told everything he learned from the old man without any concealment. Continuing to pretend would have bad results. After hearing this, Taylor looked dull and didn't respond for a long time. Obviously, this news was like a bolt from the blue. If he didn't have the exact feelings, he wouldn't believe it to death. The past events are like a slideshow in my mind. So far, I have a complete enlightenment. I remember that I have never been sick except for skin injuries, so there was no reaction at all after drinking the medicinal water last time. If a criminal organization catches him extracting cells from his body for research, then he will do shady business and put a lot of money into his pocket. This terrifying benefit is indeed worth their efforts. I also understand my grandfather and his good intentions, and know what kind of sensation this secret will cause if it gets out. Do you know what I'm going to do now? Zhang Bufang was about to leave as soon as he finished speaking. He had to investigate the people who were related to the medical examination form as quickly as possible and deal with any abnormalities immediately. The consequences of leaking out would be more difficult than imagined. No one knows that I took a medical elective when I was studying for a PhD, and I can easily handle small things like drawing blood. Using my identity to call the relevant blood testing equipment is a breeze, including cleaning up all the backups of blood samples. Taylor responded quietly. With her high IQ, even if she didn't know the truth clearly, she could probably guess it from various previous performances. Otherwise, she would have been stupid enough to ask online what these extra cells were. That's good. He sat down on the sofa and sighed. Fortunately, Taylor was smart enough. Otherwise, he would be busy again. It's not a bad thing. Why should I hide it? Now that I know it, I will be more cautious. Taylor was very helpless and said that he was obviously very open-minded. Some things are destined to be unchangeable by God, so you have to learn to adapt. What's more, it's a great thing. I believe everyone who sees it will be moved. Immortality does not mean that the organs will gradually fail over time, but the absence of viruses in the body will greatly extend the survival time. Maybe I didn't understand anything when I was a child, and if I spill the beans, I'll be exposed. Zhang Bufang waved his hand casually and explained. He was much calmer than expected. Explaining it earlier would save a lot of trouble. Nanny, sister, why are you crying? Weren't you fine just now? Seeing her burst into tears, she felt at a loss for a moment. She had never seen Taylor cry before, and she looked confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. My parents lost their lives because of protection. Taylor choked up and said that he had vague impressions in his mind. It was only now that he realized that it was all due to this reason, and he felt very uncomfortable. There are no parents who don't love their children. Don't be so sad. I think they will be happy to see their daughter become the chairman of the group. Zhang Bufang pondered for a long time and then comforted him. Looking back, Taylor, who looked fierce and strong, had a very pitiful life experience. Wait until tomorrow to learn more about what happened before from the old man. Find out where your previous enemies are, and I will help you avenge them. When Taylor heard such a domineering promise, she nodded obediently. At this moment, she took off the image of the female CEO, and the image of a shy little girl emerged. I'll make you some food. You don't need to think about it to guess that she hasn't eaten yet. Without Taylor's arrogant side, he is still willing to take care of her. As the saying goes, the beauty in the world is the most difficult thing to do. Thank you. Although his voice was very small, Zhang Bufang could hear it easily with his hearing. The corners of his mouth were raised, but he didn't respond much. The following time was the most harmonious time we got along with each other since they met. Early the next morning. Sudden death. Dimly, Zhang Bufang was awakened by the scolding beside him. As soon as he opened his eyes, Taylor's big face came into view. Perhaps due to the influence of yesterday, the corners of his mouth rose up to reveal a smile. You are laughing at your second uncle. Hurry up and cook. Taylor unceremoniously slapped a basin of cold water on his face and punched him in the face. His gentle image last night was gone. You are scratching the back of your head in confusion and still doing this. Could it be that all the things in your mind are just dreams, and you feel aggrieved and get up to cook? After Taylor finished eating, Chen rushed to the group without stopping. He put away the dishes and chopsticks like a nanny. After everything was sorted, he went to the Central Security Bureau. He walked straight to the central office, consciously crossed his legs, picked up the tea next to him, and drank all the tea in one gulp. Before he even raised his head, he felt murderous intent. This is your home. If you have nothing to do, get out of here. Chen Lin opened her mouth and cursed her in an overwhelming manner. Judging from her serious look, she didn't mean to be joking at all. Zhang Bufang also sat up with a cry of fright. A big question mark appeared on his face. He vaguely remembered that it was like this yesterday, and he was wondering how he provoked this aunt. What's wrong? What's bothering you? He leaned over with a playful smile, knowing that women cannot be viewed with conventional eyes. After all, there are always a few days every month that you can understand. This is a very serious place in the unit. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I will have you asked to leave. Chen Lin scolded in a cold voice, her eyes leaking out bursts of anger. The sudden anger made Zhang Bufang a little confused. His body became stiff in an instant. He really couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. I started to recall in my mind that things were going well yesterday when we were discussing plans at work, but something started to go wrong when we met at the Rin family and son manor. At that time, the old fox was arrested and brought to justice without doing anything harmful to nature. Logically speaking, he should be highly commended by the security team. Is there any misunderstanding between us? Zhang Bufang muttered in a low voice and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. We have always been in a cooperative relationship. From the beginning to the end, you have indeed helped the security side do a lot. I would like to express my sincere gratitude, but from now on I don't want to continue in a vague way. Chen Lin murmured in a hoarse voice. Her serious face and the anger emanating from her body showed that this woman was really angry. What the hell? Hearing the woman in front of me talk so eloquently, it sounded like she was saying goodbye. Could it be that she wanted to change jobs and leave the city? You want to change jobs? What a great position as captain of the security team. Zhang Bufang persuaded her with sincere emotion, wondering why she had such thoughts, and she is still in a state of confusion. Roll. When Chen Lin heard the bastard in front of her talking nonsense, she was helpless and opened her mouth to curse. He was just playing the piano to you. Brother Zhang, when did you come? I just came here to ask how the old fox is doing now. Has anything unexpected happened? When Zhang Bufang heard the sudden familiar voice, he seemed to see the savior hastily changing the subject and asking, maybe it would be a good idea to let her calm down. After the meeting, he will be held directly in court and convicted. If nothing else happens, he will be taken to a heavy-duty prison in the afternoon. Chen He reported the truth truthfully. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the murderous aura coming from the side and cautiously glanced at Sister Lu out of the corner of his eye. If you want to continue saying get out. Chen Lin scolded her in a cold voice. Obviously, she was extremely unhappy with them chirping at me, and she had some purpose but failed to achieve that level of irritation. I suddenly remembered that I want to visit Haid, Ergu, and the others. Brother Zhang, let's chat later. You can get down to business first. Chen He hurriedly explained that he was looking for an excuse to leave. He understood Sister Lu's purpose of doing this, and then turned around to leave. It just so happens that we go together to see how the two boys are doing. Zhang Bufang cleared his throat and responded, preparing to leave with him. Anyway, what he wanted to ask this time was already known. If he continued to stay, he would be tortured to death. After all, the old fox Li Qi knows the real secret about Taylor, and is worried that he will eventually jump over the wall and reveal everything to the public. It seems that he is overthinking, and the other party will become disheartened from the repeated failures. Chen Lin suddenly clenched her fists, wanting to push the guy to the ground and beat him up. Normally, he didn't feel so stupid. No, no, no. Chen He waved his hands anxiously, swaying his head from side to side like a lucky cat, turned around and left with anxious steps, and finally did not forget to close the door tightly. I have to go back to work in the group. Zhang Bufangla didn't respond for a long time and said helplessly. He seriously suspected that this kid had been kicked in the head by a donkey. It was obvious that the woman was trying to chase him away, and she still insisted on staying here. Can you open it? Seeing her full of evil spirit, he muttered in a low voice. He was afraid that the other party would pull out a dagger or bow an arrow and press the trigger. Wouldn't it be a game over if he was not careful? Chen Lin paid no attention to what he meant and buried herself in writing about the incident. The awkward atmosphere froze there for a moment. It can be said that Zhang Bufang was restless and his scalp was numb. He was ready to jump out when he saw the wide-open window. He was sure that he would become very nervous if he continued to stay. Ding dong. Suddenly, I heard the sound of a text message, and then I saw Chun He's note displayed on the phone screen. I suddenly realized what was inside. Brother Zhang, I did it out of necessity. Yesterday I heard what Sister Lu said, and she was mainly angry that you were mysterious and secretive from beginning to end and didn't tell the truth frankly. Zhang Bufang smiled and shook his head. After talking about this trivial matter for a long time, he probably saw those female killers yesterday and had doubts about his life experience again. It is reasonable for Chun Lin to do this. After all, what she showed from beginning to end is obviously inconsistent with what she saw with her own eyes. It turned out that she was indeed wrong. My identity is very simple. I come from an international killer organization. Since I often travel on missions, I can fight against those people with ease. I was invited by the old chairman of Taisher Group to protect that woman. The time limit at that time was 3 months. I went through all kinds of things and never left. In the end, I was kind-hearted, amiable, handsome, and unrestrained. Puffed sound. Lin couldn't help but laugh. She never expected that he would explain it so straightforwardly, and all the previous confusions were finally solved. I know the real reason why he is reluctant to tell the story. After all, the identity of the killer is relatively sensitive. I believe there will be endless revenge from enemies all over the world if it is revealed. It was also clear why Ergu was so willing to be loyal to him, including the female killer yesterday, who was also invited from the organization. Can I have a little face? Lin snorted angrily, rolled her eyes, and cursed. Her demeanor and behavior were completely different from the beginning. What's going on? It's all the truth. Zhang Bufang spread his hands and blinked innocently. He was absolutely confident in himself. When he saw the smile on the woman's face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then why are you pretending to be mysterious? Wouldn't it be over if you just said it early? Can you please be reasonable and blame me? I clearly remember that when I first saw myself, I felt as if I had the revenge of killing my father. I wanted to send him to prison and execute him directly. I told you in advance that he was probably surrounded by the elite team. That's not because you were a gangster at first. Later we got along very well. We didn't get into fights when we first met, and we even fought together. Lin's mind suddenly flashed back to the scene when she was first looked at by this bastard, and her face suddenly turned red. In fact, the inner anger is mixed with some kind of emotion. It stands to reason that there is no need to know so much. Anyway, it is certain that he has no bad thoughts in his heart. As for this jealous type of anger, only he knows deep down what is going on. TSK. Zhang Bufang was surprised when he saw how shy she looked and how her lips revealed a strange aura. Who would have thought that Captain Li Fengxing's security team would still be shy? Don't raise your hands. The killer and the security team have a sworn hatred. Now they must be arrested and interrogated. Haha. Lin laughed loudly when she saw him being frightened and confused. How could she be half a gentleman and behave like a despicable villain? You can probably guess what kind of joke the other party is planning to make. But he is afraid of being seen and hastily changes the subject. Obviously, the final effect is not bad. Do I need to tell you about those female killers yesterday? Zhang Bufang smiled and said, maybe they had reached an agreement in some sense. At this time, the two of them had a lot to talk about. There was no one else around, and they didn't need to worry about anything. I'm not interested in women. Lin snorted with disdain from her nostrils and sat there with her arms folded in front of her. Knowing the identity of the killer is enough, but knowing too much is not a good thing. The main reason is for the safety of the kid and to avoid any further accidents. What do you think the old fox's final verdict will be? Zhang Bufang suddenly frowned slightly and asked. His only worry was that the old fox was talking nonsense, and it would be very difficult to deal with the swarms of unscrupulous organizations when the time comes. The crimes of killing the father and son of the Rin group, kidnapping a security guard, and hiding firearms are enough to make him die dozens of times. The final result will definitely be death penalty. Lin explained quietly that no matter how much money she had, she couldn't do it. After all, the assassination incident had caused a lot of noise in the past few days. Tell me what happens. Seeing the worried look on the other side, he nodded lightly. The old fox was really too cunning. It wouldn't be a bad thing to act cautiously. Brother Zhang. The sound of opening the door sounded, and I turned around to see Hyde coming towards me with open hands. He dodged away with a look of disgust and finally slapped twice on the back of his head. I have no problem with my sexual orientation, so get out of here. Brother Zhang, I am also a disabled person, so you have to be more considerate. Get out of here. He couldn't stand it anymore and cursed loudly. He couldn't feel the fierceness of Sister Lu and let out a sigh of relief. Poor Hyde had no choice but to bring tea. Why don't you recuperate in the hospital? Zhang Bufang patted the other party's shoulder heavily and said with concern, he had seen with his own eyes how hideous the scar was. How could he recover so quickly? Brother Zhang, the medicine in the hospital is too slow to form scars. I don't know how long it will take. Just wait until you get back and give your own medicine. The slightly pale Ergu said with a smile. as the world's top killer organization still has some quick recovery medicines. Brother Zhang, it's useless no matter what we say. It's up to you to persuade me that this is not a joke on your body. If there is such a miracle medicine, why should the hospital do it? Chen He said anxiously. It was just an international joke. He had never seen the kind of medicine he was talking about. We are all adults. I believe he must have his own reasons for doing this. Zhang Bufang waved his hand indifferently. As a leader of the Black Hawk organization, he certainly knew what ergum meant. Even he would make the same choice. But both Haid and Haid seemed to be hesitant to speak, so they were clearly out of control. Brother Zhang's last words were hard to refute. Take care of yourself tonight, and take you to have fun tomorrow morning. I've been working a lot because of the old fox thing recently, and go out to relax. Okay. Ergus smiled and nodded quite happily. He was the only one who truly understood how terrifying Brother Zhang's identity was. I dare say that because of this relationship, he could walk straight and sideways in the Black Hawk organization. Brother Zhang, we are going too. Hyde hurriedly walked over. How could he miss them when they went out to play? He was already tired of staying in the boring environment of the security bureau. Why are you just joining in the fun? We must work hard to maintain law and order in the city. Erga teased with a playful smile. As time went by, their relationship also improved rapidly, and now they were like brothers. Brother Zhang, even if you don't think about us, you should still consider Sister Lu. After being so busy lately, I just want to relax after handling Li Qi's affairs today. As the saying goes, it's good to balance work and rest. Haid said with a smile and kept winking at Sister Lu. To everyone's surprise, Chun-Lin nodded. No one in the security department knew that the security team captain was a typical workaholic. Okay then, get ready to leave early tomorrow morning. I remember there is a tourist resort beach 200 kilometers away. Zhang Bufang nodded indifferently. These are all trivial matters. Anyway, the most important thing is money. When the time comes, he will lie on the beach and admire the beauties in bikinis. He is looking forward to and yearning for this lively life. Okay. Haid performed the police salute as ordered, not to mention how happy he was in his heart. After a brief explanation, Zhang Bu drove towards the Taisher group. During this period, I explained the situation to the old man. It turned out that Taylor had gone there early in the morning. The grandfather and granddaughter had talked it over, and everything had been explained clearly. 20 minutes later, the long-lost dark black Lamborghini once again appeared at the entrance of the group, and the security guard hurriedly came to greet it. Now there was an uproar in the group, and everyone knew that it was because he manipulated the Rinshur group that he succeeded. Zhang Bufang came to the office on the top floor with his hands in his pockets, and the receptionist was certainly not stupid enough to stop him. I wonder why those old antiques also come to work. The sun is rising in the west. Brother Zhang, because Sister Taylor currently holds absolute shares, and the overall strength of the Thai group has doubled, they are afraid of being kicked out. Guantong smiled particularly brightly when he saw a familiar face, and explained without any concealment that now the Rinshur group has been completely annexed in all aspects. Taylor didn't look up from the beginning to the end, too lazy to pay attention to that stupid thing. He gave up all his shares in the first place, instead of having them fall into his own pocket now that he had no choice but to give them back without even thinking about it. I see. These old bastards know each other. Zhang Bufang nodded and lay down comfortably on the leather sofa next to him. He picked up the apple on the table and started chewing it. By the way, are there any more fashionable brands that I can wear on the beach? Suddenly, I remembered that I would live the life I longed for tomorrow, and I had to make some preparations. Otherwise, I would not be able to attract the attention of beautiful women by then. Taylor pricked up his ears after hearing this. He seemed to be busy with the matter at hand, but he was actually distracted and listening to what the kid was talking about. You're talking about beach shorts and sunglasses from international first-tier brands. There are a lot of them. Guantong didn't think too much and said a lot of famous brands one after another. After working as a secretary for such a long time, it was natural for him to understand some things. Brother Zhang, why do you suddenly ask these questions? Nothing to do. Just prepare to buy yourself some clothes. Zhang Bufang waved his hand casually, remembering those brands, and walked out the door. Then what are you asking, bastard? Taylor looked at his disappearing back and asked impatiently, but he couldn't hear clearly at first. Brother Zhang asked about the international first-line brand of beach shorts. There must be something fishy in this. That bastard must be planning something without telling us. He will leave the final finishing work to those old shareholders. Let's follow him secretly. The corner of Taylor's mouth turned up and revealed an evil smile. Any idiot who buys beach pants knows what he is going to do, and he will never let that bastard succeed easily. Sister Taylor, what do you mean? Although, in the end, it's just a small matter. Anyway, the group's situation has been stabilized recently, and there are no cooperation projects, so why not handle it yourself? Guantong's head was full of questions. He couldn't figure out what Sister Taylor's plan was, and what it had to do with Brother Zhang. We should relax and pack our things tonight, and wait for my text message. With a delighted smile on his face, Taylor continued to explain mysteriously, and then immersed himself in work again. I have a lot of money, and I have swept all the major international brands. I am panting and carrying big and small bags. I wonder why women like to go shopping, such an activity that consumes physical energy. He drove the dark black Lamborghini all the way back to the villa, carefully opened the door, and looked around, fearing that the woman would find him, as he probably hadn't returned yet at this time. The common people are so happy today. I was in a very happy mood, whistling in my mouth as I packed my things, and in my mind, I couldn't help but see scenes of bikini beauties. Cough, cough, cough. OSHD. Zhang Bufang shivered when he heard a sudden cough behind him. He turned around and saw Taylor in pajamas. When did you come here? He hurriedly stuffed the clothes into the suitcase and said stumblingly, as if he had been caught doing something bad and worried that Taylor would find out that he planned to cause trouble. This is my mother's house. When will I come back and report to you? Is there any problem with going home early today when I have nothing to do? Taylor swore loudly and let out bursts of disdainful snorts from his nostrils. He clearly glanced at the suitcase behind him from the corner of his eye, and a sly smile flashed across his eyes. Of course, no problem. Zhang Bufang's eyes were wandering. He pretended to pack his clothes and put the things next to him, then quietly threw away the packaging bag next to him. I'm going to make something to eat. Being stared at by Taylor, he hurriedly changed the topic and walked towards the restaurant. Everything was ready. He just needed Dongfeng to avoid being discovered. Taylor looked at the kid's busy face and smiled in triumph. Did he really think that I was a 3-year-old? The following is the latest night news. The murderer of Ren's father and son was identified at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now he is sent to prison and will never see the light of day. Lin Na just happened to think so. So he took the opportunity to send a transmission message to Guantong while he could still see a weak signal, hoping that Guantong could receive their message and preferably give them a hint. However, the good times did not last long, and the weak signal only lasted for a very short time before disappearing. Lin Na watched helplessly as the signal completely disappeared, and his whole body almost collapsed. He took a deep breath to calm down the pain in his heart. With this emotion, there was still a look of despair in his eyes. He looked at Zhang Bufang and said slightly discouraged, "The signal disappeared again." Zhang Bufang was actually not very surprised when he heard what he said, because he had already thought about this situation. Although there had been weak signals before, it was unlikely to be of much use. If it works, it can only be attributed to their luck. It doesn't matter. Since the signal can appear once, there may be a second time. I don't believe that we can't contact people outside every time. Although this hope is very slim, we cannot give up hope completely just because of this. With this thought in mind, they waited like this for a long time. Zhang Bufang could see that Lin Na was already a little out of breath, but he was still trying his best to endure it. Lin Na was already thinking about how to comfort Lin Na, but suddenly he heard a woman's voice in the cabin. The voice appeared so suddenly that everyone was frightened, subconsciously looking around to see where this sound came from. The reason why everyone is so panicked is because there are absolutely no women among the people they came. When such a voice suddenly appeared when everyone's will was a little sluggish, it was inevitable that people would feel scared. In fact, it felt. Being frightened is completely normal. Zhang Bufang and Lin Na originally had their own thoughts and were thinking about things in their own minds. When they suddenly heard this voice, they were not surprised to be startled, but the two quickly. They regained their composure, because when they came back to their senses, the two of them tasted the voice carefully and felt that it seemed a little familiar. After looking at each other one after another, they saw the same answer in the other's eyes. Then it was determined that the voice came from Guantong, whom they had been trying to contact. And this sound happened to come from the communication equipment on their ship. Hearing Guantong's voice now is like hearing the voice of an angel in hell. The reason why they were not able to immediately identify that the voice belonged to Guantong was entirely because Guantong had only been in contact with them for a short time. Moreover, this girl didn't like to talk much, but they didn't expect that she hadn't become fully familiar with everyone yet. The girl actually saved them several times. If this time was added to the list, it might really be a big deal. I don't know how they should repay such a life-saving grace. Guantong, is that you? Lin Na asked happily. Although it was a question, he already had an answer in his heart. This girl is indeed their mascot. Guantong on the opposite side naturally heard their voices and replied very calmly, "It's me." Although there was not much emotion in this answer, the people on the boat sounded like the sounds of nature. It sounds pleasant, as if hearing Guantong's voice means they will be saved. "Are you okay now?" Guantong secretly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard their voices, but her tone was still very calm. Sometimes even grown men like them would sincerely admire Guantong's calmness, because it is actually very difficult for a child as old as Guantong to be able to remain calm and assertive at all times. Guantong's eyes lacked some of the innocence that they should have had, but there was something in the depth of his eyes that made people feel a little heavy. These things are very complicated, and they must have had corresponding experiences to have these things. It is actually very distressing for such a big child to go through so many things. When she should have been cared for by her parents and elders, she had to go through so much. The thought of feeling sorry for Guantong flashed through his mind, but he soon realized that now was not the time to feel sorry for this, and that the most important thing was to solve the predicament in front of them. "We are fine now, we are all safe, but we did encounter a little trouble. We have been trapped in this place for a long time. There may be some magnetic field here that will interfere with all our signals, so the ship has been spinning in circles, trying to locate its position. And navigation systems are also affected." Lin Na told Guantong on the other side of the line about the various situations they were currently in without reservation. He spoke much faster than usual because he still remembered the loss he suffered due to lack of signal not long ago. In his feeling, he always feels that the current signal is very rare, and it should be very unstable. Even if there is a signal now, he doesn't know how long it can last, so under such circumstances, it should be useful as soon as possible. Tell the other party the information, otherwise you will fall back into the very embarrassing and passive situation before. I know that you have been here for a long time, and I also know that there must be something wrong with your signal. I have been trying to transmit information to you these days, but it seems that you have not received it at all. Your signal is indeed. It's been blocked, but it's not a natural factor. Guantong knew they were safe now. That's fine. After all, this answer is not just what she wants to hear. The two people who look very anxious around her now should be the most anxious. These two people are naturally Taylor and Chun He, but now that I have heard the answers from Zhang Bufang and Lin Na with my own ears, the worry on their faces seems to have eased a little. However, Guantong's unhurried tone sounded a little anxious to Lin Na. Although he was calm enough, being too calm at this time would make people feel a little ruthless. At this time, Zhang Bufang, who had been silent, reacted a little faster. He accurately captured a very important point in Guantong's words. "You just said that our signal was blocked due to unnatural factors." Moreover, Guantong just used shielding instead of interference, which is enough to show that their lack of signal was actually caused by man-made reasons. "That's right. Otherwise, why do you think we can have such a smooth conversation now?" Guantong replied, as if he understood a little bit why everyone was willing to believe Zhang Bufang. Under such circumstances, Zhang Bufang was able to remain calm and even. It is really not easy to always maintain judgment. She had always felt that Zhang Bufang was really. He has no ability. I don't know why everyone supports him so much, especially they don't understand that a beautiful person like Taylor would like Zhang Bufang wholeheartedly. I don't know if he was tricked by someone, but now it seems that Zhang Bufang. This person still has merits. Let's take a closer look later. Maybe we can really discover more of Zhang Bufang's strengths. What does this mean? This time, it was Lin Na's turn who couldn't react, but since he didn't understand, he had to ask. Even if he had to suffer a loss, he still wanted to understand. "You should have been discovered by the people you were looking for when you entered the bay, but they didn't take action. I don't know whether they were observing something or tabooing something. Guantong told Zhangbu what he had discovered. Fong and the others said one by one. But even though they didn't touch you, they have no intention of letting you go, but have blocked all signals in the area where you are, and even invaded your system to interfere with your information so that you can't judge, which is why you still don't know your true location. And I don't know which direction I should go in. Although I don't know why these people kept delaying taking action against Zhang Bufang and the others, Guantong is still very certain about other information. So you have bypassed their blockade and contacted us now. Zhang Bufang was very relaxed at this time, because Guantong had found a way to contact them, and they would be able to find a way to solve the current predicament. Method. That's right. When I first found out, I thought it would be easy to break their game, but I didn't expect that the other party turned out to be a very powerful person. It took me 2 full days to set up the barrier he set up. Broken. And I believe he should have discovered it by now. I have contacted you, and you must be thinking of ways to drive me out. Although it is a bit urgent, but I don't know why when it comes from Guantong's mouth, it gives people a very calm feeling. This is probably due to her always calm personality. Do we have any solution now? Zhang Bufang asked. Although he was asking, he knew that Guantong must have a solution. There are ways, it just depends on which one you choose to take. Guantong Fa replied after pondering for a moment. Tell me about it. Zhang Bufang was very happy to hear such an answer. It meant that they could get out of the predicament and have a choice. This is really the best news he has heard in the past few days. What you are facing now are nothing more than 2 choices, but it is also difficult to choose. Guantong said, one is to leave that place, and the other is to continue to the place you wanted to go to before. But I want to remind you that your whereabouts should be completely exposed to others' surveillance. If you continue to go there, it will be very dangerous if you leave the base. These people may be much more powerful than you think. Guantong said very carefully that she rarely encounters opponents, but the opponent she met this time made her feel very serious for the first time. It's tricky, but at the same time I have an urge to give it a try. But of course she also knew that this was not the time to talk impulsively. The most important thing now was the safety of Zhang Bufang and the others. The lives of so many people could not be taken lightly, so this matter should be treated with caution. Zhang Bufang was immediately asked by Guantong. She had not thought about what she said carefully, but Guantong's reminder was still very necessary. He really couldn't let so many people follow him just because of his own ideas. Your own is in danger. Moreover, he has seen those people before. Not only has he seen them, but to be more precise, he has encountered them head-on and even been hunted down. Although he still doesn't know what organization these people belong to and what their identities are, but this. Zhang Bufang has seen with his own eyes just how sophisticated the gang's equipment is. With their current capabilities, it is indeed not a smart choice to use force to confront the opponent. What's more, the enemy is hiding them and they are hiding it. This is extremely big disadvantage. Zhang Bufang has not given an answer for a long time, but everyone's attention is on him at the moment, waiting for him to make a decision. Zhang Bufang's mind was a little confused. If he wanted to, he would go to that base, but out of practical considerations, he should still ask Guantong for help and let her help them get out of this ghostly bay of death smoothly. Be prepared to come back when there is a chance in the future. After thinking about it, he said to Guantong, go back first. The current situation is not good for us. We can't make fun of everyone's lives. Although we are so close to the truth, it is indeed a pity to give up. But he knew that this choice was indeed the right one. Okay, now that I have decided, I will find the best way to bring you out. Guantong, including the people around her, breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Zhang Bufang's decision, because they had chosen to go there before. The unknown situation they face really makes people feel uneasy, especially those who care about them. But now that they have decided to leave that scary place, it means that they will be safe soon. Okay. After Zhang Bufang responded to Guantong, he turned to Lin Na and said, let all the ships informed by Yida be launched now and follow closely. We will go back now. Lin Na nodded, convinced that this was indeed the right choice. So he was about to inform Yida, but what he never expected was that before he could take a step forward, he was blocked by a person. After Lin Na stopped in time, he took a closer look and saw that it was Du Yi who they had rescued from the island. He saw resistance on his face, and the hand that stopped Lin Na looked a little at a loss, as if he was not sure what to do. whether it was correct or not. But another impulse drove him to stop Lina. What are you doing? Lin Na looked at Du Yi, who was blocking his way with some dissatisfaction, seeing that he didn't even have any intention of getting out of the way. Can you please not look back? Du Yi gritted his teeth and said to Lin Na with some difficulty. After he finished speaking, he looked in Zhang Bufang's direction uncertainly and found that Zhang Bufang was looking at him intently at the moment. So he lowered his head in embarrassment. In the 10 seconds after Lin Na was stopped by Du Yi, no one in the cabin spoke, but fell into a subtle atmosphere that made people feel very embarrassed. Zhang Bufang guessed what Du Yi was thinking at the first moment. So after looking at Du Yi intently for a few seconds, he walked over and asked, "What do you want?" Du Yi bit his lips cruelly and encouraged himself secretly in his heart. Then he raised his head and looked directly into Zhang Bufang's eyes. He took a deep breath and said what he was thinking. I know I don't seem to have any position to say this, but all my people were taken away by these people, and I can't just leave like this. Dui Dao. Zhang Bufang nodded, but the expression on his face made Du Yi unable to tell what he was thinking right now. So he was very uneasy until he heard Zhang Bufang's voice. You also said that they are your tribe. In fact, they have nothing to do with us. If it is just a simple matter, we would be very willing to help you. But you have also seen the current situation. Zhang Bufang said somewhat helplessly. If we don't leave here in time, not only will we not be able to save your people, but even my people will be buried here together. So I'm sorry, I can't risk so many people's lives on a possibility that you don't know the outcome. Sex. Although what Zhang Bufang said was ruthless, it was indeed an indisputable fact. Dui also knew that he could not force it at any time, not to mention that it might cost others a lot. So after hearing Zhang Bufang's words, he still lowered his head. This helpless look made people look a little unbearable, but it was still unbearable. After all, ensuring everyone's safety was the most important thing. I understand. Dui knew that under the current situation, he might be the only one who strongly wanted to stay here. He stayed here to save his people, but this was not the case for others. It is indeed a smarter choice to save his own life. This is understandable. It just makes him feel a little helpless. However, this is his own problem, and no one needs to pay for his needs. Looking at his expression, Zhang Bufang knew that he should be able to accept their choice to leave here now. So he nodded to Lin Na and motioned Lin Na to go find Yida now. After receiving Zhang Bufang's signal, Lin Na gently. He nodded and went around Du Yi, who was blocking him in front of him, to do his own thing. I thought Dui had figured it out, but I didn't expect that he had no intention of getting out of the way. Instead, he stood firmly on the spot, still looking at him and Zhang Bufang with that very embarrassed look, as if, I still have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not. If you have anything else to say, just say it. Don't hesitate. Now is an extraordinary time. Danger may suddenly appear at any time, so time cannot be wasted. Zhang Bufang knew that he still had something to say, so he opened his mouth and continued. At a time like this, every second should count, so procrastinating would be of no benefit to them. I know it's the best choice for everyone to leave now, but can I make a merciless request? Du Yi said with some embarrassment. He also felt that it might be a bit embarrassing to say this matter, but for the sake of his own people, he still had to speak out. After all, he was now the only hope left among his tribe. Tell me, if it's reasonable, I should consider it. Although he didn't have much contact with him, Zhang Bufang's intuition told him that Du Yi was actually a measured person, so he probably wouldn't suggest something excessive. I can't implicate you because of my own affairs, but I can't leave my people alone. So can you please lend me a boat? I want to see how my people are doing now. No. He knew what those people had done to his people, and he didn't know if they were still safe now. But no matter what, he had to take a look. Only in this way, even if the result was not good, he would still be safe. He has worked hard, and there is nothing to regret. Zhang Bufang looked at the very firm look on Du Yi's face and felt a little moved in his heart. He had to say that he still thought that Du Yi's behavior was very bloody. If the current situation was not so dangerous, he might not have done it at all. Hesitantly chose to help Du Yi. Okay, I will give you a boat as you said, but whether you can find them depends on your luck. Zhang Bufang felt that he would give Du Yi one of their boats. It wasn't a big deal, so I just thought about it a little and agreed happily. Thank you very much. If I have a chance to leave here, I will definitely come to thank you in person. Du Yi originally thought that his request would make Zhang Bufang feel embarrassed, but he never expected that Zhang Bufang would agree so quickly. I was overjoyed and felt grateful to Zhang Bufang in my heart. Zhang Bufang shook his head and didn't say much, but he still sympathized with Du Yi in his heart. Although he didn't know the identity of the enemy now, the only thing he could judge was that the opponent must be very strong. Yes, even if they now have so many people and carry a lot of weapons, they may not be the opponents of those people. But now Du Yi wants to drive a ship to fight against the opponent with his own strength. Although this idea is confusing, I admire it very much, but it is indeed too crazy. If you think about it, you will know that there is almost no possibility of survival. Lin Na, ask Yida to arrange to free up a ship for Du Yi. After saying this, Lin Na was very efficient in conveying Zhang Bufang's intention to Yida, and it didn't take long for him to meet again. Lin Na came back and said that the ship had been vacated and that there was enough fuel on it to last Du Yi a few days. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.